let you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, at the speed of light. Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you, like we're dancing in moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. You look so good, it hurts my soul. No, I can't deny the way you pull it. Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you, like we're dancing in moonlight. Look at what you did, I'm slipping on it. Yeah, I'm all in, I must admit it. Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you, like we're dancing in moonlight. Oh, wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Let me know you're all mine. Touching you, I collide. Into space in your eyes. Touching you feels like ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you, like we're dancing in moonlight. Oh, wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Feels like you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me. You're quite the marksman, ain't ya? I think my heart's in danger. Made me feel like I was safe and sound, then switched up and switched off the safety. How you plan? How you plan? Oh, yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew black out of the bullseye. Repeat shots and then we fire line. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. the shots you've taken. All the pain was a mess. Somehow they're blanks as you claim, getting desperate now. 'Cause I found out. Oh, yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. Here's your blood, call it a bullseye. Repeat shots in the firelight. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me, using me, using me. You said, I think I'll give you a shot. I should have taken it literally. You said, I think I'll give you a shot. But your pistol was concealed from me. I should have known that you'd be using me, using me. Now I see that you, baby, you've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, 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 no. I'm about to throw you do more damage. Oh, 'cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice. You've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, no. I'm about to throw you do more damage. Oh, 'cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice.
Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry, that's the motto. So we keep moving along. Dropping down to Cabo in a sunburnt El Dorado. Don't worry, that's the motto. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry, that's the motto. So we keep moving along. Dropping down to Cabo in a sunburnt El Dorado. Don't worry, that's the motto. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my plate. You just wanna know, child. I just need some time and space. I just need another day. Need to find another way. Girl, I used to play some sports, but I'm sick of all the guys. Now I don't care about your plans. Girl, I'm sorry, I just can't. I'm just doing what I can. It's bigger about it like your fans on your mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. One night, one drink, one dance, now it's one fight. Last shot, last chance, and I'm alright. I don't need your ass. Keep on playing games and I'ma leave your ass. Hey, I'm falling off without you when I'm off the AO. I don't think about you. I can do the fade up, my heart don't know how to. You just make me hate myself when I'm around you. These ain't growing pains, you just ain't the same. I can't take this change, baby, please. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. Girl, I got too much on my mind. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind.
Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar. All I want is satisfaction. Make a move, baby, you got nothing to lose. Give me that, give me that, give me that good reaction. Gonna make it right, little like an offer I can't refuse. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar
I can only see with you. I'd be better with another, but I always pick you. I try my best to fight it, can't deny it. Touches diamonds, and you're probably the reason that I'm so messed up too. I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Could count the ways you drive me so insane, but when you call, I still fall back into your game. Play the game, play the game. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, but someday my prince will come. But if this ain't love, then I don't want it.
Hello everybody and welcome back to day 2 of Birds of Prey 6, brought to you by the Goose House. I'm Rook and I'm joined by Winter as we're getting ready for our first matchup of the day, and that's going to be Neon Blade versus Scullies, and I'm really excited to see some more Birds of Prey action. I haven't been here since episode 5 where I was joined by you, and well, we've got some brilliant finals coming your way.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a change of scenery. We were in person last time, but it's nice to be on the mic again with you. Again, back with Birds of Prey, but it's the 6th episode now, not the 5th, but it's the same thing online on the line for these teams. It's 2 teams out of this tournament advance straight into Game Changers EMEA Contenders League, which, if you do not know much about the Game Changer scene, is kind of the second step, the one of the qualification into the main Game Changer League, where you see the likes of teams like G2, you seeing some of the ones that came up from Contenders last time. And honestly, it's such a good way to start the day, especially since we've got the last days. We've got some high stakes games. We've got the upper finals, like you said, in a few minutes. But just talking about the bracket so far, Rick, have you been noticing anything from either of these teams?
Yeah, I mean, taking down some really strong squads. In particular, I think I'm looking at Control Electra, who I did not expect to be in that lower bracket quarterfinals this early. I thought they were really going to push it out, but Neon Blade with a really impressive performance, 2-0ing that squad in some pretty emphatic matches on both Bind and Fracture, picking up a 13-5. I'm really looking forward to seeing more from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you were talking about Neon Blade and how they 2-0'd Control, which was something unexpected. They've come into this tournament and they've 2-0'd everyone. They have not dropped a single map. Yes, some of them were close. We had a bit of an OT on one of the maps previous. It was a 15-13, if I remember correctly. But on this other side, you have Scullies coming into this. They've had a pretty good run as well, only losing one map to Max Plays, closing that series out in a 2-1. So our upper bracket finals is pretty stacked if you're thinking about it. They've also took down Not Radiant, which, if you look at the pedigree of some of those players, you have Mystia, who's played for XIDB. You have the sort of the Angry Titan Core, who unfortunately they weren't able to play in this tournament because of scheduling issues. But when you're coming into this, they've got some pretty good players, and taking down a team like that in the upper bracket is definitely looking good for either of these teams when they're going. One of them will eventually be going into that lower bracket, fighting for the right to stay in this tournament and to make it to Contenders.
Yeah, some absolutely killers in that one. Obviously, Ranked Demons as well, a team that we saw perform well in the previous Birds of Prey, playing against Mouse Plays Minis. Won't catch that game, but if you guys maybe want to check the results on that one, you can check it on Wikipedia and on some other places as well. But yeah, Control Electra, Not Radiant, Wraith, and Proxima sitting down in that lower bracket too. But yeah, I mean, coming on into this, I've been very impressed with Scully's and the number of maps they've been able to pick. The one thing that I really hope they don't pick, given their prior experiences in Mouse Play Minis, is that Fracture, because they did seem to struggle a little bit there.
Well, I was just talking to some of the production back in the green room, and Fracture seems to be one of the favourite maps for this tournament so far. We saw a lot of split in Birds of Prey Series 5, when it was the new map at the time. A lot of teams were playing it, and well, now we've got Fracture. It seems to be the map that is, well, on the minds of these Game Changer players.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a surprise to me. I think it's a map that's always a bit awkward, but if you've got practice on it, if you feel comfortable on it, it's something that can really take you a long way. And I mean, I think that is none the more emphasized by the fact that Mouseplay Minis were able to take a 13-4 victory over Scullies, who would otherwise, well, beat them 13-6 and 13-2 on the other maps they played in that series. And I think that kind of highlights it here. So if Neon Blade get that one, I think Scullies are in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, just talking about who you're expecting to come out on top of this, I want to be favouring towards Neon Blade, especially since some of the players you have on that. You have Mizzy, one of the players known from the time within Prime, the roster that was before ITB, and well, she was the first female Radiant on the EMEA server, so it's definitely one of the players to look out for from Neon Blade, so I'm definitely favouring towards them in this series, but that's definitely not counting Scullies out. What's your opinion on that, Rook?
I definitely think that Neon Blade are coming into this as the favourites for the reason you mentioned, but I think Scully certainly do have a way to kind of pick up the win here, off the back of some brilliant players such as Lisu and Bobby, who I've seen have fantastic performances before, but I do think it is going to be down to that map pick and what exactly we see there. I think there are certain maps which are really going to be in the favour of Scullies in particular. That Haven has looked really strong for them, so I'm looking forward to seeing if they're going to be able to get that through the pick and ban, and whether they're really going to be able to flex it.
Yeah, absolutely. I do love watching Haven. Honestly, I think that's one of my favourite maps, whether that is playing or just from the analytical standpoint. It's one of the main 3-site maps. Yes, we do have Lotus now. Another one that I do want to see if we can pull that out with some of the teams that we're going to see today. But just talking about Haven, it's one of the classic maps. For me, it's kind of the test of the teamwork in regards to how their mid-rounding works. Because a lot of times when you're looking at these 2-site maps, especially with some of the games that I saw yesterday, it was a lot easier to just pick a site and full exec onto it. But when we're coming to Haven, it's one of the maps that you see a lot of mid-rounding on compared to just full site execs, especially early on in the round. So I do hope we see maybe Lotus or Haven, just so I can see a little bit more mid-rounding from some of these teams and seeing sort of like a IGL process, especially when it comes to some of the newer IGLs in these teams. Maybe haven't had as much stage time per se as some of the IGLs you see in like Contenders or in the main league EMEA team. So it's kind of a little bit of a time to shine for those players on these maps, especially then when you're talking about your duelists, you're talking about your lurks. It's definitely a map that I feel it highlights so many different aspects of different players that I feel like I can get a good feel for a team when watching them on like maps like Haven.
Yeah, I really like that fact that you've got that kind of macro focus, obviously, for the map, with being the different sites, but because there are so many different sites, because it's so large, there are those different pockets of play. There's a lot of routes and avenues for players to really go along, and I think it makes it really interesting, alongside a map like Lotus, like you were actually highlighting. I think that's the similarity of them just being so large, but not in the same way as you have, like, let's say, for example, Breeze, which obviously has that really open mid, and kind of, I think, has a focus as a result of that. Me too, honestly. I suck at playing it, but I loved casting it.
Honestly, it was one of my favourite maps to cast. I remember back doing one of my first Epic times, I think it was like Epic Land 37 or 36, and there was just so much Breeze being played because it's such an aim deal map as well. When you're talking about, well, even the macro players, it does count on winning your duels in mid or winning your opening duels, but that map, can we bring back Breeze, please? Please, I'm begging Riot. Bring back Breeze. Get rid of Bind. Why have we brought that map back? We don't need Bind. We need Breeze. Or Icebox. I miss Viper.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would really like to have Icebox back. I'm a big Bind fan personally for playing it, but from a casting perspective, from a macro perspective, I certainly would rather have Iceboxes, and it's always made for an interesting map. I think something else as well to kind of focus on is a map we've again seen today, which is kind of, I think, very different from some of the maps we were talking about, where you can sometimes feel a little more enclosed. It still has those 3 lanes, but not got that third site. It's going to be that split that we've seen pop up all over the place. How do you feel like teams are really going to be able to interact here when it comes down to things like... obviously, those first duels are still important, but the macro control is not necessarily the same.
When it comes down to split specifically?
Yeah.
I think it really does depend on the comp. So you tend to see Cypher being one of the main sentinels, but... it does also work as a killjoy if you can utilize the killjoy. If, say, your sentinel player is like one-tricking killjoy, or is just her leaps and bounds over her Cypher per se, then it kind of changes the way that you play. You can't really have, well, a Cypher solo holding a site and playing completely for the retake, which with split you tend to see a lot of fighting either mid or towards one of the mains, and then you have your sentinel, your Cypher just really sitting back playing for that retake. And I think, like you said, you're talking about the macro, you still need to win your gunfights, but it does come down to the agent composition when you have some players going in with a killjoy compared to a Cypher, or maybe even like not having that, maybe having like a Sage in a chamber. But let's get into the map vetoes. Let's see if we do get a split lit. And no, it's banned straight out at the start, so that split and ascent gone. We are going to be seeing Haven and Lotus, both of the 3 site maps here, and then also Bind for the decider. What are you thinking, Rogue?
Yeah, I mean, I think this makes a lot of sense, right? And the fact that Scully's managed to pick up that Haven, I think is super duper good from him. And the fact that the Fracture managed to make it through that first set of picks, I think they've really dodged a bullet there. I was highlighting how problematic I think that was going to be for them. But I'm interested about Lotus. I think Neon Blade will certainly make things really interesting on that map.
Do you know, I'm actually quite interested in to see in the first map pick. It was picked by Scully's, but it was Neon Blade that picked the defense. And especially since, yes, it's the first map coming into the series, you might be more comfortable starting on that defense, but it's an attacker-sided map. So it'd be interesting to see how they start off on sort of the back foot, per se, in this series, especially on their opponent's map pick as well. So it's going to be an interesting one, but it's Neon Blade looking like they're very comfortable on the defense, getting it both for Haven and Lotus. And, well, Scully's definitely have to hit the ground running with their attacks on both of these maps.
Yeah, you need that momentum going. I think especially on a map like Lotus, where it can be very difficult to kind of come back from a deficit, where it feels like when your opponent has your number and they've got really good control over the A site, then you really have to resort to some of those more difficult to execute plays, and you can really see people get gummed up on in that. And I think Neon Blade especially on that map should be very, very strong on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. They did play it yesterday against Salte, and they came in a victory in a 13-5. So definitely going to be comfortable going in. Maybe not too set off the fact that it was Scully's map pick. But yeah, I'm very excited to get into this, and let's see what we can get from both of these teams. Like, what were you expecting in regards to agent composition?
I'm expecting to see the Killjoy, at least here on the first map in Haven. I think it's actually super impactful, brilliant amount of retake potential, alongside something like the Breach. I'm a big fan of just making sure you have access to retakes on any 3-site map, honestly, because when you've got the attackers able to flex you around so much, it's not so much of will they take the site. Obviously, sometimes that can be the scenario, but you've got to hedge your bets for when they take the site more than anything. So I think having access to things like that, obviously having whatever your pick of duelist is, I think I personally prefer the Raze, especially on this map. But if you've got the Jet, if you want to run something like that, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. The Jet and the Raze are kind of staples of this map, whether that's with the Sova and Fade pairing. But Breach is kind of one that you can't really see a game on a Haven without seeing that Breach. And well, Spicy Muffin on the side of Scully's definitely put a showing in on Breach yesterday against Not Radiant, plus 18 in a 13-6 victory. Like, that is just insane. Boasting at like almost a 3.6 KD is just absolutely insane, especially for your support player as well on that Breach. I'm really excited to see how she comes into this series.
I'm always excited for particularly well-performing support players. It's just so fun to see them actually getting a chance to, spread their wings rather than those duelists being the one taking on the frags. Now, I really like seeing them also be more self-sufficient, which is a bit surprising with the Breach, who's not quite as necessarily self-sufficient as something like the Sky, who can flash for themselves a little bit more. But you still certainly can. If you get a good concussion, you can push up on your own, have your own success, or be the one to back up and refrag your entry in that kind of scenario. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And just highlighting another one of the Scully's players, Vrika in that series was also 5-1 on First Bloods versus First Deaths. So she is the Omen player, by the way. She is not the duelist that you're expecting to take these frags, but they did start on at that defensive side. So, well, when they were hitting Rika's side, she was definitely good for 1 and a little bit more, going almost plus 10 in that series, getting that double digits in. So I'm just so excited to see these players. I've highlighted loads of the Scully's players. Is there anyone that you want to highlight on this side of Neon Blade?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to see the kind of standard stuff that we get to see from Izzy. They've always been particularly impressive, and I think here on this map they really should be able to spread their wings effectively.
Well, it is called Birds of Prey. I am so excited to see if some of these players can spread their wings. Most of these players are free agents, so if there's anyone watching, guys, pick these skills up, please. And, well, they've definitely done a good showing so far. They are in the upper bracket final, so just for anyone joining us now, whoever wins this match is automatically qualified over to Game Changers Contenders, EMEA, and the whoever loses goes down into the lower bracket final. So they still do have a chance to get through, but well, we've waffled on long enough. Let's see these players actually get into it. Let's get into the agent select, please. Production, please start the game.
Yeah, we'll jump on into that in a second. If you guys want to select your chance, if you want to select how you want to watch this as well, you can jump on over to a watch party with Rosa if you want to go catch some other opinions and some interesting takes exactly on how this is going. It'll be a great chance to kind of get involved with the community as well, so drop on by that one if you want to.
Yeah, it's definitely a better opinion than Rook's, all I'm saying.
I am going to absolutely take that one. That's definitely true.
Well, at least he's honest, guys. At least he's honest. But we're just waiting to start that game, and yeah, let's get into it. Haven, and like you said, we're seeing the Mizzy and Spicy Muffin on those breaches, one of the staples.
Yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. We're seeing a bit of Euro, but that's obviously been a little bit cheeky
that's
from
so
Scully's.
troll.
Love the fact that we're seeing the Sky as well hover by my hair. I think that's going to be absolutely fantastic on this map. I think having double initiator is really good here. I think for the reasons that I highlighted before, being able to be aggressive even on defense can be effective because those retakes feel very important to me.
Yeah, I'm quite interested into seeing why they're opting for the Sky. Is she has played Sova in the past, not necessarily on Haven, but it is in her agent repertoire, so I'm interested to see how it comes out. Yes, they played this composition the other day when they were against one of the other teams in this league, but I still want to see how it comes up to maybe more of a formidable opponent like Scully's when they're having sort of the combination with the jet dash with the Sova arrow and stuff like that, when you can't really get that sort of information from the Sky Trailblazer.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a real problem if they try and execute, especially onto the C site. That flash can obviously be very powerful, but it can sometimes be a little bit far removed, and when you don't have all that information, there's a lot of kind of just blind spots that can really lead you to a difficult push, and frankly, leave you up up certain creek without a certain paddle. And I thought probably shouldn't say exactly that, but yeah, it can lead you into kind of a false sense of security and mean that you're going to lose a couple players more, and especially when you've got players on the side of Scully's, like you were highlighting before, able to get a lot of those first frags on the defensive side. I think it's going to be a real problem if you're not able to clear it effectively.
Yeah, and for the side of Neon Blade, you also have a bit of a sub coming in since one of the players are stuck at the airport and unfortunately aren't able to make it for this game. But the sub is coming in as sort of a little super sub in for, say, there we got Eliza on that Omen.
Yeah, hopefully this isn't too impactful. It's a little unfortunate, as I believe Say is also the IGL. Which could definitely be a problem on some of these more macro-heavy maps, like we've got coming up for you, like the Haven, like the Lotus as well. But I'm sure with the fragging power, Eliza will also have an impressive performance.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at this. It looks like it's going to be a crunch or into mid from the side of Scully's. A very fast B.
This is a bit shocking to me, but they're going to just push right on into it. Katana is going to try and delay that somewhat, but it's great for Scullies. They get that plant quickly. Now the problem is that they have to hold it. Now Risu gets flashed away. That's going to be an easy frag. 2 players there, but Mai unable to really capitalize on the back of that. It's flashed themselves as well, but look at that. The defenders make the retake look easy. Neon Blade cut out the heart of Scullies right now. It's just Bobby left, and they get tapped on through. Really nice start for Neon Blade to get that retake going.
Yeah, it was a good idea from the side of Scully's, sort of identifying that on pistol the B side is going to be very weak since the Killjoy isn't going to be able to invest in those nano swarms if she's taking a shield, which realistically most Killjoys do. So they were able to get that B side quite quickly. They were able to get onto the site, but just look at the crunch and the fast retake coming in from Neon Blade here. They just stood no chance at all. They were already on that defuse when there was only 1 player left alive. It was like a 1v4 in that situation. There's not much the solo player of Scully's at the end can do. Maybe if they could gotten themselves into a more comfortable position for the post plan, but the crunch they were trying to get into the A main, into the A link, it just didn't work out for them.
Yeah. Aggression there to try and make sure they get the knives as quickly as possible for Neon Blade here, but Scullies go straight for that B again. It seems to be their option of choice, and they absolutely get the control of the site. The problem is when these dark covers start to dissipate, that's when the problems are really going to start to mount. Right now, a weapon like the Marshal not going to be able to do too much, but that Guardian is going hard, and with the Spectres as well to wrap this one up, it's a good pistol arrowing from the Scullies right now, but it's so little health and so few chances here, and Neon Blade, they just close it out again.
I mean, it was very scrappy. They've only been able to take 2 players away from that. Scully's got bomb plant and 3 kills, so the economy of Neon Blade is going to be quite questionable, although we do have an operator being bought. 3rd round. Okay, it's been sold. My heart for the side of Neon Blade's economy was a little bit worried, but we are going to be going for sort of a buy for next and making sure they have enough economy to be able to afford that operator in the coming rounds. Just not round 3, guys. Just not round 3, especially if you're only surviving with 2 players.
I'm not going to be able to have too much. I like the fact that we've got the Guardian. I think this is a map that can have a lot of success in. Obviously, you're playing the C site like we're seeing come out here. But a lot of pressure coming onto the A site this time in response, and a good trade 1-for-1, taking Izzy off the board. But that means they do lose a rifle, I believe. No, I don't know if that was exactly what was in Neon Blade. It's right in that player's hand. Neon Blade not going to be able to this A site quite so well if all these players collapse on in right now, as there is obviously that weapon advantage. Rika is setting up for it. Look at that! They spot Mai. And they're going to make the push. They start to play a little slower here as Martha not wanting to step through that smoke.
The aftershock missed as well, so Adora's going to be able to stay in that corner quite safe and sound, but they are going to be challenging Bobby here with the spike, not wanting to overextend too much. The rotates haven't come in from Neon Blade though, which is quite nice to see since they have the Omen from the side of Scully is having a little bit more of an explore towards mid. And they're making sure that they're not overextending in regards to the rotate. Still have that Omen over towards the C site, but it's going to be a pop out onto A soon.
Adora sitting behind this smoke. Good spray coming in here from Mai. Allows them to distract and lets Adora go to town. Mai gives that space, gives a chance, but Adora still falls. They'll have to slip away into those smokes right there. Good usage of the paranoia, but no one able to capitalize just yet. Katana is trying to wait, hold their ground. But right now, Neon Blade, they're just not being contested. Scullies cannot step forward. The presence check here from Mai does mean that they know exactly where at least one of these players is. One steps forward and right into the waiting arms of said Mai. And Neon Blade, they moved to 3.
Yeah, and it was just the great playing and positioning. They repositioned with that sort of chunky smoke, if you want to say towards short. The way it was able to come out a little bit more onto sight on purpose, that the May was able to play behind it, Adora, sorry, was able to play it behind it, sort of play an anti-flash if they were flashing out of short, and just lovely jiggle peeks there. And then the rotates come in, so it's just sort of the support ecosystem. They're not rotating too soon, but as soon as the time gets down to that certain point where they're going to have to commit, otherwise they're not going to be able to get a bomb down onto A or B, the rotates have come in instantly, and well, the backup system, the support system from Neonblade has been superb so far.
Yeah, I'm really impressed, especially since they're lacking in IGL right now. This is very impressive from them, the fact that they've been able to communicate so effectively, but it shows that the core of this team really is on the same page. Smoke goes in, but there's a player very far up there. Spicy Martha might be able to find a lot, but it's Martha who finds that first frag onto Adora. Liza waiting on the site right now, going to be able to teleport away in the nick of time with just 9 HP.
Should be able to get some sort of heal if they do wait for this retake. Plant is going down, so Scullies should have enough time to get into a comfortable post plant, since they are going to be waiting for this heal. As you can see at the top left, the health bar is just going up gradually as they're rotating back from B, but it doesn't seem like they've taken any sort of aggression the side of Scullies. They're just sitting on site waiting for the retake.
Seekers come through. This is absolutely brilliant usage. So effective here. Can Elisa get a frag? Yes, they can. As the rest of the team storms on in. And Mizzy, oh my lord. Really impressive on this breach, as you highlighted before.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the star players for me from the side of Neonblade, but just looking at the retakes, it was just so well executed. The utility was there. We've had some aftershocks kills. We've had blind kills since the players... Any player that they were peeking, there was something going on to distract them, whether that was a blind, a paranoia, an aftershock. So the combination of utility from the side of Neonblade has been really nice as well. Scullies, on the other hand, they were able to get onto the side. They were able to push Eliza back. Yes, they did lose one in the process, but they had lesser guns. So if they can get sort of that kind of showing towards C when they have the main rifles, I want to see some more of an proactive post plan, since they were all just waiting for them to come back onto site. Yes, it's kind of hard to take some space when you have those sheriffs only, but I really want to see what they can do with these rifles.
Yeah, it feels like when they're not proactive enough, we see what happened on the B site, right? Where they were waiting, they got hit by utility, and then from there, it was all downhill, frankly. Because to try and keep people back right now, spray through to try and get some damage, but nothing just yet from either side, as Martha is up quite far, but chooses not to really encroach too hard on that one. And I like a slightly slower style from Scullies here.
I love this towards A. You have the jet posted with the operator, I believe, in hand holding that cross. Allows for a double up in A lane. This is going to be such a surprise for Lisa if she piece into this. And there you go, Mizzy there, with the help of the Trailblazer, gets the information and the kill onto Lissy there. Now they're down count for a player.
Certainly think they can.
Cover going out.
Still got a player waiting up in garage right now. Do Neonblade, but with the smoke.
Oh, the
they're able
timing.
to cover it, and this is brilliant from Itza, but loses the duel. The Rolling Thunder to clear, but actually doesn't really land onto anyone. No one remaining on that site, but at least helps them make sure it's cleared. As Katana tries to get the drop on them, they are dropped instead, and Scully's now with a player advantage. A flash that is good and could maybe lead on, but they just don't have the time. They just don't have the space to push on in here. Instead, now the smoke has dissipated. They make their moves, but they lose one as they step on forward. My God, and Scully's in a great position right now. Adora aggressive with the operator, not necessarily going to be the best opportunity for him, but on these long angles it certainly could work. With the shot, the all-important first shot. Can Adora make it happen? No, they can't. Martha shuts it down and shuts him out.
A really nice round from Scullies. The individual plays that you saw, you had the Omen pick towards long. Winning that gunfight is so crucial since, well, she was on her own long with the bomb. If that gunfight went any other way, then it would have been sort of Scully's round to lose realistically. But Rika does come on top there, besting Eliza on the opposition Omen, and a round on the board for Scullies. Yeah,
really nice of them to finally get one on the board, obviously. But a lot invested in that round. Obviously, the Rolling Thunder invested. Decent number of players still going down. And Neonblade's economy, on the other hand, is still sitting pretty, frankly.
Yep, we're back into sort of a default side from Scullies. It was nice to see what they were doing with it last round. They weren't over-committing towards A. But you have the operator now posted on C, which is going to allow for the fast rotates again from the Omen and the Sky, this time rather than the Breach. But Killjoy's setup is on A, could cause a crux in the plan of Scullies for this all-out exec.
Could. To get control of the site here, but there's still a lot of, well, utility waiting here. You can see the Nanostorm sitting around, does get sprayed out, will get popped to try and deny. So trying to buy a little bit of time. Decent number of ultimates to use here. Could drop the lockdown. Looks like they're going to step for it. They do indeed, as Katana watching that flank, aware that there could be a player going for it, but there isn't anyone at the moment. Scully's not even trying for it. They're going to back off. They're going to play the default positions to try and deal with this. But the Rolling Thunder to cover it alongside 2 players detained as well, and they are gone from this position right now, trying to maybe step up, but with all of these covers, it's going to be so difficult. Spraying on in. Eliza's waiting inside. Oh no, that's a nasty surprise. Runs out of ammo, but has many a friend to help them up. And Neon Blade destroy that round, investing a lot in... Okay, they do get it. I was a little worried for a second there.
It was half. They have plenty of time. I love the combination of utility from the side of Neon Blade there. You have the Killjoy lockdown, you have the jet stick in the half on the plant, but also the way that they use the Rolling Thunder, it wasn't capitalized on in regards for kills, but the amount of delay that they were able to get there. Yes, you have that Killjoy lockdown coming down, but you know that little gap towards long. Rolling Thunder that straight off the bat to make sure sight was clear, no one hiding in sight for the last 1 or 2 seconds of that ultimate, but also clears those players out in long, concusses them. They can't rush back onto sight. So the only players realistically you have to worry about in the first couple of seconds to get that half of the defuse down are the players in lobby, which realistically they can't get there in time.
No, it's so hard for them to really probably have an impact when you use the utility like that. Great combos like that are a big part of why you see both the Killjoy and the Breach on this site. It makes retakes, as we highlighted before, absolutely absolutely insane to try and contest.
Absolutely. We're back onto this default, but a little bit more of a peruse around mid for the side of Scullies. You have Omen and Killjoy holding the extremities, but Neon Blade are getting a bit cheeky with, again, interested in what's going on. And oh, the pick onto Bobby. That is your Sentinel down. And it's going to cause Scullies now to take on this B site.
This A site seems to be a real focus of them, where they try and get this aggression, try and get this control, but after those first 2 rounds, it's just not been working out anywhere near as well for Scullies. Instead, they see 2 players, then there was 1, and Scullies lacking very much in terms of the economy going to be after this.
Definitely going to be lacking a little bit for economy, since Eliza's going to close that out now. I mean, I just want to see... Oh my god, my voice then. I just want to see Scullies get an opening pick. Because realistically, what we're seeing is just the gunfight's going in the way of Neon Blade. And, well, we saw the play towards A lobby. Then we have this Sky Flash. We have the jet pushing as well. So it's not as if these players are winning just on aim. It's the coordination with sort of the pairing buddy. So you'll see Adora play with... the Sky a lot on May, and as soon as Adora's in a position, May completely leaves and then buddies up with the Breach with Mizzy, and it's just that sort of duo play that I'm loving from the side of Neon Blade.
Oh, nice frag, the slick non-committal as well, as Adora dashes away from that one, doesn't have to keep sitting there, doesn't have to get caught. Mai tries to hold it, but Martha with these knives is looking cutting edge right now. So looking for a chance to maybe shut this down a little more, going to step forward, and Adora is actually back on a potential backstab position right now as the rest of the team sets up.
They have to be aware.
No lockdown. They have to know, but they still lose 1, but it'll only be 1. No more than that. They're not going to hemorrhage a couple more of these players in this position, and it is 3 versus 3 as an attacker lockdown this time. They've got to go quick, otherwise they are not going to have enough time. Eliza wants to step forward, but gets caught as Rika is covering the angle, and too many players, too little time, as Mizzy wants to try and contest this, but is going to have to run away and even gets detained. That is a disaster.
Is it going to be a 9th kill coming out? Let's not do... Oh! Rika doesn't even hunt for it?
No, I mean, that's a bit of a shock, but I guess the idea is that, Neon Blade, they already have insane economy. What really is it going to do?
Yeah, Mizzy's going to lose the gun either way. She's trying to go for an exit frag here, see if she can catch Rika in her back, but unfortunately goes down to the spike. So not giving any ult orbs away to either team here. And, well, it's just going to have to be a reinvestment there.
Yeah, this was really nice from Adora to try and start things off, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. With the aggression from Martha, with the rest of the team moving on in, even with the flank and 2 frags coming from the Jet player as a whole, it wasn't enough. The control was there from Scully's, and this time they didn't cede it by overextending, or being caught in positions where the utility was ready to really have a great impact, especially when you're able to take out a player like Mai early on that already cuts those kind of flashes and retake abilities in half.
Yeah, it's going to be a really important round for Scully to win this, as they've lost their loss bonus now, so it's really just the economy is dependent on this round win.
Or Dora gets out, but Elisa certainly does not, as the spray into the smoke is more than enough to get them an advantage here. Scully's looking a little bit like they're starting to cotton on to what Neon Blade are doing right now. And the Rolling Thunder will certainly give them more than enough time to get through to that one. Martha claims another 2. Hot on the heels as well, dashing on into spawn. But alas, there's no one there. It's just 1 remaining, and, well, sorry, 2 remaining. Adora holding this angle with the backup of Millsy here. Can they make this aggression work out for them right now? The operator in hand is obviously not the best weapon for this kind of situation, especially when you're vulnerable. Does have the knives if they wanted to pop it, but with Mizzy down, I think very sensibly, Neon Blade and Adora decide to back off.
Going, seeing if we can get any exit frags towards long, but, well, Scullies are well to aware of the operator now, not wanting to take such a long angle peek. But from the side of Scullies, I love the aggression. This is why I want the proactiveness from the side of Scullies in their post-plant situations. Yes, they've got sight. Yes, they've got that opening pick, thankfully, onto that Omen, which we've been seeing sort of a bit of a lackluster from them, from the side of Scullies. But look, this play, taking that Rolling Thunder into spawn, ensuring that they have so much space, allows Bobby then to just sit on B and sort of play a 3-angle crossfire. 1 from B, 1 from CT, and 1 on C. It allows, well, no one is getting anywhere realistically in that retake.
Yeah, I mean, it was a brilliant usage. I loved the Rolling Thunder and how aggressive it was to try and just make sure they have that advantage, because you were asking for this before as well, weren't you? You were saying, hey, I want to see Scullies be more proactive in that, and, well, with them succeeding in it, it's great advice, certainly.
That is a first pick going in the way of Neon Blade. Traded back out by Scullies, but, well, Adora has something else to say about it. The operator coming up, the knives invested. A little bit of chip damage done onto Spicy Muffin from the side of Scullies, but nothing too detrimental for the well-being.
Oh, Adora would have been caught in a difficult position. Swaps over to the rifle now. Is not in such a bad spot with the flash coming on in. Tries to hold their ground, but Bobby manages to get it working, and Scullies, they take control. They've got it now, and you can see the rest of these players stepping on in. The backstab coming in here from Katana. This is going to be really good for them. Hits the shot a little bit worrisome for a second there, with Eliza as well on this position. You know exactly this is going to be coming. And Bobby manages to make it out, even drops the Nanoswarm grenade in here to try and get some kind of advantage, but Katana slips on in, goes on the DQs, will get that half, will get the full. They're not going to make it in time, and that is going to be brilliant. Even though you get the frag, you lose the round.
Yeah, the repositioning there from Bobby. It would have been great if that molly did stop them from coming out of short, but, well, the killjoy of the opposition was just like, do you know what? You can have your molly. I'm just going to go and stick that bomb, and that's exactly what she did. And, well, Katana securing another round, the 7th round on the board now for Neon Blade on their defensive side of Haven.
Big shout out to Adora as well for finding one of those initial frags and also buying so much time for Neon Blade to allow that backstab to come in from Katana, make sure that spike doesn't go down quite so quickly so that the pinch could really come on through. I know it didn't quite work out exactly as they wanted to, Eliza going down there, but still gave Katana the space to make that play out.
Yeah, I'm just really interested into, well, just watching Neon Blade play. They have some of the highest rated players in this tournament so far, and it's exactly proving why. But Eliza's just playing Ring Around of Roses with these guys, not getting a single pick, but the amount of time and information gained is going to allow for the fast rotates you see from the Sky and Adora.
Cheers. Rest of the team positioned pretty defensively, while 2 remain on site for Scullies here. Understanding they've got that long control, might as well make it happen, especially when you know that there's something like this lockdown.
They're using the...
On through. Yeah, I think this Hotness Fury is a bit... I mean, it's decent. It gets rid of the lockdown. It means that you can still have Rika sitting on the back here, but it does mean that they likely know that there's a player there. Neon Blade have numbers even right now, so they can definitely contest this one where they're at, but the time is certainly ticking away, especially with that Tremor coming on through to try and contest it.
Everyone's stunned.
Range, but as you say, with the stun, I mean, you just can't hit those shots, unfortunately.
It is a round win from the side of Scullies, but an expensive one at that. You're using a Hunter's Fury to destroy a lockdown, which realistically would only affect one of your players. But either way, we're coming into the last round of the half now, so that's not going to be available to them. Although I want to see what ults are. They do still have the Killjoy lockdown, so we're possibly going to be seeing sort of an A play since they are stacked out towards a lobby, getting that lockdown invested, since there's nothing from the side of Neon Blade to stop it per se, although we do have that Breach Rolling Thunder for a retake. So it'd be interesting to see how Neon Blade approach the retake after getting pushed off site with the Killjoy lockdown. Oh, Judge. Oh no.
Oh no. Managed to sneak through there as well. Oh no, actually did get spotted. They do throw a lot of utility in there to try and deny that. Must have seen it at the last second. Martha's up quite far here alone, but no one's really going to be able to punish that. There will be backup coming shortly. And a very A-centric push right now for Scullies. They're not in a great position to push away from this.
Yeah, and look at the Mizzy's position down, push down under window in mid. She's going to have so much information if they do decide to rotate after finalizes Judge. This is such an awful angle as well for the side of Scullies to clear if they're not going to invest so much util in this.
Oh, good first frag, taking out Eliza, does mean they can start to push on in. And the fact that that Killjoy utility does very little here. Katana doesn't land the shots uncharacteristically here. And now this site is going to be very much in control, especially with the lockdown. It's going to make things exceptionally difficult for Neon Blade with a player deficiency right now. Got access to the Trailblazer, and even well, got a little bit of healing if someone needed it, but it's going to be my making sure, checking. I don't think they saw anyone downstairs, but they will check for it anyway. They get the spray down, the flash gives them more than enough space, but the problem is no one else had any space, and now Mai has to, well, defeat 3 more players, and it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, she had the whole world in front of her to conquer there for that retake, but it's just interesting to see the approach that we had towards the A side. We had lovely position from Mizzy in mid, but the Rolling Thunder was used as a delay tactic, I believe, instead of more of aggression from the side of Neon Blades. It was used towards short at the mid round just before the exec came out. And unfortunately, like you said, Katana's not going to be able to do much on that one side, all on her lonesome in that 1v5 situation, basically just with her Killjoy utility. And, well, me, myself, and I basically was the situation she was in. And for any Killjoy player or hard anchor, whether that's in CSGO or in Valorant, is not a fun time, especially when you're just getting absolutely convolved on from left, right, and centre.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so many players you can take down in some of these rounds. Sure, the ace can come, but it's not so likely. Dora stepping forward, looking to be the ace for the team and try and get that first chance. But it's Mai who strikes first, and again, Neon Blade acting as those duos really effectively that you highlighted in that first half. It's definitely going well for them. They get spiked down. No B rush like we saw from Scullies. This time they're just going to be happy with this control. And with a dark cover, they're going to be able to kind of wait for that to disappear. Sorry, or dissipate, and control long as well with these ghosts that are certainly going to be effective right now. Look at that, trying to jump peek for some information, but with Mizzy down as well. That doesn't mean garage is now open. You have to worry about all these different angles. They're going to collapse on you right now. Martha gets a frag trade to 1-for-1. He even takes down a Dora too. And with that dark cover covering it, it's going to be a problem. But with the players in garage, they've moved on over. They've tried to contest it from a different angle, and it's worked wonders for them. Good tap away. Knows they're pressing away on that spike, and they will finish it off in a great round for Neon Blade.
Yeah, just stopping that defuse coming in with a spray through the smoke. Got a little bit worried then when Katana only had that 1 bullet left, but Eliza behind her with the spray through the smoke, ensuring the round is closed out. And, well, that's both pistols now picked up for Neon Blade. Let's see if they can have sort of a hit the ground running again like they did before. They had a 4-0 lead at the start of the first half. See if they can get this conversion and then also win out the bonus afterwards. So going for quite a strong buy actually with the 3 rifles, 1 Vandal and 2 Bulldogs. If they can carry these over into the next round as well, it would be so strong for them.
Certainly would be. They've got to make sure they don't lose any of these players, and with Martha getting flashed like that, that's exactly the kind of situation you need. You lose one, with Rika gets some great pistol work done, but it's only one that Scully's managed to take away.
Yeah, and there you go. Most weapons, the stronger weapons, are going to be carried forward. I think they only lost a Spectre in all of that, possibly. But again, you got those 2 Bulldogs, you got a Vandal and a Spectre ready for the side of Neon Blade. And since they're going on their attack, this is looking a lot more favourable for them compared to trying to convert the 3rd round on their defence. You can have all your players in one place and play the trade game basically, since realistically you're not going to have more than 2 or 3 players stacked towards the site, including that fast rotate that you can see from Spicy Muffin.
Yeah, a lot of focus on A-Long here, and because of that smoke, they're already bringing in that fast rotate you were saying for, even bringing in another in the Killjoy right now. Scully's very, very happy to try and deny this one, and it looks like it's going to be a big commit from Neon Blade here, and as a result, this is going to be perfect for them. They get a good couple of frags, they shut down this push before it really even happens, and Eliza, I think, very sensibly has to back off here.
It's still a 2v3, and the health on Martha on the side of Scully's on that Jet is not looking that strong. So if they can get maybe a Nano Swarm, if there's one available.
Spike down A.
She does pick up one for herself, even on that low HP. Putting down that Omen player and picking up the final in the round. That's 4 for herself there on that sort of anti-bonus round, and well, very well played from the side of Scully's, getting up the round differential back to a 3. And just look at the scoreboard, Martha is having a whale of a time against this team.
Yeah, really impressive performance as well. Was just showing us some fantastic entries as well when they were playing on the attacking side to try and lead them towards a couple of those rounds. And I just love how dynamic they've been playing, and the support has also been there to really highlight that. You've been seeing the rest of Scully's kind of providing towards that. In particular, the Omen has been kind of sitting around providing those smokes where necessary and allowing that kind of dynamic play to be a little bit more safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does seem that these players are favouring towards mid, taking the duel. Dora finding Spicy Muffin there. Not too much damage is going to get healed up by the regrowth of the sky. But there you go. That is the first kill again in the way of Neon Blade. Katana taking our Lisu down towards that. See, that's your information gatherer off the boards.
Martha getting very aggressive here, and I like the fact that they're trying for things like this, but Scullies do get punished. And I like the fact that we've seen these teams both succeed when they play a more neutral, a more open start on this attacking side, and now they've got so much control that they're really just able to make it work. But Muffin manages to get 2, bringing it down to just 2 from Neon Blade.
And she's going to be fast pushing this if she can get that kill on short. Oh, unfortunately, it is the Omen player. Not the Omen player, sorry. The Killjoy player that goes down in that situation. She was able to isolate those 1v1s, but unfortunately, rushing out of spawn, ready in the face of the player that's been short, waiting for this push to come out, is never going to go in favour, unless possibly you have some sort of tens aim in that moment. But going into this, looks like we're having a little bit of a tech pause. Lucy looks like she has a little bit of connection issues. But just talking about the game so far, we're 10-6. There's a 4-round differential. So it is anyone's game, realistically, if Scullies can get a gun round and push Neon Blade on the back foot on the economy level. Since if you can see, they're not that rich in regards. You have 2 players below 1,000 creds. And it's going to be 3 once Adora does buy.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't managed to have the same kind of success we saw in those first 4 rounds on the previous half, where they managed to get a massive econ bonus kind of going forward. They dropped very few players, won 4 rounds in a row. The one stop that Scully's managed to get in round 3 has meant a lot for that econ. But, notably, going to be a lot of ultimates ready very soon. Adora has access to knives in just 1. Mai very close to those Seekers. And you already see that Alyssa and Katana have those ready for kind of post-plant situations.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, just highlighting some of the players on Scullies. Martha is absolutely popping off right now. 21 and 13 on that Jet. Let's see if she can get a few more entries for her team, like she's been doing a great job so far. Beside the Neon Blade, everyone seems to be around. There's only a 4 kill difference between the top and the bottom of the leaderboard there. It's just so nice to see how well Neon Blade are as a general consensus across the team. They're not relying on one specific player or players to pop off or to get these entry kills. Everyone across the board's having a little bit of a go at it. Everyone's got their hands in the cookie basket from the side of Neon Blade, all with the kills, all with the entry frags, and also some of the clutches have been insane.
Yeah, it's really good to see a team operating on the same axis. Again, I would like to point out that Neon Blade have managed to do this with their IGL swapped out, and I think it really is a testament to a team. How can they withstand issues like this if someone, is ill or caught in an airport in this scenario? They're still showing some fantastic performance, and I think that demonstrates their class more than anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. But obviously, Scullies are still putting up a good job as well.
Yep.
It does seem like they got off onto the wrong foot at the start of the first half. They were 4-0 down, but bringing it back to a 7-5 half of them isn't that bad. And when we're going into this now, like I said before, it is really still anyone's game if they can get sort of 1 or 2 gun round wins. So the one, maybe not necessarily the one now, since Lissu is down on a luck in regards to economy along with Spicy Muffin, but if they can get some of these crucial rounds in the next 3 or 4 before they Neon Blade gets onto match point, they can break the economy from the side of Neon Blade, and especially since they're on the attacker side, if they can stop them getting these plants, that will be even more important for them when it comes down to really just chipping away at the economy. If they can keep their players alive, stop Neon Blade getting these plants, it will be so good for Scullies to get back into this game and get back into this map.
Yeah. And I think if you can really leverage the kind of aggression that we've seen from Martha effectively, obviously you can't just use it on its own. We saw what happened when Neon Blade were just ready, willing to play a more default position and make it work. But if you can get Martha still to kind of find those opportunities, find those initial picks, you can really cut out the momentum from Neon Blade. You can deny one of those players from making it onto the site in the first place, and if it's someone key, like, let's say, for example, the Killjoy or one of the Initiators, it means they're going to lack a lot when it comes to that post-spawn. Obviously, Eliza would be perfect, but you can't always get that exact player that you want to be able to take down. But with access to the amount of power that they have in Martha, they should be able to kind of get an advantage early on and then, well, take it all the way to the bank.
Imagine if Deadlock's ult was like, okay, I'm going to pick this specific agent, not even in a sort of AoE area. I'm just like, okay, eeny, meeny, miny, okay, the Omen, right at the start of the round, I'm just going to lock the Omen in. Imagine if that was how it worked. That would be absolutely broken. But like you said, it'd be great if they could take the smokes off the board, or probably Killjoy, like you said, with those mollies for the post plant. If they can get those agents off the board early, then it really does open up for a fast retake in regards to the side of Scullies. But like I said, it's not always going to be the dream boat, especially since you're going to have, well, everyone else taking the first initiatives, especially from the side of Neon Blade. You're expecting the Jet, you're expecting the Sky, you're expecting the Breach, not really your Sentinel players or your smokes.
Yeah. They're going to force them away for now, but that's fine for Neon Blade. They didn't really lose much in that one. They could just commit towards this next site. Obviously have the Omen there, so get those smokes in pretty easy. They didn't lose a thing, but Martha is on the hunt, is on the flank, but the alarm bot unfortunately gives up the idea here. This is a really nice chance for Neon Blade to just push on in as a result and just deal with a lot of these players who just don't have the weapons. Martha still finds that first frag on the flank. One watching. That spike is held back there, so if they don't get this advantage early or quick, this could be a real problem, but Martha falls, and now it's looking like the chances might fall. They need to rush onto this site ASAP. They just need 4 seconds. There's one ring here. Spicy Muffin can't deny, and you hear that plant go down. As much as you desperately wanted to deny, you just darn well can't. And still hitting those shots, and, well, Scully's may be able to pull this back. It could be some pistol magic from the Sheriff here.
And it is just the Sheriff in hand. Although the Rolling Thunder, if she was to invest, it could be, well, very detrimental since both of these players are on site. The flash into CT, gonna have all the information that she is not there. Means Adora can put all of her information to that Heaven jump out and securing that round. But Scully is keeping that Rolling Thunder in pocket now. So for this buy round, it's going to be the all-important one for them now, since it is 11-6. It's versus 13, so if Neon Blade can close out this round, they will be on match point, and then they will be against an Eco Scullies. well, a full spy realistically, but they're only going to have pistols, maybe even some Spectres, maybe a Stinger if they can get into a Bulldog possibly, but it's not going to look good for the side of Scully's economy.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen what they can do with the Sheriff, but as I said, that is magic. That is well, an exception rather than the rule right now. Neon Blade get a lot of control, but that from on top from Martha is absolutely fantastic. This forces out something like the lockdown to really take control of this site. The operator not going to be able to do enough, at least for this position. Tries to go up on into heaven as Rika teleports away, teleports through, but no, it was heard. That's unfortunate, as now there's going to be the plant going down in pretty short order, and Martha just can't quite find the line here with the operator.
Although you do have this Sova from Scully's Lucio on that flank, she's going to be able to get that pick onto Missy, which is going to be the all clear for the side of Scully's on that in the CT to go the Rolling Thunder out, and Martha gets jumped down from heaven, gets a pick onto May, but Kitana is going to get one. Eliza gets another back down to a 2v2, and they know exactly where these players are coming from.
Oh, they still lose out to Eliza here, trading 1-for-1. Spicy Muffin has access to that Vandal now, will be able to pick it up, only 2 shots in it. We'll have to change one up yet again, but with that Nano Swarm sitting there, it could be a real problem. Katana is low, but so is Spicy Muffin here in terms of that shot to the head. It's easy round for Neon Blade, and Katana delivering again.
And, well, we had the first pick coming in for favouring Scully's there, but Neon Blade definitely pushing back with a lot more than Scully's can handle there.
Yeah, a really well played round, honestly, to try and start things off, but that lockdown was just so problematic for the defenders, and Scully's just couldn't really find a way back on through it, and with some great trading, with some great individual power, you talk about the highest rated players from a Neon Blade, and I mean, they're really flexing it here on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, you can see the buy coming out now. You have some Bulldogs, maybe some half armor for Spicy Muffin with that Vandal. Is not going to be the most well-endowed spy from Scully's in regards to they're going to have all the util they want, they're going to have all the shields, they're going to have all the weaponry. It's going to be very much on the back foot from here on out for Scully's.
Yeah, it's especially with the Rolling Thunder with the Seekers, even if they get some econ damage, there's still the knives available. Scully's really do have to work it out for them. I think this timeout is just a little too late, honestly, if you ask me. I know it's only 18 rounds into the game, but it's match point for Neon Blade, right? What are you going to do with that timeout? Maybe mount a miraculous comeback, but if you'd taken it earlier, I think Scully's are certainly a team who, with that momentum break, could have done a lot of work.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe getting it rounds, maybe 2 or 3 gun rounds ago, possibly. But is it going to be a fast play from Neon Blade here with the Seekers invested as well? They're going to see that the B site is absolutely open for the taking.
Dora will be able to get on into that one pretty quick. That dash obviously making short work of any potentially problematic things on the floor. And as a result, Neon Blade will get that spike down and play for this. They haven't played B site yet, so I'm interested to see how it'll go. Dora's just going to move on forward right into this. Concuss not going to work out very well for them at all. This is a trade 1-for-1. Katana does at least get something on the opposite side. They were watching for the flank, but this is really good here. Mai gets caught off guard, and Scully's have exactly the opportunity that they need. They don't know, however, where these Austrian winning players are. Expecting one to be towards mid, but because of the rotate, it's not quite going to work out. They're just holding down on this. This is going to make it happen, and that is a round. Go the ways of Scully's.
I swear they had mollies on that bomb. Maybe it got shot out by the retaking players just before the molly was able to be popped. I loved the repositioning from both of these players, though. Like, you see Killjoy coming in from the garage window. You have the A push as well from Eliza. But it's just unfortunate that the mollies weren't able to get popped since they were shot out. But like I said, it's going to be a long road ahead for Scully's. Again, look at their economy. You have 3 Bulldogs this time, a Guardian, and 1 actual rifle, realistically. You're not going to be counting the Bulldog as one of the strongest weapons in the game, especially against full buys.
Yeah, it's not quite going to have the same impact here. Mike clears a little bit of space for Dora here. Giving them a chance to potentially push forward. With Rika waiting on site, these players who are just so tight and up close here. This is brilliant. Does not spot it because of the flash. Will have heard, but surely they can't do this still. The sprays come through, and Scully's completely got that push there. Neon Blade not looking quite so comfortable in this round.
This is what I'm worried about from the side of Neon Blade. They don't have a reveal initiator. Obviously you have that Skydog, the Trailblazer, sure. But when you're thinking about trying to clear every single angle on site or a large multitude of angles deep into site along with close, you're not going to be able to do that unless you have something like that Fade, something like the Sova, which is why when you do see double initiators, it doesn't tend to be the pairing of Sky and Breach. It tends to be Sova and Breach or Fade and Breach, but May is still going to be giving this a try, being able to get one towards backside. The information of the two remaining players is there though, so it is down to Mizzy in this situation. The Breach that we all know and love, if she can clutch it out and, well, close the first map for Neon Blade.
Well, it's 1 versus 2. Mizzy has certainly been a fragging threat.
I don't think they know she's up.
They don't. Oh, I thought it was going to be 1. The Guardian comes in handy for spicing nothing.
Oh, the timing she got onto site as well. You had Bobby jiggle peeking the long to see if she'd come in. But unfortunately, it isn't the gunfight that she wins out towards backside. A story for another time, possibly, that we may see a Mizzy clutch up that situation on any other day or in another map, which next will be Lotus. So another 3-site map. This time it will be Scully's pick, and Neon Blade again will be starting on that defense.
I'm interested to see exactly what ends up happening there, whether it's a similar story with the kind of coordination of Neon Blade. The Scullies can pull it back. I mean, they've certainly shown us that. I mean, Martha at the very least is absolutely cracked on the sticks as Adora ripped from that one, and now the opposite number gone. Neon Blade going to be lacking the ability to kind of just push onto those sites quite so. I want to say aggressively, but more just that they don't have ways to control space in the same manner. So Neon Blade gonna have to play, I think, a very slow round here. Martha waiting with the Bucky here. This could be very cheeky.
Yeah, also the knives available, but it's the Bucky is the weapon of choice this time. Gonna be able to get out of there quite quickly. And it looks like B site's the one that they're going to be ending up. If they can get this kill onto Bobby, it might be open, but it is Bobby that shuts down the opposition Killjoy. Getting the plant in though. So a little bit more money going into the next round, so they are going to be able to full buy all the utilities, everything that they want. May taking some initiative though with a Vandal in hand, but Bobby, the run and gun blind, is just too much for May to handle, and Mizzy left alone in that 1v5 situation. It's not going to be very fruitful for her.
Really nice execute on the whole from Scully's on that retake. I mean, they had such a player advantage that it was pretty effortless, and that was all off the back of, frankly, Martha for 2 of them, and then as soon as the fact that Bobby gets away from that position, I thought the fact that they were holding backside, I'm like, oh, this is great for them, and maybe running away wouldn't have been exactly it, but they still found the frag, and from there it was pretty easy control. Now, I was talking about the ultimate economy, I was talking about the economy as a whole. Obviously, if they lose the round, it doesn't really matter for Scullies anyway, but their weapons are now absolutely fine. They've got access to all the ultimates you could pretty much ask for outside of those knives, and, I mean, they're absolutely rolling in it.
Yeah, and well, Neon Blade's going to be on a full buy again now. But it is Bobby that's going to be posted up towards long, almost boasting 30 frags, currently 28 kills to her name. Looking to make it more. A little bit of chip damage taken. And no heals available for the side of Scully, so she's going to be down on her luck in regards to health for the rest of the round. But Neon Blade aren't committing yet. Are still holding for any pushes towards mid, towards C. And it's just taking space towards A long, seeing if they can pull any sort of aggression from any other part of the map. Although it is the breach actually towards C, interesting enough to see if a fast exec does come towards A, it should be favourable for them for any sort of delay utility, as they might just be playing for this Killjoy lockdown and breach Rolling Thunder for the retake.
They might. If Dark Cover here cuts off some of these players, Seeker's going to go out here for Neon Blade. They definitely want to be investing something here to try and get this control. It's going to be the lockdown from the defenders instead. Pulled out very, very early here. And Azora sprayed through. That's brilliant for Lisu here. They'll even be able to get outside of that lockdown.
But it's her lock.
Yeah, I was sorry, I was very confused for a second there. Will be a player detained, but not much in terms of capitalization off the back of it. And is he going to be able to Maybe get out of here. They just don't
They have
the
to
time.
12 seconds. They're gonna have to save.
10 seconds left.
It looks like that's the call that's come out. They haven't got necessarily the funds to carry on pushing, to carry on, well, seeing what the matter is, especially since now they know how many players are on that site and the timing is just not there for them.
Yeah. Really nicely played by Scullies again, shutting that down completely. And, you know, I was talking about this comeback and I was, you know, in very uncertain terms. I was like, it'd have to be something absolutely magical. But now the shoe is on the other foot. It's Neon Blade, who I think very sensibly are calling the timeout here. They want to be able to kind of break this down, figure out exactly what's going on. They only need one. But Scullies are making that one the most hard-fought thing so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just looking at the comp, I think after this timeout, we're going to see some fast play towards mid, possibly Garage to see, since that's really, for me, seeing the comp that they have, you have that Sky and the Breed as your only initiators. You don't have like a recon dart or a reveal from the Fade. So realistically, the best place that you can gain information and actually gain ground and useful ground to be able to pivot XX off would be in Garage. So if you can get into Garage with the Trailblazer, get up into window, possibly even with the dog, and then have that convulsion out onto the C site and just really catch those defenders off guard with the pace, I think that's going to be so important for Neon Blade. And then again, you have the Sova and Breach ult for the retakes. You need to make sure the post plans are sound, which realistically for them, the only place I've seen them being able to get any sort of comfortable positionings from the post plan would be on C. So if we can get a fast Garage push towards mid to late rounds, it'll be very good for them if they can pull some people from C or B over towards A at the start of the round.
Question is it Scullies again at the start of the round, finding a frag with something like Martha? Their aggression. They're not going for any aggression this time, but still going for some of those cheeky plays, playing from on high. And I like the fact that they're willing to try and go for these things which can net them advantages, as otherwise Neon Blade, when it comes down to just default play, it's been all them. Dark cover goes out to maybe cover the cross and provide some sort of uncertainty here, as it's Adora pushing on in, getting control for the team, this time not taking off right away.
They need to clear back sides.
Yeah, they do desperately. You know, there's players there. The flash is coming on through, and that's brilliant for the side of Neon Blade. They have the lockdown. They have access to a little bit more in terms of that utility, but have lacked a decent bit in terms of things like the breach. And with Mizzy gone, now they're definitely not going to have access to that one. So we'll be able to regen some of those flashes coming through from the sky. Elisa is on the flank here, going to get a paranoia that is going to go huge, get at least one frag hit, gets flashed back, but the time is being bought. The lockdown's going on through. They are winning through on this one. Neon Blade in such control right now, and Bobby just cannot look for a chance to step on forward in the way they want to. Now, finally, with the lockdown gone, they can deal with the Lysa, and they can start to make their move. Player advantage is now in favor of the side of Neon Blade, and they shut it down and stop Scullies before they make that comeback.
Yeah, it's an interesting round to do it on. It was the C plate, so I guess I called something right, but it was sort of a fake as well towards A with the Sky Trailblazer there rather than going through for a Garage split. But when it comes into that postman, I love the investment of From the Shadows from Eliza into the spawn with the paranoia as well, since, well, she wasn't part of the main site. Actually, she was part of the fake, so she had all the util available to her, TPing into spawn there and, well, just buying so much time. Like you said, yes, they did deal with it eventually, but one, they lost a player doing it. Two, they lost so much time. Three, they lost so much utility, which then meant for the players in long, with that Killjoy lockdown coming through with the time, and then the player deep long, there's not much really that you can do in that situation. You don't have time for days. That's the one thing that the players, they were lacking towards the end in that retake. And, well, that is the first map now going to Neon Blade. They still have not dropped a map yet in this tournament.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to Neon Blade's map pick coming up next in Lotus, which is a similar style of map, obviously, in that 3 site, with a couple of important changes, especially in terms of those agents and what exactly we're going to see there. Looking forward to seeing exactly what they bring out in terms of that one. Is there anything special we should be expecting?
But on Lotus, I want to see Chamber. Honestly, that's, I think, like, on it, I've missed Viper from Breeze and Icebox, and then they killed my poor Chamber, and then like it's just so upsetting. They're killing the game the game that I played, right? I might not be the Raze double satcheling game, but I was that Viper, I was that Chamber, man, and well, they've taken out those things. But Lotus is still a map that it can be viable and can be very, very good, especially with the TPs that you can play with the rendezvous towards A site and then the tour de force on those really, really long angles. But we'll have to wait and see who we're going to be seeing on Lotus, since we are going to be going to a quick 5-minute break. But we will be back with Lotus action and possibly a chamber.
Player standing. One enemy remaining. Oops. One enemy. Last. One enemy. Player standing.
Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high,
Hello everybody and welcome back to Birds of Prey 6, brought to you by the Goose House. We are still here for the upper bracket finals, and what a first game we have between Neon Blade and Scullies.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a barn burner of a game. We saw, a very nice lead at the very start of the first half, and then, Scully's brought that back to a 7-5, and, when we went into the second half of that map, then, we all know how that ended. Neon Blade on top, but Scully's definitely had something to say about it on Haven, which was their map pick. So unfortunately, they'll be going into Lotus on a little bit of a back foot. It is going to be Neon Blade's map pick there, so interesting to see if they have anything up their sleeves for this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a map that they've been playing. I mean, we've seen it throughout this tournament. It's been, we saw it in the previous tournament as well that was super popular, and I think a lot of teams have been picking it up in their wheelhouse. It's really fun and interesting to play, and I think, as a result, a lot of teams have really resonated with it.
Yeah, the only concern that I have so far is that Scullies haven't actually fielded this map yet in this tournament. They have in Contenders, the most recent Contenders, which they played against... AEX1 Nova, if I remember correctly, was the last time that they actually fielded this map. So when we're coming into this, I really am favouring Neon Blade. Unless Scully's starting on the defense, on the attack, can come out with something heavy hitting.
Yeah, I think they're definitely going to need to come out swinging. They showed some great performances. In particular, obviously, Martha with some absolutely bomb fragging coming through from that player. I want to see more of that, obviously, but how much are you going to be able to do on a map that's not necessarily so comfortable? I think it's a map where you could definitely have an individual player have a major impact again, but even that wasn't enough to push them across the line. I think they need to really rally themselves and come together just a little bit more, because I think that was really the height of power for Neon Blade, was when everyone was firing on all cylinders. The 5 really looked as a unit.
Yeah, absolutely, and when... realistically, you're looking at that scoreboard, yes, there was a bit of a disparity from the top to the bottom from the side of Scully's, but especially pulling out Martha. She had 6 Fizz Bloods, rivaling that of Adora as well on 6, but the impact she was able to get with the amount of multi-kills, she was on 28 frags. That is just absolutely insane when you're talking about what you're expecting from your Jet player, along with getting those First Bloods, getting those multi-kills, and getting the space when we saw them on their attacking half, but especially on the defensive. The amount of times they were able to, not just Martha, but Spicy Muffin as well with utility, along with Rika and Bobby and Listu, they were able to really crank down on how much space that they were giving Neon Blade at the start. So if they can do something like that similarly on their attack, they're in for a world of trouble.
Yeah, I think especially since now they've had time to really mentally adjust for it, and now they're going to this map and they're thinking, okay, this was one of the biggest pain points for us in map 1. What can we do to shut it down? You have to expect them to come out swinging with that, especially a team who is as coordinated and as clever as Neon Blade.
Yeah, and talking about Neon Blades, the attack is definitely going to be lackluster in general, especially on Haven when you are running the Sky Breach, when you're not having that reveal initiator. But when you're talking about coming onto Lotus, that problem isn't really a problem anymore, because realistically, when you're getting into the spaces, a flash is just as good as a recon dart when you're talking about A-Long getting that first peak. But especially when you're talking about clearing tree, clearing into a site, or even going onto the C-bomb site, it is very useful then to have that Trailblazer, to have the Sky Dog going in to be able to face check basically these angles, compared to that of a Sova Drone, which can be clunky in those situations, or even the Arrow, which in that situation you do want to be favouring that Sky pick. So when we're going into this, I think we're going to see a lot more from Neon Blade's attack than we did on Haven, just given how well the Sky actually works on that map compared to Haven.
No, I mean, I completely agree with you. I think the fact that they were going for something that was able to play those kind of micro contact plays more, as well, suits the way the team was playing, especially with, we were talking about the 5 working in unison, and there was certainly some of that to an extent. They definitely made some great macro calls, but especially kind of playing as a duo, it felt like Adora and also her catcher in Mizzy, kind of bringing some backup support for that one. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that happen here on this map, because I think it's one where Adora on this Raze can continue to have that kind of impact.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if Martha can have a similar impact on the Rays as she has had on that Jet previously. But Spice having hovering that Viper, and now it's locked in. This is going to be very interesting. I'm quite excited to see how the double smoke is going to work out for the side of Scullies, which realistically, from the side of Neon Blade, they're going to be fielding a similar comp that they have previously. It may most likely going to be on that Sky.
Yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Could have that chamber again that you were talking about before. I mean, I like the chamber. I like the Killjoy either here. I don't really mind which one you pick up. I think it's what you're comfortable on. If Katana is comfortable on this chamber, go for it. Absolutely.
Yeah, it is a different sort of roster than last time they fielded this yesterday, since they had Sunkissed on the Rays, you had Mizzy on the Breach, you had Say on the Astra, you have Ferb on the Killjoy, and then May on the Sky, which that's a little bit different to the roster that we've got now, but the similar agents are going to be key there. You have the Rays, the Sky, and the Breach. Those are the ones that you realistically aren't going to be seeing a massive change from the side of Neon Blade, but you have the Omen and the Chamber quite easily switched out for the Killjoy and the Astra.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, we've got a pretty interesting set of comps on both sides. Obviously, bringing up the Viper, reminding you of well, times gone by as well, alongside that chamber. So I actually really like the Viper on this map. I think the only problem with is it can be a little bit awkward because there's 3 sites. Obviously, you don't hit the B and C site quite as often necessarily. You often put a lot of that utility, but you've got to be very careful with your Viper utility, because obviously, as we know, once it's down, and particularly that wall, which can be so effective, but obviously not so flexible.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's why you see some of the pro teams in VCT use Harbour on this map, which is another interesting pick per se in regards to regeneration of smokes, well, walls, I suppose, along with how you can bend that wall again. So it'd be interesting to see, like you said, how they actually invest this Viper's wall. We do see it already down as sort of a lurk wall, similar to that you'd see possibly on Bind, that what you'd expect from a Viper, how they would play on Bind as that sort of sentinel and lurk role, while the Killjoy will stay with the rest of the pack.
They will. Door up. Going to be able to deny some push forward, at least initially, with those paint shells, as 3 players from Neon Blade up to the task of pushing forward aggressively on this C site. They really want to test this one. Goes away for a second. Sheriff does manage to net 1, but they trade right back and forward. And look at that aggression from the side of Scullies as they take over this C site.
And it is down to the Omen. Oh, she's walked through, but the right click is going to be good for 1. And Bobby from behind. Now it's all down to Katana.
Be spiked down, and as you said, Katana, with their work cut out for them. I mean, we've seen this happen a couple of times, and certainly on the chamber you can find these clutch moments, but it's going to be easier said than done.
4 headhunters, 3 players. It is doable if these headshots are hit. First miss shot, the paranoia in, the stun, and well, Bobby in the face of Katana there. A good round to start with off for Scullies. It's the only pistol they've actually won so far this series, losing both on Haven. And, well, if they picked up maybe one, it could have been a completely different story in that scoreline there, since realistically you're talking about the pistol, you're then talking about the buy round and then the bonus. So that's 2 rounds that have already been written realistically in your favor if you are able to get that pistol, and possibly even a third that we saw similar to Neon Blade able to close out the conversion of the bonus. So good start for Scullies into this match. Definitely a better pace since they're going to be going for a fast A, but look at the pushes from Neon Blades. They've taken C, they've taken B. They know the only place that these players can be left is A.
Yeah, and oh boy, are they on A. They absolutely sent it full way down. Invested a lot of utility, sure, to make sure they got on for certain, but they got complete control almost instantaneously, and it's going to leave Neon Blade in a very difficult position if they try and make this happen. Information given away, Satchel to try and keep them at bay, as Martha is looking for a chance to have a performance like we saw from before. The flash is well timed and doesn't manage to escape, but no one is there to punish. However, the shots from Katana are absolutely here. Changes to pistol, goes to the hunt, wants to finish it with the classic, does indeed. indeed. I know it's 2 versus 2. I mean, they're not going to be able to upgrade their weapons. That's the only real big problem here. But Neon Blade finding a lot more frags than I think Scully's had bargained for. Be able to pick that up has the Spectre now, but the time is absolutely not on the side of the spray. Certainly isn't either, as Mizzy looks at this one and goes, okay, well, it's time to just make sure we at least reset that cache.
Yeah, and the amount of kills they're able to get. Mizzy picking up the kill onto Bobby just before the spike radius takes her out. So it's only one surviving member. It's Martha for the side of Scully's. Is the only one who's going to be able to hold on to her life here. But the shots from Eliza and Katana there, lovely shots with the pistol, and then Mizzy with the Sheriff, not allowing Bobby to escape through that door there. But it is still a round on the board for Scully's.
Yeah, some great damage coming through from Neon Blade, all things considered. They did not invest a lot in that round, whereas Scully's
They're forcing
obviously...
up.
Yeah, that's surprising to see from me. Maybe thinking because of how much econ they lost, they might as well make this a win or lose round, right? But Katana in a very aggressive position here, gets one, gets out, and that is the shoot and scoot coming out here from the chamber.
The shoot and scoot. That is an interesting one. I haven't heard that one before, Rogue. But it's the Rolling Thunder that's going to be invested into this side. Eliza gets one. Traded straight back out. But it's still a man advantage in the favour of Neon Blade here. But the health is dwindling. Hopefully with the rotates coming through. No, the Sky's coming from main. So the health is not going to be able to be regen for chamber here. But Spicy Muffin gets one. Traded back out. The bomb is not down yet.
Just, yeah, a lot of time for Neon Blade to set up some chances, but investing some of that utility, not to much avail. Tonight, it's definitely looking for a chance here. Katana just completely stunned up the entirety of that time, waiting for that util to really clear from Scully's instead. And theirs is not likely to regen, but with Katana gone, that's another pressure point taken away, meaning Neon Blade are really going to have to invest both of these players towards the flash. Shows you where those
know they're not
players aren't.
backside.
You must know, but with showing their gun, this means the cross is going to have to be covered here finally with that dark cover. Looking for it. Bobby wants to try and go for it, but
Bomb's not
wary
on
of
site.
these players. I mean, yeah, they're trying to contest it, but Mizzy is just waiting on the other side here. They're going to have to burst through. They're going to have to get this frag. They get both of them. Brilliant here for Neon Blade.
That's such an awful round for Scully's to be trapped in the positions. They had no bomb on site, and as soon as you're trying to get that Sky up onto site, you have the players in main, the players in Waterfall as well, being able to cover if the plant was even trying to go down. The only option really they had was to commit to one of the 3 avenues that they had, the CT, Waterfall, and well, main. And they picked Waterfall. Not exactly a bad choice, since it would still be a 2-on-1 in that situation. So they had the information on May being in main, but well, Mizzy definitely had something to say about it, getting both kills as they pushed out that smoke there.
Oh, this nade goes deep, and Adora absolutely domes one of these players. Does give up a rifle. Maybe the aggression from the side of Neon Blade a little miscalculated, unfortunately, there. And as a result, it means Scully's have been able to upgrade these weapons. Their econ that was not in the best of places is now looking a darn sight better. Liza waiting on the other side of this. This could be huge for the judge here. Finds one, but only one.
Only
Missed
one?
the first shot. That is disastrous. And now Neon Blade are completely cut out of this one. This is going to be so difficult.
And it's 6 HP as well, surviving on a breach on Bobby there. But like you said, it's all down to Katana here with the Headhunter. Not much being given, no inch for Katana to really pull out, no threads that Scully's are leaving open. They're all towards tree. What's the worst that can happen? A 3-man collapse? Surely not. But the Vandal is... I mean, the Vandal is picked up. The flash is coming through. Well, they know they don't have to peek. The bomb has not been tapped, but there you go. The final kill coming through there, and now that's 3 on the board for Scully's. And it's just interesting to see, like you said, the aggression is, well, poorly managed per se for the side of Neon Blade. You know they're on a lower buy, and taking realistically your only weapon, since, well, Eliza was on a judge, Katana was, well, gunless realistically. There was only viable with her Headhunter. Taking all your rifles into, well, the arms of the waiting Scullies on the lesser buy, like you said, is just unfortunately miscalculated for the side of Neon Blade. But fortunately for Scullies, they're able to close it out, take those lesser pistols and turn it into, well, the diamonds.
aggression again onto this A site, and it works out a little better for them this time, but not much more as Spicy Muffin shuts that one down. Trying to do something maybe about this Viper wall, feeling like it's a little untenable otherwise, but too many players. Does at least get one onto Martha there, but Neon Blade, I mean, they invested that showstopper. Blah, blah. I am failing on words. Neon Blade investing that ultimate there, and as a result, gonna mostly squander. It's gonna be very hard to get aggressive with it. Do like the fact that I think they're sitting on 3k, so might be able to buy an operator next round anyway.
Yeah, and well, like you said, it's a tour de force. Unless they
That's
can pick
the
up a Vandal, then they're not going to be able to realistically save anything important. They do have a Phantom in hand, should a close range engagement come out. But it doesn't look like they're giving anything. The information will be there with the alarm bot. And then look at this. This Viper, I do like it. I wonder if there's a way to make it cover heaven as well. So see the angles that it goes at? It covers this quick angle for you to cross over into rubble. The angle for retaking from stairs once you've taken site. But if there's a way that they can make it hit heaven as well on the A side, that would be absolutely perfect, honestly.
It would be a pretty broken wall, honestly, taking so much away. But obviously only on that A side, as we talked about before, the rotates could have come on in. And frankly, that's how a lot of these rounds have gone, right? Really passive plays from Scullies. They put down this wall, and then from there, just kind of chill out, wait for Neon Blade to go for something. And the aggression really has not worked out for Neon Blade.
I think it's a little bit of ill-measured aggression. Aggression in the right times, at the right part of the round would be great. But especially since the way Scullies are playing, they know the aggression from Neon Blade has been coming out so many rounds in a row that they just, like you said, they put the wall up and they just wait. Whether they're on an eco, whether they're on a full bite, just let Neon Blade take the space and, well, retake it from them, since from what we've seen, Neon Blade haven't been able to hold on to the space that they take. Especially if they're taking space right at the start of the round. They get pushed back so quickly.
They really do. But this time, Neon Blade not seeding any players early on. And honestly, I think that's a glow up for them, at least in this map. Where they've been,
It's an improvement.
Yeah, I mean, normally playing with 5 players is pretty good. The flash goes in from my there, gets a lot of information showing you that there are some players playing around here. But Scullies could not be committing towards this. They can't full rotate for this.
They have 5
Look at
ults.
the open peeking up at mid here, checking out for something, making sure there's not too much. That's a great paint shells. I don't think it's going to kill. No, it doesn't kill the lockdown here. That's brutal, but it does get Lisu. That showstopper doesn't do it either, and Adora is now on 13 HP. That's a disaster.
What is this lockdown made of? I think it's made of some titanium reinforced steel or something, but it is going to be coming for a fast retake. Neon Blade still holding the man advantage though. But Viper's Pit invested. Eliza down for the count. They do have the Seeker, so they can make this work. It's going to know every single one of these players.
Forces them out, in fact, except for Spicy Muffin, who just goes deeper and deeper into the pool. We get
Oh, no.
out, tries to spray away, but gets taken down. Still, Bobby pops out and pops my. This is brilliant for the side of Scully. They've still got this Viper's Pit to work with, and Bobby is very happy to play. Only slightly more off angle, spins out wide, gets taken down. The spike, sure.
Wait, Viper's Pit doesn't cover the bomb.
Yeah, it does not cover it, but it's more than enough to try and spray away on that final player, and Spicy Muffin makes great usage of the vision denial.
I was so confused then when we had that wide bomb plan, which the Viper's Pit wasn't covering, so they did have to sometimes peek out into those angles with the taps. But like you said, Spicy Muffin was able to stay inside that ult. Oh, this kill is just so unfortunate. What happened with the Killjoy lockdown? You had the paint shells, you had the breach aftershock, and you also had a Raze ultimate invested all just to destroy a ultimate that did not get destroyed.
Yeah.
How?
I'm really shocked. I thought the paint shells would almost kill it if it didn't finish it, and then the rocket, I think, maybe just went too deep, honestly. Sometimes the AoE on that rocket is a little bit deceiving in terms of damage it's going to be able to do. It feels like sometimes it's never, ever enough, but with the rest of the team, again, from Neon Blade, just up so aggressively and forward, I mean, it's surprising to see, but it's working out for them a lot better this time. That's all I can say. Flash forces them backwards. The Rolling Thunder catches Mai, but they just can't push through this effectively. Tries to use the satchel to get forward, but you see the rest of Scullies just piling on into this. Eliza denies, and that's a rifle in hand.
Yeah, and it's great, well, coordination from Eliza pushing out C along with the push on A to get those players caught off guard and, like you said, a grade into this rifle. Being able to pick up one onto Bobby as well, so that's 3 for herself so far, knowing where the last is. The bomb is there, and look at that, a thrifty round for Neon Blade off the back over the aggression in A, paired with the push from C.
That was, honestly, I think that was what Neon Blade were going for most of the time, where they get that advantage, they push the players back and deny the usage of the Viper's Wall, which we obviously know is very effective, and without that, then they have to push onto some of the other sites, which can be a little bit more problematic to hold in the same way, especially when you don't have a Viper's Pit, like we saw before. And finally, it works out for Neon Blade. The problem is their hit rate is not so high.
No, and it is still 2-5. They are in the defensive half, so you could say that this is okay so far. If they can bring it back to possibly a 5... Oh, no. Oh, Rika, that is a bit of an unfortunate place to TP right into the arms over the chamber, over the operator. But Eliza is traded back out. She's back down to a 4v4. Grouping up now towards the C site. That is going to be a free site. So any utility that they expend getting on here is going to be so good for Neon Blade in regards for the retake.
Scully's right now happy with how this one ended up. Getting that site control, no ultimates this time to leverage to really shut this down, as we said before. But I love the fact that we're seeing Martha so aggressively forward in this position while the rest of the team pulls back. Short, no support, but can get away from that position very quickly on the raise. But this pincer from Katana could be more than enough. Just take a knife into the back. No! Still denies Adora, trades 1 for 1 in the end. That's fine for Martha here, providing space, providing some time for their team as Katana tries to lock down some more dangerous angles, but just can't land the shot. Instead, Spicy Muffin picks away these players, and it looks like Scully's holding this down. Look oh so comfortable, and I think very sensibly Katana backs out with the operator.
Yeah, it does always come down to the time and the post plant Scullies have been allowed to get into. Like I said, it was a free C bomb site. The utility that they're expanding is only that of, well, your rechargeable utility from the breach and then also the raised paint shells to really take the site specifically. But then when you're talking about the post plants, it's kind of an awful position for Neon Blade to be in if you let them get comfortable. You have Viper, you have Breach, you have Omen, you have Killjoy. If you allow these players to get comfortable in any sort of post plant, snake bites, concuss, flashes, Killjoy nano swarms, there's nothing that you can realistically do to take onto the site when these players are already comfortable, already in lineup positions, already in the positions behind mound. It's just so hard to be able to clear out the race who's already pushed CT and then also clear out everyone else and also clear out all the utility and also make sure you're not getting flanked. And also making sure there's no one hiding on site. There's so much stuff that they have to do if they're giving Scullies the space to, well, do what they want, right? Yeah. Neon Blade aren't dictating any sort of pace.
Yeah, I mean, to steal a term from security, defense in depth, right? If there's so many layers that they have to peel back, that's absolutely going to take them time, and time is all they needed. And Scully's played off the back of that very, very well here. And honestly, the thing I've been most impressed by them on this attacking half is their ability to defend. So when we're going into the second half, I feel even more confident about this squad.
Yeah, absolutely, and like I said, you have a Viper and a Killjoy, which realistically will be acting as 2 sentinels when you're going onto that defensive half. If they can win out the attacker half, which they basically have already guaranteed a draw, they're going to be very happy going into the defensive half.
Nice shot. Forced away from this one. Again, aggression towards that spawn this time. Gets them a frag and they back out. They don't try to bite off more than they can chew. I think very sensibly from Neon Blade here. That aggression not working out for Elisa this time means that Scullies are going to have that C-site wide open. You could see the rest of Neon Blade going, all right, what do we do about it? Well, we have to give it up. They don't have access to anything for the retake in terms of ultimates, but they still have access to a lot of flashes.
And look at this, the players from Neon Blade haven't even started moving yet. You still have 2 players towards A main, gonna go for this double flank, and hopefully Mizzy along with the chamber player will be doubling up towards Waterfall, sort of having a buddy system. But Rika's gonna have so much information here. If she can get even 1 kill here, it's gonna put such a detriment to the retake, but May comes out on top. That Seek is now online. It's going to hit every single player of Scully since there's only 3 alive, and it's going to be Neon Blade in the advantage.
Stepping on forward. Spicy. Again. In a great position. Holds strong. Takes down Mai. Aware of the other players starting to push on up. Pops the orb. Gets a spray. Takes down 2 more. Exactly what we expect from this player. And I've been so impressed with Spicy Muffin this game. Scullies have really hit the jackpot with this player.
Yeah, absolutely. You've given us a masterclass basically on Viper utility, being able to put that snake bite down. Only really needed to hit a body shot on some of these players since, well, the vulnerability on the utility coming around, and, well, she's boasting a 13 and 4 in regards to kill-death ratio. It's going to be insane when we see her coming into the defensive half, since this is on attack, guys. Remember, Viper's a bit of a sentinel smokes player. When are you expecting to get more kills on the defense? Not necessarily the attack.
Not quite the same. Kind of stepping up, trying to get those frags, but nothing this time. Scully's, again, with the aggression towards C. I always highlight this map as an A-focused map, but well, it seems like Scully's do not really care for that one. Sure, they'll put their wall on it. Sure, they'll execute on it if it's handed to them. But for the most part, they've really been putting the pressure here because it feels like that Neon Blade have had no way to shut it down.
Absolutely not. Rolling Thunder ready to be utilized now. The combination of utility going in.
Oh, Rocket does land from up here. The Showstopper shutting down Elisa, and that means that Scullies can now start to spread out, go a little bit more forward. Martha, however, sent with a parting gift from the player back in on off there. And Mizzy going to be able to at least stay alive as Neon Blade down a player. They can still make this one happen. The health is not looking great for them, especially when Katana goes like that. Brilliant play from the chamber here, and it feels like Spicy Muffin has to work it out for them. This time finds another frag, but it is this Viper's Pit that can make it work oh so well. Even waiting on the outside, not sitting on the in. This is just a free frag here. Moves on in, spots them, gets the spray, and again, Spicy Muffin delivers.
Oh, the fast retake. I loved it. The flash straight after the bomb plant went down. I don't know if you'll show in the replays, but the lovely kills as well from the chamber play on. Yeah, look at this. Katana is absolute masterclass getting these kills towards Waterfall. The lineup there. Lovely trade back from May, but when you're going into a 2v1 situation, the Vipers in the Vipers Pit, you're both split up, and just the teamwork, the synergy just wasn't there for that situation. But Spicy Muffin played that absolutely down to the T, able to isolate the 1v1s, and, well, get another round for Scullies on the board. It's now 8-2. Such a dominant half by them when we were expecting this to come in as a Neon Blade favour, since it is their map pick. But Scullies definitely had something to say about it.
Satchel up. Spike planted.
Oh my. It does seem that it's going in sort of like a 1v1 going onto this site, but
Player standing.
there you go, kill coming back and forth. Still now it's 1v3. They're playing the trade game absolutely perfect, but Katana's going to be able to get one. Cannot drop down onto site. 2 HP to a name, and still 1 nano swarm available.
Katana, as he said, 2 HP, just going to go down here. Really nicely played by the side of Scullies. And again, they get those advantages early and they really don't see them at all.
And there you go, it's the last round. If they can hit double digits here before the half is ended, I think a lot of people will be shocked. You're expecting a dominant half, but if you can get a 10-2 for Scullies, it's really setting them up so good for the second half of this map in regards to momentum, but also to go into the final map if it does come out with Scullies on top, which at the moment is looking ever so strong for them.
Dora does manage to take down. Oh,
Cover going
nice. They're even getting clipped there. Neon Blades, I mean, they finally found an advantage to start there, but even then it doesn't feel like it's enough. I don't know. I don't think that reaches. No, really nice placement to make the adaptation here. here, making sure they don't have it go down. And there's no showstopper to try and attempt to finish it off, even as that lockdown completely shoves them offside. However, not many players in position to really capitalize off the back of it, with Lisa going down. This is exactly where Neon Blade wanted to find themselves. The showstopper's going to go down, and sorry buddy, you can try and jump away, Martha, but it just ain't gonna happen. Adora with a great round here for their team, and Neon Blade starting to find some comfort here, maybe a little late in the half, unfortunately.
There's still stuff to be done for Scullies in this round. It is a 2 versus 4. We've seen worse odds for them, I feel like, in this half already. Not much utility available though from the shadows invested to make sure they're not all swarming out of one choke point here. Although Spicy Muffin is holding it, the information's there.
Dora tries to step forward, but that flash from Bobby was so darn good. And as you said, we've seen worse odds, we certainly have. And Spicy Muffin again cleans things up a 10-2 half. A dominant performance from Scullies, and honestly not what we expected coming off the back of game 1.
Absolutely. I feel like when we were watching game 1, it was a completely different Scullies. Coming into this now, yes, maybe Martha's not having the outstanding game that we saw from the first one, where she was having, like, boasting 28 kills by the end of it, but she's doing her job. She's getting her frags. It's not as if there's anything missing from the side of Scullies at the moment. Everyone seems to be on the ball, and especially Spicy Muffin, the clutches that she's come in through so far, 18 and 5. You have Bobby 15 and 7 as well, and that 2v4 then is just, like you said, the flash was perfect from Bobby coming in, and well, that was the only flash she had in hand, and she's making every single bit of utility count.
Here she is. And now, as you said before, moving on to the defensive half, I think Scully's comp is just going to be so good here. As he going to try and set up for some aggression towards this A site early on. It seems to be a focus of Neon Blade on defense and offense here. That's worked out okay for them on occasion, but they're going to need a much better hit rate than they had before if they're going to find some success here. As my checks out a lot of this, sees that there's players in the back of sight. What are Neon Blade going to do with that information? Well, it seems to be continue to fight with these ghosts.
But look at Chambers positioning towards the other side. They haven't fully committed here. They have done a lot of damage though. Scullies, you have 2 players just within a lick of death. They are backing off. Smokes are invested as well, but look at the rotate. It does seem like Spicy Muffin is aware of a possible C lurk. But do they know how far Katana has gotten? Are they going to be aware of the Killjoy's position in Waterfall now as Neon Blade come through? They're going to have to be aware, but are they going to be on site already? First kill now going in the way of Katana there.
Yeah, really nice. And again, showing us just what Katana can do and just how powerful this chamber can be, obviously, with this weapon. And be able to put a lot of threat onto Scullies right now. Good nade to deny that push forward at the back of the paranoia that could have otherwise been particularly problematic. Instead, Katana just steps up, contests, and sure, Bobby gets 2 right on back, but there's still an advantage from Neon Blade. There's still so much in hand. Bobby wants to finish it off. There's some very low health players right now. This is actually a chance, but unfortunately, for very short.
Yeah, everyone seemed to be low health, whether that was on Neon Blade or Scullies towards the end there, so a right click through the smoke seemed to be the only fitting way to end that. But it's a very nice round from Neon Blade to start with. You had Katana going towards C, playing that ever so patient lurk onto that C site, being able to take off, well, Spicy Muffin, which is one of the main characters realistically on this map for the side of Scullies. One of the heavy hitters that we've seen, whether it's in the clutches or in the first bloods, she's been an ever so present name in the scoreboard. So being able to take her off the board, especially just the player, but also Viper for the retake, has been very good.
Yeah, taking off those key players, and I mean that controller. It's not the singular controller, but it's certainly a huge portion of what is kind of keeping that C site safe. Taking her off the board would be fantastic. Katana again being that first. Going to deal with the turret pretty quickly, trying to respond quickly, but very promptly. But Lisu not able to find that, and at those longer ranges, that's great for them. Spike picked up. It's all towards C yet again. It's put the pressure onto one side. It's a distraction. Go straight for the other.
And it's not even just that, the pressure has also netted a kill for the side of Neon Blade, and there's another one being picked up. Health kind of low, but Martha's going to be here with the nade. Shut down. Nade goes too deep. No damage done to the side of Neon Blade. That's going to be too detrimental in the retakes. The classic right click coming through, but no. Only damage. And they still have the bomb site
30
now.
seconds left.
Kept alive for now, as Eliza does fall. Rika looking for a chance with the concussion coming on through. Just ain't happening. Swings by with the Bulldog. Really nice round. And Neon Blade playing that pressure game much better here, feeling a little bit more comfortable when they're the ones who are more effectively able to dictate the pace of the game, I think is the big difference here, right? They were on the defense and they were trying to be the ones kind of calling the shots, and it didn't really work out for them, honestly, on that defensive side. But now they're in attack, now they're in the driving seat, things might be a little bit better.
Yeah, I am still worried about how Neon Blade are on attack. We saw a dominant first half of the last game when they were on their defense, when they on Haven, and it was, well, the attack there was just kind of falling short in my eyes, but I do believe that they can make use of the agents on this map a little bit more compared to that on Haven. But again, they've picked up the pistol. Scully's only one pistol so far in this series. Default coming in now from Neon Blades. They're having two towards B, seeing if they can pick up these orbs, net these in towards the rounds. And if they can bait out some of the Killjoy utility would be great as well.
Yeah, if they can force them to utilize that early, it means that that post point is going to be that much easier. Scully's, I mean, they're going to rely on some good good kind of denial with these Sentinels, and that post point is going to be even more problematic.
Yeah, problematic is Martha's position here, getting flushed out and into the arms of the waiting Neon Blade players, but Rika's there ready to trade up two kills in her favor. And look at the health of these players.
Oh, really nice frag again here from the side of Scully's. And keep in mind, every round they find is a round closer to picking up that win, with only 3 between them and the W on this map. Neon Blade must be aware of the pressure that's on them right now.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it's 10 seconds. They just need to make sure they can hold on to these rifles, not greed for any kills, and just make sure they have these to go over into the next round. Or not.
That was questionable, to say the least, from Neon Blade here. I think, honestly, squandering a lot of the economy that they could have potentially had. And I mean, they're going to need every little bit they can get, right?
I'm just interested into why. Not necessarily the how they did it, but the why. You have those 2 rifles that you could save over. You have 4 seconds left on the clock before they even swing. You are not winning the round, realistically, because one, you can't get that bomb down, whether you can even get to site or not. You have players in front of you. You have players over towards C. There's no way in any possibility that you can win that round. But you're throwing away rifles and utility that costs money. It costs credits. And then you're coming into this round now, 4-11 down, and you should realistically be on a full save, or as much as possible, whether they force to make sure, try and keep it on 11, or they have to play for OT from 12-4 if they're going into a save round. It's just not having those rifles is so detrimental to them. Because look at the money. They're not able to buy full shields or buy full guns on some of these players. Yes, they have that tour de force in hand, but if you think about having those 2 rifles, you could have saved almost like 5,000 credits. Made sure you have all your abilities. Made sure you're building up economy for the rest of the game, rather than spending it all on what?
Yeah, I mean,
swing out with 3 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really impacting maybe this round necessarily, or even the next round, but it is going to impact rounds further down the line. Let's say if they lose something later on, that economy really certainly will matter. Not that they've got many rounds left to lose, and especially with Scully's starting to slip back into comfort. Not exactly where they want to be. Made to clear out. Spicy Muffin forced off. They are playing now for the retake, not wanting to contest This very, very, very powerful push from Neon Blade with all these flashes, and
Spike
all these
planted.
concusses and everything else behind them. Neon Blade really able to make that execute work wonders for them. Dark cover dissipating. It's Lissu who turns up, takes down Adora, and now they should be able to make this move
Rolling
forward as
Thunder.
Mai is off the board. You can certainly see that these players are forced back to mound, but there's going to be so few chances to really contest this with the dark cover coming on through the Rolling Thunder, as you so highlighted. It's going to be a real problem for them trying to spray away, but Missy
Almost
will
on sight.
actually manage to hold it. They are managing to deny this so darn well. They can hit the shot. It whips. No! Spicy Muffin gets the defuse.
Just a little bit too far to the right. And while the kills are going to be picked up one way or another, and it leaves one player alive for each team at the end of the round. And yeah, looking into this, the economy is not strong for Neon Blade, but they have to buy as much as possible. It is 12-4, and well, the way Scullies have been playing, it's looking like it's going to be a closed out game in the next round or two. But Rika is on a Spectre actually, since the amount of damage Neon Blade were able to do last round. They're not going to be on a complete full buy. Well, it doesn't really matter too much for Rika if you're on that Spectre. She's not going to be the one taking the open engagement. Being able to recycle the guns could be a large possibility, but change of pace from Neon Blade. They're taking into tree this time.
Nice swing out from Martha, but not enough, unfortunately, to actually net a frag. And as a result, it'll be the rest of Neon Blade just pushing up, getting that advantage. This time looking far more coordinated on their push.
Yeah, and lovely to see Neon Blade actually getting some opening frags and being able to double it and triple it. There you go. The man advantage now so strong in their favor.
Oh, good frags coming through here to try and contest, but alas, to no effect here. Neon Blade move up to 5. Let's see if they can put up a similar performance to what we saw from Scullies in the previous map, where they really were able to start clutching things out, putting up those numbers, but with their back against the wall with only one round in it, there is no room for error.
Absolutely not. It's going to have to be a perfect game from Neon Blade so far, and any mistakes that Scullies make, they have to capitalize on, since, well, the way that they've been playing has been very strong. So it's lovely to see in that round there. They're able to capitalize on possibly the peak from Martha. They're being able to push into the smoke to get the kill onto the Omen as well. So being able to capitalize on the slight out of positions possibly, or any mistakes that Scullies make, is going to be so crucial for Neon Blade to make this to OT.
So it is, but Blade just completely denied away by these sheriffs, and this is really not where they want to find themselves, a player deficit. We've got the Rolling Thunder, yes, and I think frankly they're going to have to invest it in this round if things start going a little bit more south. They do have sight control at the very least, and I think Mai has now spotted that there was a... No! They didn't quite see it, they hadn't quite stepped into the room. Mai's still very wary about that push. 2 on the front, 2 on the back. Scullies are going to play that pair system that worked so well for Neon Blade in the previous map. Now, Martha going to get ready, stepping forward, rifle in hand, but denied away. And Martha now aware of that problem that could be coming towards them, and then, the shot from
nasty
Rika
shot.
is huge. Now it's 3 versus 2 on the site. Adora gets a great frag to deny away here, and Martha can't make it happen either. The showstopper is here for Adora to buy time, buy some space, and I think very sensibly, you don't see this player wanting to hold around on it. Shot out now, and Bobby wants to go for the frag, but it's not enough, and Neon Blade makes success out of this round.
Honestly, I'm letting them cook. I'm letting Neon Blade cook in this. They've been able to get some of these crucial kills, although it was an eco, and they've, well, for Scullies, they've managed to get it down to one player who's going to have to definitely rebuy armor along with the utility, but also picking up 3 frags, expending 3 ults. I don't think Scullies are too worried. Yes, it might take a few more rounds to close this out, since they're now going into this with 3 ults versus the Neon Blade 2. But if they can, well, play the ult economy, they're going to be so down on their luck, Neon Blade. But it's a fast push down into main, and, well, Martha's down for the counter ready. Adora doubling it and passing it on to the next. Possibly even taking Bobby's name on her list of, well, players in her way to this bomb site.
Wow. Again, really dynamic aggression from Neon Blade here, which has been a hallmark of what they were able to do in map 1. And we're seeing likes of that, but we're also seeing map 2 Spicy Muffin, which has been an absolute terror. 1 versus 2, and you know, if there's anyone who can do it, it's certain that it could be her right now. Spicy Muffin getting ready to step up. 2 players not even watching the angle from which they're approaching. This could be absolutely perfect, but not a lot of time on the back of them right now. Spicy Muffin's got to go quick and deal with these problems fast, as now their position is known. Very few shots with the flash as well, giving away that position completely. Spicy Muffin is going to get rounded on the corner, and that's an easy round to finish off for Neon Blade, even with such a threat there.
Now back onto Eco should be for the side of Scully's here. Yes, they might be on the more rounds, the 12-7, but the economy is not looking too strong. And then with every round won now, it's going to be Neon Blade who are building it up and up. Look at that, we have 5k on the side of May and Eliza. We have, well, 2.5 for Katana, 2 for Dora. Maybe Mizzy's a little bit less good with her savings, which is under 1k, but the amount of in her teammates' pockets is going to be plentiful for them for the next 2 gun rounds.
Oh, I thought I was going to land and clip someone there, but unfortunately no clips for Martha, at least in this one, but a lot of ultimates for the rest of Scully's, right? They've got so much to work with here. Surely they can find a round off the back of this. This is what you'd hope. Martha waiting in the wings with this stinger, looking to really ruin someone's day right now. Could just be the kind of X factor they oh so desperately need. Because right now it's going to be the dogs used effectively to try and deny this. And doesn't matter if you know, they're still just going to spray you on down. However, it is 2 for 2 right now, but a lot of damage on one of the remaining members of Scully's, who does manage to at least slink away for now. As Lisu's looking for a chance to really impact this one as well. But again, the utility from Neon Blade is used effectively. They know what they need to deal with, and as a result, very, very close to Lisu. Flash is absolutely faked, and Lisu is gone. They could make a beeline to, well, be here, but instead, the A site still feels very open to them, and they don't try and contest where there would be a player. So, great calls right now, and great heads up from Neon Blade as Spicy Muffin sets the scene.
And look at this, Katana is going to be looking, but if Spicy Muffin can get this pick, unfortunately not for Bobby. With the Sheriff in hand, lovely headshot onto Katana. Although 30 HP to her name, if she can try and keep these players on the bomb site as long as possible, get some damage, get a kill, maybe 2. I just don't think she has time for it.
Don't think she does either. I don't think Bobby can really make this happen, especially with a player like Mizzy holding down well on that one. And Neon Blade pick up another round. Importantly, however, I think for the overall map, that was 4 ultimates still sitting there for Skull. I mean, I really want to see them use these, and it should be a pretty, honestly, easy round for them to get a retake with everything they have available to them. If they can't make that happen, I'd be kind of shocked.
Yeah, definitely. And like we said, even though gun round before this one, they weren't that well equipped in regards to the ults that were available to them compared to that on Neon Blade. You had the more impactful ults per se, like you had the Showstopper, you had the Seekers as well from the sky, compared to a Lockdown and From the Shadows of the Omen on Scully's, which yes, they can be very good situationally in regards to how much you can get from the ults, but coming now you have 4 online. I'm not too sure how close Martha is to hers, but even then, all of your other abilities, if you can combine these ults, this should be a done deal for them. They've given them time for the economy to build back up in regards to they can full buy into this. They have the ult economy there as well. Comparing that to Neon Blade, you have Mizzy 2 of it all, you have 1 off of Katana, and yeah, you have From the Shadows from Eliza, but that's not really one that you look like, oh, this is going to be a really good round. They have this is what they can do. That's more of a situational one, but when you look at Scully's, they have Rolling Thunder, you have a Viper's Pit, you have a Lockdown. All of these can be so good and so impactful.
They can. I mean, I think just the Rolling Thunder would be more than enough to just absolutely shut down some of these positions, and we've seen what the Viper's Pit can do as well. But it's going to be a CB split, BC split right now for Neon Blade. Spike very far back. They're not coming towards anything. They've got something covering the potential flank on the A site as well. Very prudent of them. So they know just how critical this round is going to be.
Omen's been able to walk through past the alarm bot. I don't think Bobby knows.
They have no idea. They
She
weren't
has not been
watching
chicken.
across.
Oh, look at the amount of space. They're in CT. They're gonna be they're in your walls. It's like they're behind you. They're part of the team. Oh, Rika's gonna get caught off guard.
Oh, this has to be a frag for Lysa.
Oh no.
That's one, that's two, that's
Two.
absolutely huge, and Neon Blade have foisted the entirety of Scully's high power round that could have been potentially coming on through. That Rolling Thunder, the Viper's Spit, none of it matters. You're just not going to be able to make this one happen unless you hit some absolutely brilliant shots coming through here. Spicy Muffin starts off, brings it back to 2 versus 3, and with the Rolling Thunder, they still can absolutely clutch that one, but the spray doesn't happen. It's 1-for-1, and Bobby, it just doesn't work. The lockdown's still there. The Viper's Pit's still there. But the Rolling Thunder, which I think is integral to any retake here, just ain't happening.
Oh, look at this player, Liza. The timing that she was able to get. It's not even just timing. There was no sort of jiggle peek from Bobby in Waterfall there to even check. Sorry, not Bobby. From Lissy there to even check if they were able to walk through your setup. I don't know where the turret was, whether that was out on B side, possibly holding for that walking, but they were such a gap left, and well, Liza saw it, took it, got 2 kills, doubled it, passed it on to the next, got 4 to close that round out. One of the, like I said, the high impactful rounds that we're expecting Scullies to be able to close out this map has been entirely thwarted by one player.
Ooh. Cheeky position from Lisu. Could certainly find something.
My ult's ready.
Here's the tap on the orb.
There.
Doesn't start to go for it, and I love this patience, but the problem is that they've left this C site wide open, and yet again, going walkabout is the omen for Neon Blade, and that means they're going to have so much information, so much space. And you can see already the rest of the team's going, alright, well, we'll take C. That's absolutely fine by us.
Oh,
Look,
Liza.
however, this is really nice positioning from the Viper to potentially catch someone off guard, especially with Elisa having this control over the map. You might not expect Spicy Muffin to be quite there. So this could lead to some success, but they still seeded so much.
Oh, the positioning that they have, the rotators are going to be so cut off here, and
Spike planted.
possibly an overextension from Izzy here, but having so much pace, and they have a triple buddy system here, so there's going to be so much space taken on Liza's position. If they do start to cross over, she is there, and look at that. Getting 2 for herself, along with the triple up from CT push. Neon Blade are Neon Blade, they're back. I don't know what happened to them in the first half, whether there was something off maybe about them, but now looking at this half, they've really come into their own as a team, and this is the Neon Blade that we were expecting.
Yeah, I mean, it is absolutely brilliant for them, and it seems like, at the very least, they found the Achilles heel of Scullies. Now, there's 4 players on that C site. I think Scullies might have realised that something was up.
Yeah, and well, the ult economy now has come back around for Neon Blade. The Rolling Thunder's offline, the Showstopper's offline for Scullies, and well, the Seekers is only 1 orb off, so it's going to be easily picked up for them since they are walking towards the speed bomb site, and it's not getting contested at all.
Yeah,
Although, C is.
Oh, really nice start for things for Scullies here. Remember, they only need 1 round, and I think very sensibly Adora's going, okay, get the spike before we potentially lose that spawn control. Go for something from here. That A site could be a call, but they don't feel comfortable with it. I don't know how many players they saw. I think only 2 on that C site, so they don't know exactly what to expect. They can go for the defender lockdown. That's coming on through, but the spike will
That's
already
already
get
in.
planted. That's fine by them. They could just back off and go, okay, well, you can detain who's there, but buddy, no one's there.
The blind coming through the door along with the Showstopper here.
Oh, from Adora here, this rocket could be absolutely huge if they try and push forward, but instead returns with the rocket fuse. That's point blank, and that Spicy Muffin gone. It's 2 versus 2 now, as the advantage for Scullies is very little. The spray is 1 for 1. They know where Katana is, surely they must know. And again, holding this angle, trying to check for it. Up close and personal, can Bobby win this out? Gets the spray, and that's Scullies just barely locking the round, locking the map, and moving themselves to 1-1.
And that's confirming the 3rd map for the series. Again, these players are fighting for, well, the grand prize already. It is the upper finals, BO3. But since it's 2 teams that are qualifying to Game Changers contenders, whoever wins this match, whether they win or lose in the grand finals, they have, well, they've already done what they've come here to do. They've already secured that space in Contenders League 2. So, well, it all comes down to that third map. It comes down to the decider. But let's just talk about the game that we just seen. Rook, take me through it.
Well, honestly, it was a real struggle, at least initially. For the side of Neon Blade, we came into this map going, okay, it's their map pick. Everything was looking really good for them in map 1. But the momentum, I think, from map 2 and maybe some over-aggression from Neon Blade really thwarted them in the first half. It was absolutely brilliant performance from the side of Scullies, I think taking 10-2 in that first half. And from there, it was Neon Blade playing catch-up. If they didn't have that, I'm certain they would have absolutely brought that back. They tried oh so hard to bring it back to 10 rounds on their side, but it wasn't enough to push them through, and as a result, we are going to that third map.
Yeah, I just want to pull up the amount of first bloods Neon Blade were able to get. Can you just even guess, like, out of it was a 10-13 loss to them, the amount of first bloods that they had? Just give me a guess about what you're expecting, like, even from that scoreline, not without even thinking about the game.
Like 8? How many?
16.
Wow.
They had 16 first bloods. They had 6 on Adora, you had 6 on Katana, and then 4 on Eliza. That is an insane amount of first bloods to only net 10 rounds then, which it kind of plays into how, like we were seeing Lotus get played with the amount of brawly guns fights that we were seeing towards the start, especially in a main. There was so much utility expended, especially with that Viper's Wall as well. When they were on that CT side, they would get 1, but then they would lose 3 for it. So even when you're getting these first bloods from the side of either of these teams, being able to capitalize on it and keep the man advantage in your favor was something that I feel that was lacking possibly on Lotus. And hopefully when we're going into Bind, which is the decider map, that we do see a little bit more, okay, we've gotten 1. We don't have to keep pushing. We don't have to keep fighting. We just need, or if we do, make sure it's net positive in our favor.
Yeah, I think as well, the team comms, the fact that there was kind of the not quite, but basically double Sentinel for the side of Scully. Scully's was really, really good. They were able to kind of lock things down when they got that advantage, and, well, they got the advantage so much in that first half. And as you said, be interesting to see how they managed to do that on Bind. We are going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back with more Birds of Prey action.
Seconds left. Standing. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
You look so good, it hurts my soul. No, I can't deny the way you pull it. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. marksman angel. I think my heart's in danger. Made me feel like I was safe and sound, and switched up and switched off the safety. How you plan? How you plan? Oh, yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew blood, caught it a bullseye. Repeat shots and the firelight. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. You say that I'm mistaken about all the shots you've taken. All the pain was a mess somehow. They're blanks as you claim, getting desperate now.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Birds of Prey 6, brought to you by the Goose House. As before, we are still in the upper bracket finals, and oh my lord, Scullies with an absolutely brilliant game to bring it back to 1-1 versus Neon Blade. I mean, I'm excited for Bind.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the Scullies fans might have had their hearts racing towards the end there, 10-2 half, ending as a 13-10 game. So a little bit scary. But they were able to close it out in the end. Well, Neon Blade definitely put up a fight towards the end. Seems like they were definitely getting more comfortable in their shoes, especially after that first half. So the mental resilience of some of these players is going to be an all-time high, along with a little bit of momentum as well for both these teams. It's not as if it was a complete shutout in map 2. So going into Bind, I am thinking it's a little bit more of an even playing field when we're talking about it, in regards to not one team has a major advantage, since it wasn't sort of like, it wasn't a 13-2 win in the previous map. It was still a competitive match. So when we're going into Bind, I don't know who I'm favouring. Who are you favouring, Rogue?
I still got to say it's with Neon Blade. I think we saw them get a little bit too big for their boots in the first half, a little bit too aggressive, but I think they can absolutely pull it back. They've been looking really hot today, honestly, on the whole. Fantastic fragging across the board and consistent players for the most part. I think they just have what it takes.
Well, we'll see if they have what it takes. We're going into Bind. What are you expecting from Bind, though? I'm expecting the Raze is going to be brought back out. Possibly the Viper kept for the side of Scully, since we saw... I was pulling comparisons to how I saw how they played the Viper on Lotus, how I would expect Viper to be played on Bind. So maybe seeing a Viper kept in the hands of Scully's there. But what are you expecting from Neon Blade?
I mean, I expect them to not stick with the double initiator more than anything. At least with the double flashes, you definitely want something like a Sova or something or a Fade of that ilk if you're going to have some success here. I'd be interested as well if they stick with obviously the Chamber. I don't think they're going to be on that one, but I'll be interested to see what kind of Sentinel they end up picking up. I'd love something like a Cypher here. I think that agent absolutely rocks here on Bind, so can definitely bring a lot of value to the team.
I'm just looking, and the last time that Scully is playing Bind was against NASR in Contenders, and it was a 15-17 loss. So it was a close game, but also Katie, who's one of the other top fraggers of this tournament so far, was a +20 in that series. So possibly it could be a tale of a different story this time, since they don't have that, but they did have the Viper. They had Viper, Brim, Raze, Fade, and Sky on the side of Scully. So maybe if a similar comp can be adapted for the side of Neon Blade. I do still think the double initiator is viable for them, since it is only Bind. You don't tend to have super important in regards to, well, sort of the breach or the Sovas. Those are the agents you tend not to see. You do tend to see this Sky though, so that's kind of a staple. So hopefully May will be very comfortable coming into this. They're keeping the same comp from the side of Scully's that I just spoke about earlier, although we do have the breach on Mizzy here, not going for any of those reveals similar to the Fade, which isn't too bad when it comes to this map. I still think it is viable, but again, when we were talking about maps like Haven and Lotus, it's a little harder.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to see them with some kind of intelligence gathering agents. Obviously, Sky can kind of fulfill that role, but I don't feel like it's quite as effective. I'm a big fan of the Fade on this map. It's I just think she's absolutely fantastic in spotting, especially when you can kind of prop up the Haunt in some great places. I just think, honestly, it's a playground for her. And I mean, I don't hate the comp as well from Neon Blade. I think it definitely can be effective, but I would have preferred something with a bit more information.
Honestly, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with the Sky if they do keep it, but they are hovering the Harbour. They're hovering too many things that I don't like. Please can we lock in the agent so I can make a good guess about what I'm expecting. It is going to be going back to that default, so they do have that Cypher, which, looking at the side of Scully's, you don't have that omnipresence in regards to a trip for the Lurkers, for the Sentinels. You'll have, well, the Viper, so if you can get that early pick onto the Viper, possibly lurking outside short on A, which is tends where you see that lurk wall. If you can get that pick early on, their flank is completely open. You have no sort of trips, no sort of background information on it. That as soon as that kill is through, if they can get it, or at least if they can locate that player, then realistically you can see so many gaps in one go. And especially since how we saw Eliza play last map towards the end, with the amount of lurks she was able to get off after identifying those gaps, this could be precarious for Scully's situation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a little worried about how they're going to be able to also hold some hold this B site more effectively. Obviously, I think they can contest long quite well, but I don't think that the Viper's going to be enough with just the Viper's bites and maybe an orb to really shut down actual pushes onto the site rather than just contesting Hooker. And that is my kind of where my reservations lie, even though she can kind of fulfill that Sentinel role to an extent.
Well, it looks like it is large presence towards the A bomb site here. The rotates are already in, so Scully should be able to flood this site on a fast retake, not even let them plant the bomb, not give them any space to breathe. Every 10 players all within one site.
Spike planted.
Rika, trying to contest that well, but it is a very aggressive
Madness.
first round. I mean, this is what has really succeeded, honestly, for Neon Blade in a lot of these pistol rounds, at least I feel. Bobby wants to try and finish them off. Some low health members, but can't even get it. Neon Blade do pick up that first pistol round, and we said before, right, that they were generally picking up nearly all of the pistol rounds. I think they only dropped one so far.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's down to Scully's not having the best pistol round strats or the pistol round success rate, or it's just down to how they have been playing it from the side of Neon Blade.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see them kind of just not opting into these duels. I think for the most part, Scully's, when things are more measured, when they're more slow, that's where they have a lot of success. And I think that so far in these maps, when they've been really seeding a lot, it's been in the more chaotic situations. Outside of chaotic situations which they force themselves, like, for example, with the Viper's Pit. And then it's really just been cold, hard control over those slots.
Yeah, I do really like how they're solo taking or attempting to solo take showers with the Cypher and the Cypher camp. So if the Fae can take this kill here, it's going to be so good, especially being able to upgrade the weapons, but it's not. It's just an absolute bloodbath from Neon Blade. Scully's on these lesser weapons. There's not really much they can say back to. The information of Rika now is available of this double flank.
Spike planted.
Now, Bobby. rest of the team starting to push forward. They really want to contest this aggressively, but opting in a little bit too much here, getting caught off guard, but that's a rifle in hand now. If they can make it happen, it's 1 versus 3. And unfortunately, they can't. Neon Blade going to be able to make sure that they have all those rifles as much as they want. And yeah, picking up a nice round, a little bit of damage coming through. But I think the economy on the whole is still fine. Scully's finally going to be able to force up here.
Yeah, and Neon Blade only losing a Spectre and a Ghost in that round, so that's not, well, any sort of an issue for them there. They're able to keep 3 rifles, 2 Bulldogs, Vandal, and then upgrade to Sheriffs as well. So this can still be a bit of a precarious situation for Scullies should they choose to commit to a gunfight that, well, Neon Blade are too well equipped for.
Yeah. Dora going to contest Hooker as the majority of Scully's defense tends to be towards this long right now. You're going to see that orb popped up just to buy some time, buy some space. As the contest still comes on through. Interested to see if they're going to hop on out of it. Flash goes out to try and keep them at bay again. As you see there, Adora drops down and they deal with these 2 players in long very, very deftly. And then Neon Blade are going to push right on in. Bobby's position completely known. The flash was so good there. And Scully's just taking complete control of the back of this double initiate, double flashes. And as we said kind of in map 1, these microplays are working wonders for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, the lurk as well from A, allowing Cypher then just to TP through and then shoot one of the Scully's players in the back, is now down to Lucy to save over this rifle. But talking about the side execution, yes, you have those 2 players towards long in Garden, which, yeah, that's absolutely fine if that's the play that you want to make. But you have to be aware that Hooker is a large weakness for you. And, well, we saw exactly what happened there. We had a Raze satcheling out, shooting in the back, and then there was just such a pinch on those 2 players left in Garden there since the rotates hadn't come through yet. And the reason they knew that is because the Cypher was still along on A shore. So the setup that they've had from Neon Blade to, well, really see where the gap is in Scully's defense. There's no one on site, there's no one playing CT, there's no one playing Hooker, you have 2 towards long. They just immediately, the reaction from Adora satcheling out, the reaction of Mizzy and May to Flash, to Dog, has been great. And then, of course, with Katana's information, there's not really much Scullies can do there when their setup is the thing that failed them.
Yeah. I mean, it's very difficult to really deal with the kind of aggression as well when you don't have the right setup to deal with it. You need to be prepared for things like this, and if Neon Blade are consistently bringing some of these more explosive compositions and explosive strats, you need to know what it is. You need to know how to deal with it, and otherwise, things like this are going to happen again. It seems like they're grouping as at least 4. Obviously, there's a flank cover by Katana here, and then just going, okay, well, let's get some frags and let's just go. And I mean, that just works so well for them. It's been a strategy that's worked well for them in the first map, and again here. You can see Katana backpedaling all over the place as the Prowler comes to them.
Katana's fighting for
her
life.
Players just hunt them down. But Adora's having the time of their life, unfortunately, on the other side of the map for Scullies. They got 1 frag, but what more are they going to get? That's the question.
Yeah, and it is a 4 versus 2, and the information is all there since, well, Katana was going through hell, basically, when she had to deal with all the utility that was getting thrown at her. The Prowlers, the reveal, the nades. It was just a lot, and the amount of time that she wasted for them to chase down to get these kills. Oh, Liza. Oh, and gets the lineup as well. So it wasn't all for nothing. Katana's information then allows it to be a complete wipeout, not allowing for any of these weapons to be saved either. And that is 4-0, similar to the scoreline that we saw at the start of Haven. But that was on their defense, so it's very positive to see this from the side of Neon Blade on their attack. Since, well, from what we've seen before, the attacks haven't been the best on the Haven.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's brilliant for Neon Blade, and it also kind of... It both shows us the performance of the attacks, of Haven, in terms of getting that 4 in a row, but also shows us just how good some of those attacks can be from Neon Blade when they are playing just more forward and in your face, like we saw when they had success on map 2. So trying to merge those styles, trying to get a lot of success from, you know, getting the best of both worlds. And it's working fine.
Yeah, and this time no one's playing too deep committal towards Garden. The Dog's not going to be able to spot anyone out. information of Viper on the site is going to be there from the snake bite, so they're going to gain a little bit of space. They have Hooker, they have Long. The reaction's there from Scullies. You have 3 players now towards this bomb site.
You still have 1 player on that flank. Keep an eye on what Katana is up to right now.
Oh, if Katana can get this kill.
Yeah, this is huge. Keep in mind that spike is really far back for Neon Blade right now. Unless they get control, get an early frag, they're not going to commit towards this. Love the usage of this. Oh, manages to catch Mai as well. Good ultimate. And they will go for the TP as the 2 remaining members on that side. Instead, go back, get the spike, and make that rotate happen.
30
Scullies
seconds left.
don't commit quickly to that rotate. They don't see the, it's right here, the teleport, and go, it's time to go. No, instead, they're going to be a little late to the party, and as a result, that means this Halls is going to be very well contested. Martha is going to have trouble with this one. Instead, it's going to be able to use that satchel to clear it out. So you could hear the Ultra Bombardment coming on through, trying to cut them off completely, as Martha has managed to claim a lot of control here, and Scullies can start to press forward. That spike does not have a lot of time. They can easily deny this one. Elisa gets 2, but if they just stop this plant, that's exactly what they need, and Scullies tear that away from Neon Blade.
And what a lovely round from Scullies. The adaptation of the rotates, they actually swapped Brim and Fade from their positioners. So Brim was the first player to rotate over towards B, and then was the swapped with the Fade, basically, who rotated second over from A. Was great, which meant the smokes was available to help and support Martha on that A site when that exit came in, as well as, like you said, the orbital strike coming through, maybe not netting like 4 kills, but also stop that plan, got players out of position, got them into positions where Scullies were able to capitalize off and get kills. Has been a really, really, really nice, well thought out round from them.
Yeah. I mean, it's not just, a thing to kill, it's also area denial, and that effect of it was certainly effective here. Gets the kill onto Katana, and I love the fact that you killed the Cypher, and you're like, okay, well, they're probably pushing on towards A. Automatically go for the flank. Some great initial kills coming out here to mean that they will actually get site control for Neon Blade, but they've got to deal with a lot. You see these Seekers coming through.
Yeah, they must know that these players are coming on the flank. The timing of the peak Eliza is not able to get anyone, but the information of both of these players here, and now after that kill in CT onto Bobby from May, they know exactly where these players are coming from.
Yeah.
It's not planted for them though.
No, the smokes do dissipate in time. You can see that concussion. That should be an easy frag coming through here for Mai, is indeed. And Rika's position is still locked out. They know exactly where they are now, 6 HP. And some very whiffed shots does get the kill, but sprayed through the box. Really nicely done there by Mai to make sure they can kind of non-committally find that one. Neon Blade up to 5.
Up to 5 already secured, an okay half of them in regards to what you'd expect on Bind. I personally would say it's a defender-sided map given the right setups and the right adaptations, but timeout now for Scullies, called by Lisu. I believe that is the IGL of their roster as well, so giving herself some time to think, some time to adapt their setups, which clearly it is in need of adaptation. I really did like the round where they just didn't sort of explore. Like, every round that we've seen them lost, they've overcommitted in a specific area of the map, a specific segment. Like the last round, yes, we saw a really nice walk down B-long. They're able to get that pick onto that Cypher, which meant the flank was open. They got a double flank coming through. Unfortunately, it didn't work out because of the agents that was on the defender side coming from the retake from spawn. It's not the best agents to retake from that position because you don't have those flashes because, well, your flashes was on the flank. The Viper as well, you don't have anyone to flush out of certain positions. And when it comes down to it, I really just want to see them sort of play reactive to how Neon Blade are pushing, because they're not sort of doing one full push. They're exploring, right? So if Scullies can allow that exploration and shut it down rather than having to do the exploring themselves, because it comes too scrappy.
The exploratory style and kind of just, playing patient, getting the information where you can has been very powerful historically, and obviously is here as well. You see waiting on that smoke, and I mean getting a frag like that is going to really inform Neon Blade. How do we want to push? Where do we want to push? And obviously a player like this, and Lisu waiting here, is going to at least net 1. And that does bring it back to relatively even, but obviously that power is exactly where you want it. 2 players on flank. Interested to see if they know about it, especially with that dog. That gives away a lot of information. And you see, this time, they planted the spike on the back part of the set.
Spike planted.
Yeah, the adaptation now, since the information came in early enough and they know exactly no one is going to be in this CT area, all the information and attention can be, well, directed in the right place.
3 different angles. To have to
Such
deal
an
with
open
once that
plan.
Smoke dissipates. The sky smoke has dissipated now. As things start to look for it, the rolling thunder buys space and certainly buys that frag for the rest of this push. And you can see it coming on through. Elisa finally falls, but what can Rika really do? They've got to push through so much in terms of angles. Peaks from one side, peaks from the other. Too many to have to deal with.
And another round, they've secured at least equal positioning going into the second half for the side of Neon Blade. And that kill there is just so unfortunate that they just didn't expect the paint, because of the paint shells, they didn't expect someone to be so close up. But Rika and Lisu also hit some really nice deagle shots there in showers and short and on the flank.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see, honestly, that Scullies are able to show us some of this fragging power that we know they have. The problem is it's not coming out in all important rounds, especially in this defense you were talking about earlier, just how exciting and how good for Neon Blade it is that they're picking up these wins on the attacking side.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at this. A nice crossfire possibly set up now from Lisu and Martha.
Oh, pick out from the sky, really nice from Martha here. He manages to double it up as well. This is brilliant to the side of Scullies, as this time they find a lot more success with this one. Spike in hand for Mai, and a cross that just can't come, unfortunately. He's going to have to try and use the flash to get themselves out, but too many people covering that angle, and might have to work it out for them for this one.
Yeah, and I just love how they were so... Ooh, lovely shot. They were just passive on site. They were waiting for the explosion from them. And, well, Martha, lovely shot onto the raise, coming out with that showstopper. You can see it there in the replay. And then also the crossfire they had with Martha and Lucy there with the raise and fade. Just absolutely beautiful. There's nothing really much that you can do there without getting traded back out.
Really nicely done on the whole, and kind of good to show that Scully still have the ability to shut down these pushes if they are in the right place at the right time. And I think, again, another reason why Neon Blade need to be focusing on this, as you said before, exploratory style, where they don't commit to anything, they go for the default, they don't overextend and lose any of these players early, because we've seen what they could do. They can absolutely get all these first bloods, they just need to be able to leverage it.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at that. First blood, again, in the favour of Neon Blade here. Martha down for the count. Not able to get a stellar performance this round like she did in the last, where she got a 4K. But this time, it's going to be down to the rest of her 4 teammates. Nothing too committed now from Neon Blade. They do have partial hook control, but this Viper's wall is slowing them down so much. May is going to be clearing long. If they're not going to clear. Oh, they cleared it. If they can get this kill.
Just teleport away. The flash hits onto Bobby here, but importantly doesn't go down until Adora pushes forward, takes this space, and they now know exactly where Rika is as well. Good usage of the Quantum Theft here from Katana. Neural Theft, even Rika, even though their position is taken, is spotted, they're not going to be taken out. 3 versus 3. 3 ultimates still on board. 2 for Scullies. 1 for Neon Blade. I want to see one used, and that's exactly it. That's Adora's position now marked, completely decayed, completely taken out. This is great.
Orbital strike.
Side of Scullies. Orbital strike will buy them some time as Katana sneaks on in through Hooker, providing this space. But Spicy Muffin is waiting on the other side here. Wants to get the spray. Runs out of ammo, and you see the molly coming on down. That's so good for them to be able to deal with, and Katana is still here, still buying some time. As you see, Lisu wants to contest it, but unfortunately a bullet to the head will deny just that, and that's a great round for the side of Neon Blade.
That was so unfortunate. I don't even remember who it was jumping up into Hooker. They knew exactly where the player was. They had the upper hand in regards to the peak, but it was just the bullets were not in the mag, and that is 7 on the board for Neon Blade. And, well, Scullies are definitely going to be kicking themselves after that one.
That they certainly will. I mean, they need to get every single round on the board that they possibly can, and squandering a round that felt like it was really in their control is not where they want to be. Still 2 ultimates available from themselves. They have access to that Viper's Pit, so could potentially look for a play around that, but they choose to not to do so, at least in this round.
No, a little bit more passive from Scully's at the beginning of this round. We haven't lost anyone yet in the first 20 seconds, which is a good start for the later rounds. Since we've seen them play it from the side of Scully's, they've played a lot better in the later rounds, but they've taken showers. They've pushed all the way out. They're going to collapse on short, but they're expecting it. Mizzy is there already. May hopefully going to be able to get in this trade.
Might start to move on up. Smoke's down. Smoke will keep them at bay for now as Bobby waits in there with the shorty! Takes down Mai, and a brilliant chance for them. But unfortunately will be forced out into a difficult position as a result of those paint shells. And does get caught. So Scully's weapon disadvantage, but they have made an absolute mountain out of this molehill that should have been for Neon Blade right now. Martha with some paint shells against, falls some players out. They know exactly where they are. Good team play, and I think Eliza are making a very good call for the rest of their team that, yeah, let's just go and beat. We've got this.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it gives a chance for an upgraded weapon for Martha, though, and we know how scary she can be with this Vandal, but also a showstopper in hand. One player is low.
Spike planted.
If they can keep separated and keep it still a crossfire, this shouldn't be too detrimental. The fact that the showstopper is online, but those solo peaks there, but the trader is available. Dora swinging from CT there, and that's 8 on the boards. They've kind of done a similar half that we saw from Scully's in the last map on Lotus. So it's like, okay, do you know what? If they can get 6 rounds here, we'll be happy for the comp. If they can get 7, this is even greater. They've got an 8 now. Can they make it 9? And they managed to end that half in a 10-2, if you guys didn't know. The game did end 13-10 in favor of them, but there's still a dominant half to keep the momentum, especially if you're doing it on your attack side. Having the momentum coming into the defender side, especially for Neon Blade, I think is going to be so important for them.
It is. Good flash here. Does mean that you can kind of take control over the entirety of this position. Spicy Muffin wants to set up for himself, but the flash does not land as they'd wanted it to. And as a result, it's going to be forced off the back of this one. A flash to buy them the space to actually get out of there. Leaving some paint shells to back it up. A lot of utility invested from both sides in this early exchange towards Baths. Does mean that this push up from the more central position on the A side could be particularly potent.
And they've cleared towards long as well on B, so the only place they have to be worried about currently is Hooker, which after the kills and the information that they're going to be gathering over towards the A side, they're going to be able to rotate over quite quickly, leaving the Fade as this anchor. Still 4v4, Seeker's invested. Orbital Strike available on both sides.
Nice close and personal potentially for some of these players. There is one left, the concussion does hit them, forces them to teleport, and it might be a shift towards the B site now.
The bomb is on A.
Remains here.
Spike is still on A, like you said. If they can pick off Lisa here, it will be so good. But no, able to isolate the 1v1 versus Katana. Looking towards Garden.
I've got your trail.
Oh, out in the open, but so was Lisu there. Good frag. Does mean they can close this up. Does mean that this point can come through. And Rika, you could try and teleport, buddy, but it just ain't happening. Got access to that orb bombardment that you highlighted before, but it seems like the bombardment is going to come through just from these bullets. And, well, you can try and deny the plant, but if the shots just ring true, Neon Blade still take the round, and it's 9-2.
And, well, I want to say it's a good half for them. But this isn't an exceptional half for them, especially going on for the attacker side of Bind and the comp that they have. It's really nice to see that they're able to string these rounds together, especially against, well, a double smokes in which you have a Viper and a Brim. On the defensive side, you have double initiated, double smokes. And, well, when you're looking at it, there's not much to fault Neon Blade. They've lost 2 rounds. And they've been very good with the ults. And talking about ults, Martha's going to be investing hers onto Mizzy. But Eliza trades it back out. Doubles it, passes on to the next. Now the man count is 4 versus 3.
Oh, tries to go for the flash, but a little too wide. Denied again. I mean, as you said, they tried to make good usage of these ultimates. They tried to get some aggression going, but it just wasn't happening. Adora shuts it out from on high. And the 10-2 huff you're asking for absolutely comes. Neon Blade cut through Scully's like hot butter.
It does seem that Neon Blade took the last game personal. Yeah, you can tend to us on your attacking half, but look what we can do to you on the decider map of this series, guys. It is 1-1 in the best of 3. And again, whoever wins this map is through to the grand finals, but also automatically then through to the Contenders League of Split 2 Game Changers EMEA. So that's the main prize these players are playing for. And one team can make it happen here and now. And Eliza's definitely making sure it's her team. Going 18-8 so far in this game. A 10-2 half. It's all to play for Scullies now. You really need to get this pistol.
Well, so far the story's been 13-10, 13-10. Don't see any reason why it should stop other than that Neon Blade are in absolute control of this game. But I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if it did happen. But that pistol round again from Neon Blade. Chaos is absolutely their friend. They get 2 nice frags. Unfortunately, Rika's position completely known. Concussion is caught and teleports away. So we'll be able to survive for that one. And Scullies, they commit towards this B site. So while they have to play a disadvantage, they certainly have the map advantage here. Rika waiting for a good old-fashioned right click. And they will get one. But those pistols, those guns!
What?
They go to town and Scullies say not today.
Honestly, I understand a 5 versus 3 you want to go for this fast retake, but the crossfires you have from Rika and Bobby in hooker, and then also Lisa being able to pick up 2 for herself in spawn. It seems that Neon Blade gave a little bit too much leeway, maybe getting a little bit too confident with that 10-2 half, and also that man advantage of 5-3 in that round. But it's not going to give too much. They're going to be able to full eco here most likely, and then they're going to be back up ready to play Rifles v bonus in the 3rd round.
First kill does come through, but unfortunately too many players, too many bullets as well. All those rapid fire weapons denying them away. Neon Blade now find themselves instead, and Sylvia is pushed towards the A side. Seems they're even putting Stim in with that one. They really want to contest this. You can see the Haunt going wide. 2 players waiting in there. Wants to get the first. Gets 2! Manages to double that up. Sure, they go down in the end, but what a couple of frags. That's a lot of damage on the Scullies more than anything.
And Adora is pushing short as well. There's going to be a Spectre available for her to pick up, and they're planting front sight as well. They've got to be away. Here they are. Double peeking it. Not too dangerous, but still 3 kills in favor of Neon Blade. And since they are on the defensive, they aren't able to get the money from a bomb plant. So getting more guns off the board from Scullies is very, very good for them. Although Mizzy is going to be coming into this with a Bulldog. Everyone else will be full rifles and only half armor Adora, which could be just a preference since you see like all the Fnatic buys recently that they don't buy full armor, especially comparing to certain teams that they face if they're against players that are using loads of Phantoms. There's this point, but then majority of the players at the moment have been playing Vandal, which is still one-shot headshot.
That it is. Certainly is both. Blade.
What is that trope? Is that diagonal trope?
Ooh. That's a bit cheeky. Oh wow, the ultimate invested super early here in Katana. Almizi taken off. That is so nice here from Bobby and Neon Blade. I don't think they were expecting that one at all, as now down 2 players in a rifle round. That's pretty much like disaster has just struck.
Absolutely, but they are flooding back onto site here. It's going to be Elbow and Garden, which are going to be the main points of contest for these players. No one in hooker.
Oh, a lot of damage spraying through the smoke. Don't know if the Brimstone half
Adora
really goes in. They are so low right now.
It's 2v1, it's halved.
It. Oh no, sorry, I thought the Brim was sticking it. Saw the damage come through. I assumed it was from a molly, but yeah, Adora's just going to stick that one there. It's an easy round for Neon Blade, in spite of what was a masterful usage of the orbital bombardment.
The orbital strike there at the beginning of the round, paired with the snake bites as well, was absolutely crucial to get in the site. But as soon as they got the site, they've just left, and Adora playing beautifully around that smokes, connecting 1, 2, 3, 4 headshots after another, and that is 11 for Neon Blades, and the bonus for the side of Scullies didn't work out too well and was very expensive for them. Wait, look at their buy. They're not even full buying into this round.
I mean, It's a bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off for them right now as they're looking for a chance to turn this into something, but those rifles were brutal. Mizzy won't make it out, just barely. Good usage of the paint shots, thinking out wide. It's the Bulldog in the hands of Katana. And what a deadly strike.
And there's one. Ooh. Lovely headshot connecting onto the head of Katana there, but that information is all gathered and there's no way to cross into long to, well, pick up any weapon. Although, given another kill, it's now a 1v2. This is possible to be picked up, but the chase of Adora and the paint shells are not going to give any space for any more sheriff kills. As much as we love seeing them, it's going to be shut down, and now match point 12-4 for Neon Blade. We've seen a similar position the map previous where it was Scully's in favor. It was able to bring back into a 13-10, but this does not look like one of those games.
No, it certainly doesn't. I mean, and again, neither did the ones prior, but I mean, with Neon Blade, with all the economy that they need, with 5 ultimates available, though I have said this before, they look like they're in control to just shut this one out here and now.
Absolutely. The timeout now coming in for Scullies. They really need to be playing picture perfect from now on. It's 12-4 match point, series point for Neon Blade. They are just one round away from securing their place in Contenders Series 2 Game Changers EMEA. The buy is going to be okay though. The buy from both of these sides aren't the best in regards to you have some half armor, yes, but all the utilities should be there for both of these teams. But look at the ult economy. You have a full stack deck compared to nothing from the side of Neon Blade versus Scullies. As much as expensive this round might be, even if you have to use all 5 ults, it is the only round you need to win Neon Blades.
You don't have to think about what happens afterwards when you're just on this match point right now. Martha? Boombot to try and get some information, but they spray it away very quickly and deny much away from that one. And the Lysa dealing with Lisu pretty effectively there. It's trade back, so it's even Stevens now. 3 ultimates still available for Neon Blade. And actually the Seekers coming out from Spicy Muffin here. They might now know exactly how those players are pushing as you see those Seekers start to get shot on out. We'll be done.
Oh, look at the like plants now. You have the Cypher ultimate. If you can get one kill, you can have all the information. But the Breach and Brim, like, they can't get the site. And look at that, all the ults invested, all players out of position because Hana is caught by her own Breach ult.
They didn't even get any kills off of the back of that. Bobby has managed to actually sneak into this position. Does lose the duel, unfortunately, and Neon Blade has started to kick it into full gear, but Rika will not go quietly into that one right there. Scully do not want to lose this one at all. Rika coming in the corner. Now sees the player, boom, as he wins the duel, and Neon Blade take it 13-4. It was a bit shaky in that final round, but they still show just how dominant they can be, especially here on Bind.
Yeah, it is an interesting round per se, but it is the match that's ended 13-4. And like you said, it doesn't matter how many ultimates it takes, as long as you can win that round, as long as you can close it out, that's all that is asked of you. You can't use them after the game's ended, so may as well use them while you can make them count. It does come down to that 1v1 clutch situation, which was played beautifully, but yes, you have your first team that is confirmed for Contenders from the Polaris region. It is going to be Neon Blade.
Yeah, an impressive performance, honestly. And I mean, the second map was, even in spite of some rough play, some really impressive performances when they got back in control, when they got back into the driver's seat. And I'm really impressed with what they were able to do.
Yeah, absolutely. The game's currently going on in the lower bracket. We have the lower semis and lower quarters going on at the moment with Control Control Electra versus Rank Demons. Currently, Rank Demons 1 up in that best of 3 series. Then along with Not Radiant versus Wraith, with Not Radiant being 1 up. So out of those two, we're going to be seeing the lower semis soon, and then whoever wins out of that will be facing against Scullies to try their luck if they can make it to contenders, and Scullies get this second chance to make it all the way to contenders split 2.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see if Scullies are going to be able to do it. They've got a really good squad, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing more from them. But as you said, that will be after the break. We are going to go for a long break now as we get prepared for that next match. Go grab yourself a drink, maybe grab yourself some food, and then come right back for more Valorant action with Birds of Prey.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Oops. One enemy. Last play. One enemy. Player standing. 30 seconds left.
When your heart is racing at the speed of light, when you feel like you got nowhere else to go. No, I want you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go.
One enemy remaining.
safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, at the speed of light. Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. You look so good, it hurts my soul. No, I can't deny the way you pull it. Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Look at what you did, I'm slipping on it. Yeah, I'm all in, I must admit it. Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Oh, wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Let me know you're all mine. Touching you, I collide. Into space in your eyes. Touching you feels like ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Oh, wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Feels like you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me. You're quite the marksman, ain't ya? I think my heart's in danger. Made me feel like I was safe and sound, and switched up and switched off the safety. How you plan? How you plan? Oh yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew a block, caught it a bullseye. Repeat shots and then we fire line. Feels like you've been using me for target shots you've taken. All the pain was a mess somehow. There are blanks as you claim, getting desperate now. 'Cause I found out. Oh, yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew a block, call it a bullseye. Repeat shots in the firelight. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me, using me, using me. You said, I think I'll give you a shot. I should have taken it literally. You said, I think I'll give you a shot. But your pistol was concealed from me. I should have known that you'd be using me, using me. Now I see that you, baby, you've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, 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 no. I'm about to you do more damage. Oh, 'cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice. You've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, no. I'm about to you do more damage. Oh, 'cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice.
Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry, that's a motto, so we keep moving along. Driving down to Cabo in a sunburned Eldorado. Don't worry, that's a motto, so we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry, that's a motto, so we keep moving along. Driving down to Cabo in a sunburned Eldorado. Don't worry, that's a motto, so we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along.
Girl, I got too much on my mind. too much on my mind these days. Still be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind, I got too much on my plate. You just wanna know, child, I just need some time and space. I just need another day, need to find another way. Girl, I used to play some sports, but I'm sick of all the guys. Now I don't care about your plans. Girl, I'm sorry, I just can't. I'm just doing what I can. It's big about it, like you're too much on your mind. I got too much on my mind these days. Still be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games.
One night, one drink, one dance, now it's one fight. Last shot, last chance, and I'm alright. I don't need your ass. Keep on playing games and I'ma leave your ass. Hey, I'm falling off without you. When I'm off the AO, I don't think about you. I can do the fade love, my heart don't know how to. You just make me hate myself when I'm around you. These ain't growing pains, you just ain't the same. I can't take this change, baby, please.
Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. Still be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. Girl, I got too much on my mind. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind.
Ooh, that sugar sweet. You got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat. Testify the motion. Loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the
only see with you. I'd be better with another, but I always pick you. I try my best to fight it, can't deny it. Touches diamonds, and you're probably the reason that I'm so messed up too. I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Could count the ways you drive me so insane, but when you call, I still fall back into your game. Play the game, play the game. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, right? Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. Hands are in my denim, but your heart's not with them. Tearing up the thought of all the pieces missing. And I try to know better, to know it's worse. I swear I'm cursed, cause I know you're bad for me, but it makes no difference. I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, right? Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. 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 Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then cover me in colors I can only see with you. Better with another, but I always pick you. Calling back down the ways you drive me so insane, but when you call, I still fall back into your game. No, no, wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, right? Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want it. One day my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want it. Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it.
Regain my senses, had enough, I'm getting out of here. I make my way back wearing nothing but my underwear. Paid my dues, blacking out, can feel my face again. Yet I'm back for more because you know I can't abstain. I'm still alive. It's a hell of a feeling though. We're out of time. Prepare yourself for what's to come. I could threaten with a good time. I could promise you some ecstasy. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know anymore.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. And you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. You look so good, it hurts my soul. No, I can't deny the way you pull it. Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. using me. Feels like you've been using me. You're quite the marksman, ain't ya? I think my heart's in danger. Made me feel like I was safe and sound, and switched up and switched off the safety. How you plan? How you plan? Oh, yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew blood, caught in a bullseye. Repeat shots and then we firelight. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. You say that I'm mistaken about all the shots you've taken. All the pain was in my head somehow. They're blanks as you claim, getting desperate now, 'cause I found out. Oh, yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew blood, caught in a bullseye. Repeat shots and then you firelight. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me. Using me. Using me. You said, I think I'll give you a shot. I should've taken it literally. You said, I think I'll give you a shot, but your pistol was concealed from me. I should've known that you'd be using me, using me. Now I see that you, baby, you've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, 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 no. I'm about to you do more damage. Oh, 'cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice. You've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, no. I'm about to you do more damage. Oh, 'cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice.
Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry, that's a motto, so we keep moving along. Driving down a Cabo in a sunburned Eldorado. Don't worry, that's a motto, so we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry, that's a tomato, so we keep moving along. Ooh, dropping down a Cabo in the sunburned El Dorado. Don't worry, that's the motto, so we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. I got too much on my mind, so I beg you, baby, please, no thanks. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my plate. You just wanna know, try. I just need some time and space. I just need another day. Need to find another way. Girl, I used to play some sports, but I'm sick of all the guys. Now I don't care about your plans. Girl, I'm sorry, I just can't. I'm just doing what I can. It's big about it, like you're too much on your mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. One night, one drink, one dance, now it's one fight. Last shot, last chance, and I'm alright. I don't need your ass. Keep on playing games and I'ma leave your ass. Hey, I'm falling off without you. When I'm off the AO, I don't think about you. I can do the fade love, my heart don't know how to. You just make me hate myself when I'm around you. These ain't growing pains, you just ain't the same. I can't take this change, baby, please. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. Girl, I got too much on my mind. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind.
Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar
see with you. I'd be better with another, but I always pick you. I try my best to fight it, can't deny it. Touches diamonds, and you're probably the reason that I'm so messed up too. I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Could count the ways you drive me so insane, but when you call, I still fall back into your game. Play the game, play the game. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, right? Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. Hands are in my denim, but your heart's not with them. Tearing up the thought of all the pieces missing. And I try to know better, to know it's worse. I swear I'm cursed, cause I know you're bad for me, but it makes no difference. No, no, I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, but someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. 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 Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then cover me in colors I can only see with you. Better with another, but I always pick you. Calling I count the ways you drive me so insane, but when you call, I still fall back into your game. No, no, wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, but someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want it. One day my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want it. Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it.
Regain my senses, had enough, I'm getting out of here. I make my way back wearing nothing but my underwear. Paid my dues, blacking out, can feel my face again. Yet I'm back for more because you know I can't abstain, I'm still alive. It's a hell of a feeling though. We're out of time. Prepare yourself for what's to come. I could threaten with a good time. I could promise you some ecstasy. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know anymore. I could threaten with a good time. Let's defy the laws of gravity. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know anymore. I always say there's no such thing as getting out of hand. Sounds pretty dumb as I am fighting for my life to stand. Paid my dues, blacking out, can feel my face again. Yet I'm back for more because you know I can't abstain, I'm still alive. It's a hell of a feeling though. We're out of time. Prepare yourself for what's to come. I could threaten with a good time.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. And you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing like you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me. You're quite the marksman, ain't ya? I think my heart's in danger. Made me feel like I was safe and sound, and switched up and switched off the safety. How you plan? How you plan? Oh, yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew blood, caught it a bullseye. Repeat shots and the firelight. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. You say that I'm mistaken about all the shots you've taken. All the pain was in my head somehow. There are blanks as you claim, getting desperate now. 'Cause I found out. Oh, yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew blood, caught it a bullseye. Repeat shots and in the firelight. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me. Using me. Using me. You said, I think I'll give you a shot. I should have taken it literally. You said, I think I'll give you a shot. But your pistol was concealed from me. I should've known that you'd be using me. Using me. Now I see that you, baby, you've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, 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 no. I'm about to throw you do more damage. Oh, 'cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice. You've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, no. I'm about to throw you do more damage. Oh, 'cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice.
Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry, that's a motto. So we keep moving along. Driving down to Cabo in the sunburned Eldorado. Don't worry, that's a motto. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry,
keep moving along. Ooh, dropping down a Cabo in the sunburned El Dorado. Don't worry, that's the motto. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along.
I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no thanks. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my plate. You just wanna know, child. I just need some time space. I just need another day. Need to find another way. Girl, I used to play some sports, but I'm sick of all the guys. Now I don't care about your plans. Girl, I'm sorry, I just can't. I'm just doing what I can. This bigger bottle like your fans on your mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games.
One night, one drink, one dance, now it's one fight. Last shot, last chance, and I'm alright. I don't need your ass. Keep on playing games and I'ma leave your ass. Hey, I'm falling off without you. When I'm off the AO, I don't think about you. I can do the fade love, my heart don't know how to. You just make me hate myself when I'm around you. These ain't growing pains, you just ain't the same. I can't take this change, baby, please.
Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. Girl, I got too much on my mind. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind.
Ooh, that sugar sweet. You got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat. Tested by the potion. Loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlight.
only see with you. I'd be better with another, but I always pick you. I try my best to fight it, can't deny it. Touches diamonds, and you're probably the reason that I'm so messed up too. I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Could count the ways you drive me so insane, but when you call, I still fall back into your game. Play the game, play the game. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, right? Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. Hands are in my denim, but your heart's not with them. Tearing up the thought of all the pieces missing. And I try to know better, to know it's worse. I swear I'm cursed, cause I know you're bad for me, but it makes no difference. No, no, I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, right? Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. 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 Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then cover me in colors I can only see with you. Better with another, but I always pick you. Calling I count the ways you drive me so insane, but when you call, I still fall back into your game. No, no, wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, right? Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want it. One day my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want it. Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it.
Regain my senses, had enough, I'm getting out of here. I make my way back wearing nothing but my underwear. Paid my dues, blacking out, can feel my face again. Yet I'm back for more because you know I can't abstain. I'm still alive. It's a hell of a feeling though. We're out of time. Prepare yourself for what's to come. I could threaten with a good time. I could promise you some ecstasy. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know anymore. I could threaten with a good time. Let's defy the laws of gravity. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know anymore. I always say there's no such thing as getting out of hand. Sounds pretty dumb as I am fighting for my life to stand. Paid my dues, blacking out, can feel my face again. Yet I'm back for more because you know I can't abstain. I'm still alive. It's a hell of a feeling though. We're out of time. Prepare yourself for what's to come. I could threaten with a good time. I could promise you some ecstasy. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know anymore.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Jag kan bli safe. Jag kan bli safe from wherever you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. You look so good, it hurts my soul. No, I can't deny the way you pull it. Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Look at what you did, I'm slipping on it. Yeah, I'm all in, I must admit it. Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Oh, wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Let me know you're all mine. Touching you, I collide into space in your eyes. Touching you feels like ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Oh, wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Feels like you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me. marksman ninja. I think my heart's in danger. Made me feel like I was safe and sound, then switched up and switched off the safety. How you plan? How you plan? Oh yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew blood, caught it a bullseye. Repeat shots and then we firelight. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. You say that I'm mistaken about all the shots you've taken. All the pain was a mess somehow. They're blanks as you claim, getting desperate now. 'Cause I found out. Oh yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew blood, caught it a bullseye. Repeat shots and then the firelight. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me, using me, using me. You said I think I'll give you a shot. I should have taken it literally. You said I think I'll give you a shot, but your pistol was concealed from me. I should've known that you'd be using me, using me. Now I see that you, baby, you've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, 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 no. I'm about to you do more damage. Oh, 'cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice. You've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, no. I'm about to you do more damage. Oh, 'cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice.
Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry, that's a motto, so we keep moving along. Driving down to Cabo in the sunburnt El Dorado. Don't worry, that's a motto, so we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry, that's a motto, so we keep moving along. Driving down to Cabo in the sunburnt El Dorado. Don't worry, that's a motto, so we keep moving along. got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games.
Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my plate. You just wanna know, child. I just need some time and space. I just need another day. Need to find another way. Girl, I used to play some sports, but I'm sick of all the guys. Now I don't care about your plans. Girl, I'm sorry, I just can't. I'm just doing what I can. It's big about it, like your too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games.
One night, one drink, one dance, now it's one fight. Last shot, last chance, and I'm alright. I don't need your ass. Keep on playing games and I'ma leave your ass. Hey, I'm falling off without you. When I'm off the AO, I don't think about you. I can do the fade love, my heart don't know how to. You just make me hate myself when I'm around you. These ain't growing pains, you just ain't the same. I can't take this change, baby, please.
Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. Girl, I got too much on my mind. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind.
Ooh, that sugar sweet. You got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat. Tested by the motion. Loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. 'Cause every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me
see with you. I'd be better with another, but I always pick you. I try my best to fight, I can't deny it. Touches diamonds, and you're probably the reason that I'm so messed up too. I can't stop it, it's ugly but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Could count the ways you drive me so insane, but when you call, I still fall back into your game. Play the game, play the game. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, but someday my prince will come. But if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want it.
And welcome back. You can see two totally different people here. Thanks very much to earlier on. We've had the upper bracket finals. We're now going into the lower bracket finals. I'm joined this evening, and you guys co-hosting with me is Veggie. Veggie, I haven't seen you really. I think we cast a little bit the other week, but I haven't seen you really since Insomnia. It's been a very long time. It's been a long time coming, should we say, and I'm incredibly excited to take in with this, the lower brackets with you on this fine Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it being here. I was going to say that I've been avoiding you, but I feel a bit mean saying that now. So after those comments, I'll just put that out there. But anyway, yeah, I'm really excited. Look, it's the lower brackets. This is where we've already seen one team qualify, which obviously was Neon Blade after putting on such impressive shows yesterday. They continued that in today, winning the upper final 2-1 against Scullies. So today, now, like you said, we're in the semi-final. We do have Wraith versus Ranked Demons, and the winner of that is then going to be playing into Scullies, who just lost previously. It's best of three. These two teams have history. Beanie, I'm excited to see what's going to happen because I'm going to put my bias out there. I'm very much a Wraith fanboy, so my bias is now known. But I'm excited to see what's going to happen for sure.
You've already said that to me, actually. You said earlier on in the green room, you said you've picked up the Wraith straight away. Now, we've already had pick maps and bans. We've gone through an Ascent ban straight away, which makes me incredibly happy because the amount of time we see Ascent is ridiculous. So we had Ascent kind of ban straight away, as you can see there. Lotus ban the second one, and then pick for the side of Wraith was Pearl, which gave us the Ranked Demons that defense pick straight away. Now, we're going to go into Pearl first. We then got Haven and then Bind. So obviously, two quite big maps to start us off with. Pearl and Haven, definitely those big sort of rotations, slow kind of plays earlier on. I would say similar kind of agent pool. Nearly said champion pool then. Definitely done a lot of league casting recently. And then the decider, if we need it, is going to be Bind, which I'm incredibly, actually, I kind of want to get to that. It'd be really exciting to kind of see. But with Pearl kicking us off straight away, your favorite guy, Yoru seems to come into this one quite a lot. My main guy, Cypher, comes into this one quite a lot as well. But who would you kind of be looking at? Obviously, looking at the players that we've got coming into this game as well. Where would you sit each player? Where would they normally go?
So, like I said, this is a map that we're going to be. I'm expecting a lot from Wraith from on this one. After doing a lot of speaking to Eco, I know Peril is a map that they've focused on a lot, and I think it shows a lot of courage to pick into this. If we touch back on when they last matched up on Series 5, Peril was a map that they lost on. So to automatically pick that up as your first map choice as a team that has previously beat you here, we have to kind of focus on that a little bit. But if we want to go to what agents are going to be played, do you know what? I want to say that we could see a Chamber. Just because Chamber's been slightly brought back into the meta ever so slightly on a few maps. Egg's been playing about on Chamber. I want to commit to it, but I'm not. I'm gonna go Killjoy. I think we're going to see Killjoy. I don't think you're going to get to see your Cypher. I'm sorry, Beanie. I just don't see it happening. Maybe on the side of Ranked Demons, but I think at least on the Ray side, we're going to be seeing Killjoy. I think in terms of controllers, most likely Viper, right? I think that seems to be the common choice for controller, and probably the best one that isn't use at the minute. Obviously, you went through that whole Harbour Sky Viper meta, so that's something that could potentially come into it. In terms of duelist, every part of me right now wants to scream Yoru at you. You know it's true. There's not a single part of me that doesn't want to do that. But I will refrain, and I'm just going to say probably Jet. Although Neon could be like a really dark horse pick for that one. Yeah, that's where I'll leave my cards. So I don't know what you're hoping for and what you think we might see though.
So I haven't actually seen much pro play in terms of the Valorant side of things. Like I said, I have been sort of casting with the Goose House a little bit more on that side of things. There's been a lot of leaks. So I'm kind of looking back a couple, maybe not this split, a split or so before. And I've actually played a lot more Valorant this split than I actually have done prior to that. Maybe because people like yourself have unfortunately been deranked quite a lot. And you can now play with me, which is fantastic because I'm low down. But looking at kind of, I have seen Chambers coming back into the meta. And for maps that are like Haven and Pearl straight on the back, there is a lot of coming from round the back. If you're looking to kind of come through, anyone who's on A or B, especially on that Pearl, can come round kind of CT and come round their own spawn. So that chamber trip here and there really just gives so much information, especially if you're not going with something like a Cypher with the trip. But as we go into Agent Select now, we can see what we want. Are we going to get your Euro? And
don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. This happens every time. Don't fall for it. They get my hopes up. They build my expectations, and then it's all over it. It's not. Also, just important to point out here that Peril has had a huge update, and it actually looks exactly like Lotus. So I don't know if you can tell with that one, but it makes this a so much more interesting game.
It really, really does. It's just tricking the people really into knowing it. And Deadlock was someone I was going to speak about, actually. Now, it's not something you've seen a lot. I've seen a lot of people try and play her quite well. Obviously, the sound trips are quite easy to detect, and you just sort of sneak past them. But Deadlock's ultimate just seems to be like unstoppable. We can't seem to get past it. It locks down, and your team then have to literally shoot you out of the cocoon, which makes you an easy target. Now, the Astra and the Viper coming through, kind of double smokes in that way. Tiny Lady sitting there on that raise. I was hoping the raise comes in. I think Blast packing in, the grenade creates so much space, especially with Sky Flashes now, and obviously that Killjoy locking down that site. Wraith still don't really know what they're looking to run with, but the Harbour, raise, Sky, pretty much similar. Astra against the Harbour. You said it was the Astra Harbour meta. They're actually going to face off against each other by looks of things.
Yeah, I think this is pretty standard lineups. It's Raze is probably the one that I wasn't expecting a little bit, but obviously my knowledge must be a little bit off because both teams have been picking that up. Tiny Lady is known as a great fragger, so I'm expecting to see a big show from this as well. And I mean, Egg picking up that chamber once again. I should have just went for it. I should have just believed in my ability to call it and commit to it, but we'll definitely get to see the difference from Tycho playing on Killjoy on the defending side, and then what Egg can bring for Wraith on chamber, I should say. It should definitely be a big factor in what could be the outcome of this game.
As we are now in the map of Pearl, we're not quite into the Lotus side of things. Now, mid control is kind of a big thing, very much so on quite a lot of maps, actually. And you see there, I think the B link, the stairs going into there is such a big vital control point in the side of defending. So with this one, for myself, I think defense is a really big one. If you can get those points up quite quickly on defense, the attacking is quite difficult, so you kind of want to get that in. But then some people think it's a really good attack heavy map. You can split the way. If you get a couple of picks quite quickly, you can kind of fake where you want to go quite easily. So with that in mind, I think, with rank D on the defense themselves, Wraith are going to really have to try and close it out. Get it probably on this B site a lot, quite a few plants down.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be interesting to see how both teams start up. I think you're right to highlight the defensive side of where this match can be. Obviously, with both, it's kind of been controller heavy, with obviously two controllers on each side being the Viper and the Astra. It's certainly the focus area. But I think a lot of damage can be done on attack. I've seen a lot of work being done from teams on the attacking side to make sure that they go into the defensive half with the biggest outcome. And I think that's what we're going to see a lot of defaults as well. As you see, we're already set up on the default side from Wraith, trying to play into the 2-1-2, one going down mid, try and get as much info as possible. That will be your chamber this time. Maybe set up your trap and your TP slightly further back, and then two just pressuring to get as much information as possible. And obviously you've got this Viper wall with the Sky Flash to come immediately after to get any information. So we get to see now as the match begins.
Yeah, something I like to see actually from Vipers is them holding their wall. Just kind of holding it to the last kind of minute, especially on defense, because it can really, really help with retakes. And for things like this B long, a retake is so like pivotal on that. So no real picks yet. You see the bomb kind of some util being used early, which is always good. Yeah, you want your team to get the util out from the enemy team straight away. And Wraith looking to make some space here. Obviously the bot situation here is pretty good. Probably going to spot out the chamber as it does. Chamber's going to have to shoot that one down. Amy going to get caught out there by the flash. Yeah, with these new boxes as well. Looking to go down low. Amy is really low. Does end up going down. 2 kills go down on the side for Ranked Demons. Wraith now 3 versus 5.
Yeah, it was a really strong flash. Gave out that information that there was still players lurking around that side, but the call to commit over onto B is still what looks like
30
to be coming in
seconds
here. Obviously you see the Harbour, the Sky and Dynastia on this raise looking to impact on the site, but Bebop still has the dog available to get information. Dynastia has pushed through, but the Classic's just missing the shots, and Tiny Lady is able to clean that one up after all, and it's all into bins. Who doesn't get it is Bebo gets the final kill, and Ranked Demons take 1-0, but it was a nice slow methodical approach to the start of that one from Wraith, just unable to really get the contact, and I think that's what we're going to see more of.
Yeah, DNA, I feel you. I feel for you there. That right click, it never happens for me either. The right click never hits like it hits against me. And if it was the other way around, you know for a fact your head would have been clapped in seconds.
Yeah.
So Spectres and a Bulldog coming out. This sort of not full kind of shield buy has really been a meta for a while now. I like say we saw it kind of in Insomnia, you know, a long time ago now, just to kind of put it into perspective. So having these half shields seems to be quite a big one, as the wall's going to go up from the Harbour, but this Spectre's going to do some damage. 2 kills straight away into the head of the Viper. Oh, there's a 4K. Are we going to get our first ace in round 2? We sure do, and Dismaybe. Just Spectre in B-Link. I told you at the start, that B-Link, B-Stairs bit is just going to be carnage.
Yeah, it really is. I think you harvest this down to just an absolute full send through mid, but you know what? Dismaybe is absolutely there to dismantle the Wraith's attempt to get through, and it's an easy ace is what you've got to say. She does well not to overcommit into the spray and push back and take a different angle so that when the next 2 players come, she's not exposed to anything, and I like that approach to just be smart with it. But now we get to see what Wraith can do, bringing in their own weapons, and once again just playing this a little bit slow. But Chamber does get spotted, that means Egg's position will be revealed, and look how much space Tiny Lady is taking. BD, there's absolute liberties been taken, pushed all the way up already on the flank, right in to the back of this A attack that could be the pinch, could be beautiful. That's one gone, looking for the next.
Gets the grenade down though. Yeah, he gets the grenade down. Definitely going to get the Roomba going, but we've got Bebo coming up to support Tiny Lady from the back as well. The chamber, I did say, lovely shot there by Toe. Flash coming in as well. They do not know where this Viper is, but they've got the spike. They just need to sit, chill, make sure they can pick up now Vandals, Phantoms, anything they kind of want to get given. Amy's going to have to try and either salvage something here or maybe just save.
Yeah, listen, if anyone can do this, it's Amy One. Amy One is incredible at these clutch situations. I've seen it yesterday, seen aces come through. I'm pretty sure Kai broke his desk during one of these clutches, and Amy will be looking to try and clutch this round up for Ranked Demons as she, as she pushes around the corner, but gets spotted. That is a lot of control given back to Ranked Demons, but the poison is just going to push people back. The snake bite is enough, but repositioning again, 13 seconds, time now no longer on their side. Has to pick up these kills quickly, make a flash. It's going to be beautiful. And Adina swings and gets the final kill. 3-0. Phenomenal start for Ranked Demons.
Yeah, normally I get a drink bought first before I get dancing around, something like that. And that was absolutely amazingly well played by the side of Wraith. But yeah, Tiny Lee just picking up so much space here, right? Just picking up so much space that just... exactly what we wanted. Now you're going to see Wraith actually. Apologies, Rain Demons. Wraith is now going to sort of have to sit back, and Toe's the only one on the board at the moment. You know, Dismavy got more kills than Wraith have in one round than they have in 4.
Yep, it's unfortunate. Just the space and the liberties being taken from the Skydog early on last round is enough to cost it. But Wraith trying a slightly different approach with this half-buy pressure onto A site. This split is something that you see quite often, but Tycho's setup is there to punish this one. The turret gives contact and it identifies that there is players on link. But that harbour wall is going to prevent this maybe a lot of vision, but Tycho's set up to take 2, and Adina gets the third for it, and it's falling apart so quickly for Wraith. Only leaving Egg on the board, and she falls now as well, and it's a brutal awakening into this match.
Take a breath now.
Yeah, Frank Demons are literally cooking on every stove possible right now. 6-1 on Dismavy, 4-0 on this Astra Adina TV. Tiny Lady 4-1. They're not really doing too much. They don't have to do too much. They're playing really good cross plays. They're just making sure everyone's backed up. And they're creating space, which is something you normally see on the attacking side. They're kind of playing not that aggressive, but obviously round 2 they were playing very aggressive. Now it's going to be clear to see how they're going to play in here. Now it's pretty much an even buy throughout.
What adaptations can they be calling through? That flash is pretty much always going to be coming every round, and it's vital that it does. It gets you so much information right off the start of the round, and obviously just allows for the next bird to be regenerated by the time a push can come through, and it just slows anything down, which is why you see Wraith just chilling up at the top of Belong, not really wanting to commit to anything, but still being cautious. The Boombot trying to clear stuff. The paint shell was just making sure that no one had pushed up at the top, but that's 2 big bits of util down from Raze already. Nothing left but the satchels to push onto this site, and the harbour wall is going to have to be utilised to try and create some space here, Vinny.
Yeah, the Viper obviously going to create the space as well, making sure they need to go. Harbour's going to introduce his ult in here as a Tiny Lady does get the copy down again. Taiko gets down Egg. The chamber is out of it. Tiny Lady just dipped up, diving, get a satchel charge. Oh, gets another one. Tiny Lady's cooking. Grenade's going to go out as well. Probably going to get a third. We're going to see the 4th with a headshot with this lovely... No, we're not. As Adina TV comes down the corner. Taps Toe in the head. Unfortunately, they just don't have an answer right now.
They don't, and it's quite clear to see it. You feel that it's going to take potentially a timeout to allow Eco to jump on the board and maybe make some adjustments, or once Egg gets the feel that there's a timeout. I'm on the same wavelength, Beanie. It's unbelievable. But this is going to be used just to try and reset the mentals for one and just identify everything that's went wrong. But to flip it back on the side of Ranked Demons, this team is not Ranked Demons, let's be honest. This is Tournament Demons. This is a demolition at this point in time, and it's great use of util from everyone. You're seeing the Astra gravity pull in, Tycho's pulling forward at the right times, Tiny Lady's taking all the fights and winning them. It's clinical.
I mean, this is only map 1 of a best of 3, but you know, I wanted that bind game. If they just keep cooking like this, we have no idea what's going to happen. We may not even get to that one as the last few seconds of timeout remaining. We're going to see if Wraith can get something back, get their mental back in the game for this. Now, for me, you know, it's going to take a lot. Okay, maybe some sort of different plays that you would normally see from a tournament. Be a bit cheesy, be a bit different in the times that Ranked Demons pretty much predicting everything that you're doing right now. Because it may be registered normal, so you're going to see a bit more of a default setup here again. The issue what we had last time here, Chamber wasn't looking in the right way, and they created so much space through mid that they came behind people like Toe on the Harbour here. But you're going to see the Chamber actually going to sit back, and the Viper's now going to join in. But look where the Raze is. Tiny Lady's trying to create this space. The Harbour wall's going to go up. Make sure the curler, so they're now on site. The Flash just missing out, but this Raze just cannot get online. Taiko does get that one down. 29 HP. Two Sheriff shots there, but Egg is really holding flank.
Yeah.
And no, straight away.
The timing on that one could have been absolutely insane, but Egg does get the information that there's one still on mid, and will try and cut that off, but it's not going to happen as the Viper's Pit is committed down onto A site, and that takes away a lot of this post-plant positioning. You're not going to have that easy vision as you want, which is why the takeouts invited early to try and get on one. Tiny Lady with the showstopper will take out Bins. and they tap the spike to try and bait anyone,
Last
but
player
Amy One
standing.
gets the first kill. It's going to all come down to Egg, who's firing at the bomb just in case anyone's tapping on it, and she's just not going to get the swing as Dismavy's there to support the teammate. And Rank Demons take this to 6, and that's you already, at least at worst, being tied up this half, and you can start looking at this as success regardless of what happens now.
We said about the defense, you know, it's quite pivotal to make sure you get really good early lead, and I think they just took it all by the swing of things. You know, the only one where actually we had to have a disarm, diffusing, the bomb, but you know, using that Viper's Pit, that just goes to show straight away, like we don't want to lose a round. You know, the Viper's Pit could have been used now, for instance, if there's a early push like here. No, Viper's Pit straight away gets rid of A. No, we're going to use it for a retake. And it's something that you don't often see. But they're looking to play slow here. I feel like it's going to have to be slow and then straight into fast and then make sure everyone's in position straight away because the rank demons just know exactly where you are. They're picking off pieces really, really quickly. The hard wall is going to start coming out. Oh, the timing. Adina TV is going to get one, maybe going to get a second here if the mollies come out. Does get a second bomb down, you know straight away. Amy does get the one, backs up their race. Takeo looking to come in as well. The Astra is down. Smokes are out of the game in this. Planting going to go down again. Oh, that Viper's molly.
My ult got
Going to be tight here. Grenadier gets one, uses the ult, picks up another,
enemy
and starts to
remaining.
take up that fight and does take out Tiny Lady, finally winning the Battle of Rays, and has the paint shells to try and push off Weebop, but it's not going to be enough as she's able to creep past and has a 1 versus 3 clutch scenario. Knows people will be posted up, taps the spike to look for it, gets the first kill, taps it again, tries to bait some position out, but Amy One position thought about behind, but you have to admire the hold here. Egg and Amy One not wanting to peek round until it's absolutely pivotal, and finally Wraith score a point.
Rafe, I think, heard me. You need to be quick on that, and then you need to create those spaces, and you need to get everyone into their positions. You saw the Vipers start coming right round the back, but Adina TV, this could have gone any way, but it was down to DNA. Really now coming in clutch with that raise, losing fights in the first 7 rounds, and this one really kicking it back up and straight away to the top of the leaderboard with 4 kills from that round, 4, 7, and 3. Just need to keep this cooking, and it's definitely not game over if this keeps happening.
And that's where you see the timeout coming to some effect as well. Not usually the round immediately after, but that Skydog once again getting so much space and info. It pushes Egg back, but the only one holding onto mid means that Rank Demon can just push right up here and start to cut all the lanes away from Wraith. Like, we're already in spawn, and if Egg doesn't catch on to this, the 2 teammates, Amy One and Bins, caught down on B long, could be in so much trouble, but Egg has this tour de force, but going to get stuck behind. Oh, and it's so easy for Weebop to get the kill.
Well,
we won't talk about the slight mishap, but it's easy regardless. And now it's a 2v2 on site, a 2v3 even, and there's 2 coming behind, and it just looks like another disastrous position.
Yeah, the thing for me, though, is that Sky and Ray's watch party that we had just a second ago has actually gone back with their team, because we don't know where the rest of them are, right? So, you know, Sky's cabbages went flying out and kind of moved around more towards the A side, but they have B side down, or do they? As Bins has just gone down to Weebop. Sky is just taking names. As we see him running through down there. Sky's going to hit every single one of these. The grenade going to the back to try and clear some space. Adina TV is here as well, but Tina, you can hit these shots. I know you can, as the grenade's going to probably kill the Harbour. And they just had it so well. This creating space, and they're not doing it every single round, which means Rafe can't know what the game plan is every single time. But this chamber, you said about the chamber pick, right now it's not really doing anything. I can see on defense being big, obviously toward force, operators, things like that on that B site, maybe even A. But you're pretty much 4v5 in these whole fights because the chamber's trying to make sure that no one comes from behind.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's possibly where the Killjoy becomes a lot more effective. Like, you see the setup that's getting done on A, it's been mixed up a few times, whether it's a turret holding onto link or just holding sight, but that you don't get from a chamber. And I mean, I know it's different sides, but it's so much more effective to have a turret watching it than having to worry about watching 5 different angles yourself, especially with the way this map's set up. But this time it looks like the call's just been made to 5-stack onto B, which could be the call. It's the defaults just haven't been working, and it's a util dump here, just trying to create any information possible.
Literally just trying to create as much space as possible, but they're not even moving through this Viper. And now the Astra smoke's down. They're just going to fire these Phantoms, which obviously you can't see. Tiny Lady expecting another flash coming in. That's why it's just facing the wall. Or maybe... No, yep. Maybe not. Maybe a DC, but no, absolutely fine. And now they've slowed everything down as Egg's going to get spotted out here in mid. Everyone... Ooh. Was that through the box? That must have been through the box there, as Bin does get one. Gets the raise down. He's been quite a vital player in this whole team. Gonna go down low. DNA gets a second. Maybe the swing comes in from Bins, gets the enemy Sky as well. And now the Astra Wall gonna come down, split them right up. Cabbage is gonna be used, but we're gonna see what can they do. They've got 26 seconds to get this remaining. Toe does get Dismavy down, who's been a really good player as well. Healing coming in, but Teo just gets another one down as well. They're just picking up them like flies. Another Harbour ult coming in, going to try and get rid of them as much as they can. Gets a dismay, Bins gets one down, Toe gets the other one. Finally a second one on the board, but it was a util dump at the start. It was raining everything.
Yeah, and I think that's just to try and create as much space without having to push forward through it all. We've seen before with Dinazia on A side trying to satchel onto back, and the rest of the team haven't fully been committing behind, which has allowed Tycho into positions to get that backstab, so to speak. Whereas this time it was all about dumping util, getting information and pushing ranked demons off of the sort of spots that they've been holding, and then just push onto it after you know that this site's slightly safer. But listen, it worked. It was a good plan. But it's not going to be used again this time. As Tiny Lady taking space up B, and you have to commend ranked demons once again. They're not being overly aggressive while also being aggressive. Do you know what I mean? Like they're taking all these angles, but they're using the util. They've got the Sky Flash with the satchels to jump up, looking the other way so that when the flash goes off, she's not going to get blind. And now here they come, pushing up into Amy 1, but the shot doesn't connect. But that's information gathered, at least for Wraith as well.
Yep.
That the players have pushed up there.
They may have seen the Viper, but now they've seen both of them. I was going to say they saw the Sky Flash as well. They're looking to create space here. What I think I would like to see maybe is the Killjoy pushed up just a second more alongside the Viper in stairs as Tiny Lady creating space there. That's illegal. You should not be able to do it. This grenade's going to be big, just stopping the push going through. Tiny Lady needs to get through. Satchel charge out. Does get to either chamber trip. Get my words out very nicely there. A few guns on the floor if they want to do it, but Tiny Lady's head just goes absolutely backwards. And now we're going to see maybe a real big swing over to this B site again. I said B is the favourite party place to be. What do you think, Veggie? They're going to get this plant down?
I mean, that harbour wall is going to cause a lot of disruption to vision on the site, but this maybe could have all the tools to stop it, but not this time as Toe and Dinazia link up to bring this in. It's a 3 versus 1. It's all down to Dina has the Phantom in hand, but the Pink Shell's going to push away. You know, it's not unheard of to win this situation, but this is where Harbour becomes so effective. All these walls just to shut down as much vision as possible. You want to push under, not quite yet. I'm going to take that vision away and just count down time a little bit more, and Dinazia set up perfectly to get this headshot, and that's exactly what happens. Wraith back on the board, 7-3, and at least now they could have a curse.
They could. I think what they didn't, Ranked Demons didn't really respect was the fact that Dinazia just flew back into the back site. May not have seen it. Definitely heard the satchel charges go off, but that's something that they didn't really see. So Dismavy then trying to swing did have the raise sort of pointing towards them as well from the other side, not where the raise is currently. But you know, they're starting to warm up. They're starting to pick it up. As we go to halftime, we'll say something soon about it. We'll see 2 rounds to go. But one team has been playing a lot more today than anyone else.
Yeah, and that could be one of those deciding factors. If that extra game is taking its toll on Wraith, but we're not going to start giving excuses up yet, as this game is still well underway, and we're starting to see this typical default coming through from Wraith, and the same setups coming in from Rank Demons. No pressure being applied early doors quite yet. They're not going for that same set play. They're just going to allow Wraith to step up and give information. And Tiny Lady in a great position, but could get caught out by Amy1 here, depending on the time. And that flash doesn't quite connect, which could give some false confidence, but the orb just taking vision away once again.
Yeah, this orb is a great one. I've never actually seen this one before, so I don't really play Viper anymore, but it's a huge orb. It cuts out so much space and vision, as we're now looking to see 40 seconds left on the clock. Rank Demons still split up on the map, but Wraith heavily coming down towards this B site. Bulldog in hand for this Sky. Flash coming through. Gonna see Tiny Lady still hold this site. Flash not gonna connect with that, so they don't know Tiny Lady's there. This could be really big as they get through, but Weebo gets one down. DNA. Tiny Lady is still in this little cubby hole. They don't know they're there. Gets one. Oh no, the blast going through, but not going to connect with anyone. Maybe the Roomba's going to select to see that the fact that Amy just maybe gets toe. It's going to be a big carnage. Amy down to 16 HP. Tiny Lady gets one down. Chamber's going to go down as well. And that flash that did not catch this raise was huge.
Yeah, 100%, and you just have to absolutely credit the patience from Tiny Lady not to push out when the assault is in full swing, but to wait and give Wraith a false confidence that there's nobody. Why is somebody still going to be in that position? You're not going to expect it, and it's just played to absolute perfection, and it pays off big time. Gets the first kill, uses the showstopper to create space for herself to make sure that she can clear that angle and get away safely, and then jumps on top and just goes, yeah, I'll finish this off. I'll get the next 2 kills as well. Bye-bye, Egg, and bye-bye, Amy1. Easy. It doesn't matter if you've got the Vipers bit down. This is my site.
It's the different angles that Tiny Lady is trying to push. It's the different ways that they're really trying to help their team get into different parts of sites, different parts of sort of like anything really, and I'm excited to see how they do that on the attacking side of things. One more round to go. Is it going to be Curse, or are they going to make a 4? But that shot there, lovely little peek, gets down the duelist of the side of Wraith.
Yeah, that's a big pick early on. That's your only duelist, your easy entry space creator gone, and all of a sudden you need to rethink the strategy. It's brutal when you lose such an impact player so early on, but let's see how they adapt as they still commit over onto this A site. But you have a really big setup here from Tycho, ready to dismantle any push coming in, and that just counts down some more time.
I suggest you move.
It's going to be the Harbour ult to try and make space, but Dismave and Athena are there to get the kills.
30
Just
seconds
cleaning
left.
house just now, looking for the final one. It's all into Egg, and Tiny Lady picks it up and puts a very convincing half on the board.
Switching sides.
Yep, as we're now into half-time, they've kind of got this mini timeout, really, to kind of figure out now, right, okay, half-time, it's 0-0. Okay, we need to get as many as we can on the board. Obviously, if they make it a little bit, make it a bit more better. And we said it was a defensive side prior. 9-3. Does anyone believe in the curse? Let us know in the chat if you believe in the curse here. Who are you gunning for? Veggie, unfortunately, your Wraith team needs to do something about it. And now, is it literally a re-confidence boost? Okay, cool. We're on attack now. We prefer attacking here. You know, as you said, lost on here prior. Or was that Rank Demons, if I get that right? To the opposing team. So, is it going to be Vengeance or is it not?
Yeah, I think Rank Demon's in a very good position to see this first map out. Anytime that you're on 9, it's important to win this first round, and Tiny Lady is starting this off perfectly, and it really is the mean to go down. It's already 4 versus 2, the site is theirs. That is how you take a site fast, especially on pistol. The Swarm Grenade from Tycho just to stop Bins pushing through and getting anywhere closer to site is great. It means so much extra space can be taken, but Amy1 here with the Ghost creeping up behind an unknown source. Gets one, looks for the second, and just about gets it. Brings us back to 2 versus 1 now, and all of a sudden, Wraith in a much better position. And there you go.
I was literally just looking away for a second. I think, okay, cool. Ranked Demon's going to be 10-3, but Wraith really knowing how to play retake really well. Weirdly, playing retake better than they took take on the attacking side of things. You know, hats off to them in that sense. That was a great defuse there, but yeah, Tiny Lady is just causing all kinds of havoc and really backed up by Weebob as well, because the Sky Flashes are coming in and loving seeing duos come out of everywhere. You know, I've seen the Omen Raze duo on things like Lotus, where they TP Satchel Charge into smokes and just create all kinds of havoc. And seeing this kind of duo now come into play, I think it's something that Valorant need to look into the lore, really.
See how that one comes through, but what we'll have to see is the lore of this match. As Amy1 picks up a big kill onto Tiny Lady. We said literally just 2 rounds ago how the duelist pick being taken down so early on is brutal. It's going to be even more brutal on this pistol round for Ranked Demons, whereas Wraith have the weapon power and they now have the agent advantage. 4 left to go and to take down, and this assault is starting to lack any sort of power as Egg looks for the first kill from the assault here, but not going to find it. Has to TP away, and the Snake Bite comes out to try and stop a push, and there's Egg on the board there against Weebop. It's falling apart. It's what you expect on these rounds, though, right? It's you expect the team with the better weapons to win, but do you know what's important here, Beanie? Is that all 5 left alive?
Yeah, all 5 left alive, and momentum now swinging in their favour. Okay, 9-5. Picked up the first couple of rounds here on this side of the defense. We said it time and time again, the defensive side of the map, but, you know, people are now coming online. Egg now starting to be useful in that sense. Okay, now it doesn't mean that they were useless in the first attacking side of things. It just wasn't working in our eyes, but Egg now really trying to lock down a site here as we see Tiny Lady come through. With that Judge, gonna potentially blast back on site. Roomba gonna start noticing straight away. Gonna create a little bit of damage there on the side of Egg, and Flash gonna get that down. The Judge looking for the kill. We love a shotgun play here at the Goose House every single Monday. Cast is gonna go through there as well, but looking to try and get a few things. The Arcane Sheriff Flash is going to go, but look where DNA is, creating so much space. Raises right now are creating absolute nightmare. Gets the head of Adina TV as well. Oh, the gun switch then probably wasn't the best time, but the wall from Harbor is going to shut everyone off. Going to block this fire in with that. As we see, the bomb is just going to get defused here. Carnage going to happen. And Wraith, and if they can take this kind of defense retake into the attacking side, the Pearl map would be so clean for them.
Yeah, this is one of their stronger and preferred maps. I think they still have ones that they prefer above it, but it's definitely a map that they've been focusing on, like we highlighted before, and you can definitely see that coming in to the defending side. Not so much in the attack, we must point out and say, but that could also be down to how exquisite Ranked Demons' defense was. They were so well set up, and they took so much space early on that the retakes from this defense is perfection, and we have to see if it continues. But Wraith must keep going and putting these points on the board and not allow Ranked Demons to point up anymore. And can they keep going is the question.
Oh, Bins does get the gun just out in time. Flash just misses, but it seems that you take a couple of players down on the side of Ranked Demons, okay? Tiny Lady, Sky, especially Weebob, and you kind of have the round. You know, but it's going to be, they defended so well in the first half. Can Ranked Demons get a good post plant where they can actually defend back again, shall we say? But Harbor Wall going to come through, just going to create so much vision. Or not so much vision for them as Weebob goes down. Adina does get DNA down, does get that Vanderbilt, is down to 5 HP, and Binge just says thank you very much. Taker going to get flash, but pick up the Phantom as Dismayed. Now just going to keep running, picking up a different gun every time. Does have the bomb on the back. Amy's created so much space, but that turret.
Yep, that turret is so pivotal.
30 seconds left.
Information gathered, Beanie identifies where Amy1 is, but she's repositioned well here to catch this repush through from Ranked Demons. Can she stop Tycho and Dismavy?
Been in this situation before, and Amy, ooh, just got spotted out there as the Viper Pit is going to be used. They're going to get in the plant 'cause they don't have too long. The chamber is going to go. Takeo does go down though. Amy, it's just down to you and your pit. Ooh, shot could have gone anyway there, but Amy does get it down, and a Viper diff there as Fnatic Dismaybe does go down. Ranked Demons, they don't have an answer right now. This is pretty much what we just saw. Wraith have just switched positions.
It really is. It's switched halves, and it's just switched mentality from both sides. We've seen Wraith really struggle with their attacks, and now we're starting to see that with Ranked Demons. They have looked at points like they were capable of getting a lot closer to winning the round, but as you've highlighted, Wraith's retake ability and confidence on this defense is pivotal. And yes, Ranked Demons can buy up here again, but if Wraith win this round so cleanly once again, Ranked Demons force straight back into Nico and it could be tied straight back up. So this round really is huge for Ranked Demons if they can get themselves back on the board, get themselves to double digits and start getting momentum back up. But Egg could be in a great position to get an opening kill, waits for the TP, the boombot just not going to be enough. Hope with someone push, but the timing good for Ranked Demons.
Yeah, just maybe putting that wall down last minute, making sure that they can cut off a lot of space around the back. This is something new. They're looking to go through a link here. Looking to go in a different position. Egg with this chamber and the operator, something I said at the start of the half. Scout destroyed, you know exactly where they're going to be. Dugout, there's one. We know that for sure. As you're going to see maybe a collab, and nearly as the Harbour does have the chambers back as well as Toe and Egg get one each. Bomb going to go down. They're going to go through it. Toe gets another one down. Egg gets another on Takeo. Now just down to Adina. And Adina, oh, I thought that was going to be a little bit of a collab there. Maybe the bullet spray could have been anything, but they are holding site so damn well. At the moment, the best thing that Ranked Demons had other than 2 rounds is the 3 rounds of plant. So the money coming from that is a little bit better. But now we're looking at an even half. They're looking to, well, Dismaybe's even trying to force a Vandal here. I think they're in 2 minds, maybe comms within the team. A little bit rusty. A timeout here could be something good just to make sure they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I think forcing is maybe not the right thing to do in this situation, and it's going to be interesting to see what comes through. They have a slight buy coming in, but not committing into this too much. And Egg picks up the first kill, and that's your initiator down. They've no longer got any flashes, no vision they've been able to take away, and Egg is going to have a lot of work to do to try and stop it, and does get the kill, and Amy1 picking up one here as well. And these attacks, although they're not supposed to be good on this round, it's just falling apart quickly. But Dismaybe picking up one, Beanie, could they come back beyond this round?
Potentially, the plant does go down, so some extra gold in the pocket. This, ooh, it goes down to literally no HP in a dream. The Toe does come back, and DNA just gets Dismaybe down straight away. There's signs that it could really happen. They're trying different things every single time. I'm just unsure right now. This replay is going to show Adina, they're looking to go in, but someone's got the operator. You're not going to potentially push there. I think maybe down link would have been a lot better for us. As I know we've lost sound. Hopefully you guys haven't at the same time. But Tiny Lady now, I think, was on nearly a 2.0 KDA, maybe even 3. So 16-10, 15-10 on Adina. These guys, the team need to pick it up, really, in the side of Ranked Demons. They need to start being a little bit slower in that sense.
I think one thing to point out for Wraith here is I think their defense is so strong because they're trusting their teammates to hold different angles in the crossfire that's been set up, especially on different sites. You see it every time the retake comes through. They're able to push back and allow the teammates so much space because they know their friends got their back, and that's what comes through. But let's see what Ranked Demons can do on this attack. Can they stop this momentum swing? As it looks a big fake over B here. This is crazy.
Something I said at the start, you can fake really, really well in this site, and Wraith have gone. They've done the full ranked, or the silver ranked game, should we say, where everyone has literally left site. Plant's going to go down on A here. Now, I'm not sure how much we have. No, the Viper's Pit isn't ready on side of Wraith. It is now. So the retake could be done exactly the same. 3 ults on the side of Wraith. Retake is definitely easily on. As Adina knows straight away, it's going to go straight down. No hope for that one, really. The rocket launcher was going to find you.
No, and this is where the Fate gets caught out a little bit, is the rest of the team not quite in position to hold the site, and it does allow so much extra space for Wraith, but a couple of players here on low HP are going to have to go for a heal, but look at Tiny Lady's position, gets 2, pops it ult, is dealt with by Amy1, and they're going to end up getting the defuse off in time and take the lead for the first time in this map.
Really taking control. This is Harbor, right? You know, trying to retake the bomb, you just place that down and no one can really get you. But Tiny Lady, I think, could have made a little bit. Rocket just not going off. There's one thing I don't like about Valorant as we see a timeout come out. If you die, your bullet just disappears in midair, and you can't get those kind of double takes. So that rocket could have still gone off. May have been a little bit different. As you see, hold or press B to buy was flickering around there. Jay, I'm not sure what you're going to do there, but just a quick shout out to our prod team. They've been on it all weekend. I know we've had Jam, we've got Jack there as well, Amy, Jay, Tex obviously is kind of there as well in the back just doing the replays. So a big shout out to them. The team that does it so well every single week within our weeklies, and then we'll see when we have the Birds of Prey on as well.
Yeah, phenomenal team and putting in some good work here, getting to see some really great games. But the one thing we need to be thinking about here is how do Ranked Demons counteract this exquisite defensive show from Wraith? And I think that fake that we've just seen could be close to the answer. Obviously forced on here into another really poor buy, a Stinger and some Sheriffs with either a half shield or a full shield, depending on what they're thinking about. Weeble Bebop picking up that Bulldog as well because he can still afford to buy into the next one. And the players that have but have bought more into it are the players that are going to have the bigger impact on this round. They need to be the ones that Ranked Demons are holding on to for extra hope. But the Viper's Pit committed early on mid, and Weeble Bebop with the Bulldog picks up that first kill. I said they need to be the ones to open the fights, and they do get one, but Egg answers straight back with that op shop. And I actually really like this ult. It takes away so much space on mid and shuts any factor of pushing through it. Apart from Tiny Lady, just going to go through it anyway.
Yeah, Tiny Lady just not caring, just going straight through with this Sheriff. Yeah, so you've got this taking mid, you've got the either A or B site. You don't really know where that chamber's going to be. You kind of guess the B site more than A. The angle is a lot easier to hold. There's a lot more TP options. I heard the Sky util being used, and Ray said he was running like had a raised rocket up the backside. But yep, Flash actually going to move past that. I stopped just a second just to see where that Flash was going. Actually went through the Viper's Pit, not knowing where that Viper
30
is.
seconds
So
left.
you know, they've got this B site looking to try and create some space. Grenade going to land, going to take a little bit from there. Didn't get the satchel up. So you're thinking right now as DNA, there's another Viper's Pit now being used on the side of Ranked Demons. Can they get this round? Can they make it 10-0 as the plant goes down?
Yeah, and it's a round that they shouldn't be able to win, but Denazdia looking for the kill. The satchel just to try and push off alongside the Flash, but she has crossed and Bo picks up that kill on Tiny Lady. Egg picking up some shots as well. This is starting to look like what we've been seeing over and over again. It all comes down to this maybe, and Adina can hold on to this, and that Viper's Pit falling is going to be a huge factor in potentially losing the round. And Amy1 once again sealing the kill up to put Wraith on to 11 and get closer to winning map 1.
Yeah, so just to put it in perspective, Ranked Demons chose defense first. Whether or not they weren't exactly happy with their attacking plays, maybe now we can see kind of why, that they wanted to get enough on the board. Something, yeah, again, I said at the start, but not really knowing Ranked Demons on this map, unlike yourself, then, you know, Team Wraith just really, the whole team just cooking on all cylinders.
Mm-hmm. It's absolutely night and day. I mean, just look at that timetable there from both sides, showing exactly why defense is is favoured here, and it's difficult to see how Ranked Demons stop the mentality falling off, but we'll think about fully pressuring down B site here. The Viper's wall is going to come down, and the dog reveals that nobody's up close, which maybe gives this false sense of confidence, but if that wall goes up at the right time, Egg will be able to get that Viper's, the op shot off, sorry, but now Lockdown invested. It's the first time we're actually seeing it put into good use here, and Egg staying close as possible, gets one, but gets naded, and it's going to get caught behind. It's going to have to rely on her teammates to get her out of this sticky situation, but it's not going to happen. This just maybe punishes that one, and Ranked Demons get the plant down and now have to look to get through, and this is a really good start, taking out bins. And
yeah, I was going to say, DNA just does get to one of that. The Killjoy looking to hold flank, so they now know where two people are. Now, something I've seen is the fact that people like Tiny Lady that don't really look as this maybe does get the one down. Tiny Lady does get DNA down, but they don't seem to know where half the players are sometimes. But now you know where Toe's going to be. Toe's going to be inside the smoke. All they need to do is play a little bit of time. Whoa, Tiny Lady does get the 3 now. So back up and running, making this a little bit closer.
yeah, and you have to admit that Ranked Demons really needed that one, but the problem that they have to deal with is that with how many rounds in a row Wraith have won, their money doesn't matter, right? They all have unlimited money at this point. They've been playing The Sims and they've rose-buddied all their money. They don't care. Look at that. They can still buy comfortably into the next round and not really... I mean, they'll care if they lose, right? But at the end of the day, they've still got so much money. And that's where this confidence of the economy pushes through. But Ranked Demons getting some success with the lockdown, but you don't have the lockdown ready every round. And Egg picking up an early kill once again, gets away. And that's the start that Wraith are looking for.
It's created some space, you know, you wouldn't expect them to be there. Now, Tiny Lady knows what happened last time on that wall. Someone jumped up on those boxes just to the right there, you can see for Egg, and made havoc on this push on this B site. Now, the Killjoy is looking to lurk, something I like to enjoy. Not that my ranked games like me to do it, but looking to try and create some space, but they know the chamber trap is there. They can hear it. They can hear it going off. Now, I think they can just about get around the corner without it triggering off. Maybe not. Egg looking to create some space. Now waiting for the whole team to join them. Takeo, I think, is going to get away with this. But two people now there, going to have to try and join their team quite quickly, otherwise they're going to be down to a point. We know Wraith can just come in and set everything off, as Harbor ult seems to be up all the time, Veggie.
Yeah, this is beautiful. We've heard a lot of bad talk about Harbor, but it's fully showing why Peril is Harbor's map, and it's all going to come down to the point. Orb is not enough, the defuse comes through, and Wraith put themselves onto map point, and once again, we speak about the retakes, and yet every time you think that Ranked Demons might be in a good position to hold, and Wraith just come up with answers, and the Harbor ult is definitely part of that. You mix that, you've got the concussions coming in, and as players are trying to reposition, you've got Bins using a flash to combo up, so if they're not getting stunned, they're getting flashed, and then it makes for easy pickings, right? It's exactly what you need to see. And as we go into map point, look at the money and look at the buy for Ranked Demons. I'm going to say that this is a round that is not possible to be won, but fully prepared that those are usually the rounds you win.
Yeah, I've definitely won my fair share of eco, shall we say, rounds, and it's a little one way from the Viper here, so quite nice and naughty. But you're going to see pretty much the same setup. No one's really changed what they needed to do on the side of Wraith. What I really like to see, or what I've seen, is the fact that Wraith play so slow on retakes. They know exactly how much time they have. It's like a player's got a stopwatch in the bottom right-hand corner, and they know exactly how long they have. Wait for the rest of the team, and then go and execute Order 66.
Yep, that snakebite is going to push Bins out of position, though. That takes a wee factor away from the retake, but it doesn't matter.
Does
Bins
it?
Gets a 2k, Toe gets a 2k, and it's all down to Tycho, who doesn't have enough.
Defenders
As Toe
win.
sweeps up the site, the Harbor, getting the final kill. Wraith take 13 and take map 1, Beanie, and it looked an impossible task after map half 1, but Wraith don't care. Wraith said, we picked this map on purpose. and this is what we have to show for it. And you can see that the work that they put in is come through on defense.
It was literally a one-sided map, right? In that sense, it was just
Literally,
pure
yeah.
defense. It was just pure defense. Now, we were saying beforehand, these Pearl and then Haven, obviously our next map, they're quite big maps. The rotations can happen, but we didn't see it really. We just saw full commitment. We saw one kind of play where the side of Rank Demons tried cheesing one site and doing the fake and going to the other one, but you know, with the defense of Wraith sort of picking up really, really well, I don't know how Haven's going to go.
Yeah, I mean, Haven is almost the complete opposite, right? We talk about how this map is very defensive, whereas Haven becomes very more attacking because you've got the 3 sites. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one, but also key to point out, it's very retake heavy. And what were Wraith good at there? Retake. So it's going to be an interesting one, like you say, to see what's going to happen as we come into that one. But what a fantastic map to start us off on this one, and I'm very excited to go forward.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm going to have to go get myself a Red Bull because I think this is going to go potentially all the way. You guys grab yourself one as well, and we'll be back in just a second for match 2.
Enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. Down B.
Jag kliver sig. Jag kliver sig från övergång. Och nu har du space to race it. And you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing,
It just seemed like we didn't even have a break. We've just gone straight away, and we're going to go ready for Haven, our map. If you want to get some great merch, it's modeled just by myself, as well as obviously Wondle Display we just saw in the advert there. But if you want to model on how to play retake on Pearl, you've just literally seen it. If you haven't seen it, you missed an incredible game one where it was literally a defensive sided map, and we both saw different sided defenses come out, which was fantastic to see. But Veggie, race retake was just, it was masterpiece. It was absolutely stunning.
It really was. It's what won them the map in essence. Really, let's be honest. If they didn't have that defense, they were really struggling. And I know defense is something that Wraith are focused on, and that's where they completely shine. And I'd expect that to retain throughout the rest of the series that we see, whether it's just on Haven or whether if we get to map 3, if that's something that continues through. But listen, it's Haven. For me, this is less about the defense and more about the attack. And once you get onto site, what you do with it, rather than just simply staying back, how much space you can take and prevent for that retake to come through. Because if you can take those fights further away from where the spike's planted, it's so much harder for those defenders to get back. And that is in quintessentially what Haven is all about, and I'm looking forward to getting into it.
And if we can have a quick look back at the maps, picks, and bans, please, production, we can see that obviously it was actually Rank that picked up this Haven, and Wraith picked up the attack side of things. But Agent Select is already ready, so we're not going to see maps, picks, and bans. But we've got Wraith attacking first this time, and that was their choice. Their attacks last time wasn't their choice. The video is now Haven in the middle, as we did have a little bit of a play with Lotus earlier on. The Euros coming out again, and the Harbours, but Prod nutting into my ear there, Jay, not being very happy, but Brimmy coming out on this maybe. So let's say who's going to be your one agent, okay, like Harbour was on the side of Pearl. Who is your one agent that can really clutch the game, make or break, should we say?
Oh, easy Breach. I don't even need to take a second to think about that, Beanie. Breach is by far the most influential agent. I will put my life on the line to say that Bebop and Amy1, both playing Breach, are going to have the biggest impact. That Rolling Thunder, the fault line, and the aftershock can be so good, especially for retake. And then on attack, it helps to pair up. Tiny Lady playing Ray, so you're going to see it paired up with the satchels jumping onto site. Whereas Dynastia on Jet, you're going to see it typically on Haven, you're going to see it mostly on C site, where you're pushing up long, you stun one side, your Jet cloudburst and dashes on top of Generator, and then that fights through. That's my answer. Breach is going to be your biggest impact, but in reality, it's all 5 of the agents put together, right? It's a 5 versus 5 game, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, Breach was someone that I learned quite quickly on Haven. You can clear so much space, even just with your standard E that goes off. You cast that so early on, you'll get a second cast quite nice and easily. Obviously, your Shock Blast that comes through, can't remember the name of it exactly, apologies. But you can clear spaces like Heaven on A site when you're attacking. And it just creates so much space there. And I'd like to see DNA switch up from that raise. Now, they didn't look super comfortable on that raise on the side of Pearl, but hopefully Jet, something we see from them a little bit more often, they're going to come in and really start kicking off well, because Tiny Lady and Weebop actually in the first game on Pearl were creating havoc early in the defense.
Yeah, they were. Let's see if they can keep that momentum up, or regain that momentum, I should say, going into this defense. And Wraith will be hoping for a slightly better attacking half than previous. As we've said, this is very much just
jumping with the body. Easy amused, and hopefully we're going to see not just easy amusement, but full amusement. The Flash come in as well. Something that is big on the Breach. We're going to see some lineups coming out straight away. Not going to see anyone, as again, going to slow that right down, but does go down. Headshot with that frenzy. Toad's going to go down. Right click from Takeo isn't going to do anything, unfortunately, as Tiny Lady's looking to come around very, very quickly. Takeo gets 2 before going down themselves with DNA. This Jet causing havoc straight away, but Tiny Lady is here. They have the spike. Spike's not even down yet. His egg is on this Killjoy. DNA coming in, gonna look right.
There.
Clicks the head of DNA. Oh, whiplash looking at that one as Egg is down.
One
The Omen
enemy
is
remaining.
sitting there. Tiny lady, just straight away 5 bullets. Toa's got to try and back off here. Shot dart going to bring him down to 44 HP. The grenade was going to take them, but instead, Adino and that Sova wanted to come in, and the retake was clean.
It really was. It's pistol, so you can't overanalyze how that retake was too much because it wasn't util heavy, right? It was just Tiny Lady saying, "This corner is mine. Bye bye. The next fight, it's mine." Egg didn't stand a chance. Tiny Lady just takes the head clean off, and really just brings that back onto it. But Tycho getting 2 early kills sort of stopped sight and space being taken too much. It prevents Wraith from being able to force up through CT and fight over on B side, fight garage a little bit heavier, and fight spawn. So yeah, you have to look into that one as well. But good start once again for Ranked Demons on this defense, and now we see if Wraith can answer back on this pistol and convert a round that should never really head their way.
Yeah, a lot of smokes, and if you want to take a site like B, you're going to need a lot of smokes. You're looking at the Brim Molly as well going down, just going to create that. Adina is going to use Sova Dart at some point. There we go. Going to go straight down to smoke. It's going to go down defensively, DNA. Now, one thing we haven't seen straight away as we're looking to play a little bit slower here is the side of Ranked Demons. They're not pushing out into different angles. They're not trying to take space away from Wraith.
Yeah, they don't need to just quite yet. It's up to Wraith to take initiative and push onto these sites. And you can see you still have a lot of util available to push onto A, but Tiny Lady is posted up here, and this is one player that is in red hot form on these attacks, and it's not who you want to pop into. As one's down, the Satchel's used to get away quickly. The Boombot to close down a little bit more space. Can't get the paint shells off fully as anyone takes one kill, but Adina
One enemy
punishing
remaining.
from above. And Weebop is there to clean it up, and it's all down to Cole. With a classic, not going to find a lot, and Ranked Demons keep 4 alive. Which, as we've said, it's pivotal that you keep as many players alive on that round as possible, so that you have better weapons as much as you can in this next.
I feel like Ty Lady could have just been a little bit more aggressive there with maybe swinging for both. The luck of the draw, you're probably, with the flash coming in as well, probably going to die there anyway. But still, creating so much space. Adina again coming in play as well. Obviously, we saw on the Astra in the last game beforehand, 3-0-3. Pretty much the same start. Now, Ranked Demons done this last time. What do they need to? They need to either create a bigger gap so they can defend more. But you said it's an attack-sided map. The Vandals are now out. The big guns are out. What can Adina do on this A site as the smokes come down, and they're looking to try and get these Sova Dart out to try and get as much information as possible.
Yeah, that dart's going to be huge, just picking up one, but not able to get the spray as this attack is fast, thick and heavy from Wraith, taking all the space on site, getting the plant down, and now starting to look for the post plant. Tiny Lady picking up the first kill. And as they're looking to try and shut this CT push down, but doesn't get it, as Weebop doing absolute God's work for Ranked Demons here, shutting this down into a 4 versus 2, and this attack is quickly falling
player
through.
standing.
Vince tries to scan, but is only going to get taken punished. Egg has to try and find something, gets 1 kill, but the defuse comes through regardless, and Ranked Demons pick up the 3rd, and they're just doing work. You know, that's what I'm going to say. I'm not going to analyse it too much. They're just doing work.
Yeah, this crossplay here, the Breach actually just looked away for a second because the flash coming in. So didn't have that crossplay that they really, really wanted to. DNA didn't have the backup from Breach on Amy 1. So it was kind of a little bit off. But they had the buy. They've now gone down. The defensive side there, they shouldn't have really won that in a sense because of the guns, as this maybe is looking at Rays creating those spaces. Smoke coming out to potentially fake this C push. This is something we see quite a lot. They'll see Jet with these knives, especially if they're going to start losing quite a few. The Jet knives come out because of the eco.
Yeah, and I think if you're Wraith here, the key is to not worry. You need to understand that this is a very long game, and that's definitely been shown previously on the map of Peril that we just watched. We've seen Wraith go down into heavy defeats before, and just take that extra little moment of time to adapt. Egg is very clever on that IGL role that can figure out what the teams are doing and how to then reassess, which is why you're just seeing a lot slower play here, putting pressure onto A, trying to waste some of the util. And the key here is that if your opponents have Brim, use up those smokes as early as possible because Brim, one, doesn't regenerate and the smokes last forever. So if you can get those smokes gone, you've got 3 sites to then attack from without any vision getting stopped. And that's what you see, B getting taken here. It's great for these quick rounds, but Tiny Lady's going to do really well to shut this down and does get one, looks for the second, pulls out the showstopper, doesn't connect. This Benz takes them out, and Tycho now on a 2k.
Yeah, Tycho getting a couple down there. That's Sovadar doing so much work as Tycho is just running through, but Amy with a lovely shot, and Adina just says no thank you, and the Vandal does take down Amy. And you were saying about the Brim, I think you were cooking something up really well, because where the Omen does regenerate those smokes, if you can get that Brim down, you have so many more smokes to go. So you can kind of waste your smokes, right? On the side of the Brim, but the Omen, just not creating the space here really, and Amy just making sure everything goes down. B-site's a really hard one to lock down, like straight away.
It is, but you often see it on these sort of lower buy rounds because it's a lot tighter spaces. The weapons that you can take into that situation are sort of versatile for those situations. If you've got a Vandal, you want to be taking long range fights, whereas if you're buying in with, say, frenzies and sort of usually ends up in Spectres, it's where to play. But only having the classics there is where the fault comes through in the end, as there's not much you can do. But this time, a little bit of peek through mid. The Tiny Lady's got herself into a really good position, but does get checked out with that aftershock, and Bebop getting picked up early there as well opens up a lot of space. Lockdown invested. Tiny Lady could be in a good spot to shut this down, and Tycho says, "You've got a lockdown, so do I. Let's play a game of shut down this side of the map for everybody," and forces out a sort of reposition and rethink from everyone here.
Oh yeah, as Bin's DNA does get that one down, Tiny Lady does go through. So Sova this time and the Brim. Brim, how many smokes do you have left? Do you have anything on that Dismaybe? I don't think we do. We have no util whatsoever coming out. Sova drone gonna come in, just missed that one. Right here. That's gonna give one. Dismaybe does get towed down. Amy gets Dismaybe down. Amy's down to 1 HP in a dream. Dynastia's gonna go down with the headshot there. Gonna get there. Oh, Min comes and gets the Sova down as well. So Adina finally goes down, and there's one on the board.
Yeah, that's better for Wraith figuring out what to do there. And like you said, this is where I'm not a Brimstone fan, right? I think your regenerating smokes on Omen lend itself so much, especially on a map like Haven, where your pushes and shoves can change within a heartbeat, and you can flip onto 2 different sites. If you're Brim and you use 2 smokes to shut down, let's say, A sewers and A long, then all you've got is 1 left, and your retake, you're really hoping it's going to be C, so you can just shut down C long vision, whereas Omen, you can just flex about with that a little bit more. But Wraith deciding to put a little bit of pressure back onto A here, maybe look for this orb, and there's 2 smokes used already.
Yeah, 2 smokes down, 1 left if purchased all of them. This Omen's ult is available as well, as you're going to see. Dismaybe going to just try and slow down the pushes. Dynastia is on site. The aftershock now coming in on the side of Wraith. Ult being used, invested as well. Was trying to create some space. Dismaybe does get 1. Weeble does go. Takeo gets another one down, but Amy is on a 3k with my favourite skin line ever.
Oh, she's on base.
She's on for it.
Amy won. So pivotal in some series yesterday. Really a key player to watch out from all the matches yesterday. Highlighted just what skill she has on this flex roll, and it's all down to Tiny Lady, who's just waiting for the smoke to disappear so they can get a little bit of vision before jumping out of heaven. The TP coming in from Omen gives a sound cue, and Tiny Lady satchels down, gets the kill. It's all down to Amy. Can Amy one get the ace, or is Tiny Lady going to put another one on the board? Amy gets the ace, and Wraith start to close this gap. It's 4-2, and all the guns are on the floor, and they've swapped out the skin line. They got the ace and went, yep, I'm changing skin line now. I'm done with that.
That was, I tell you though, that was really, really close. Raise, Tiny Lady on that raise, nearly got the flick around, but lovely gun control there by Amy. 1. Just not looking to overspray it. Resets, shoots again, nails the 8 HP. But yeah, now we're looking into this half buy now on the defensive side, or pretty much not even a half buy, pretty much nearly a full save.
Revealing area.
A lot being invested in, and 3 of them gonna get spotted out straight away. And they're like, nope, thank you. We're going to now head over to this C site where the Killjoy is now set up. How much can Takeo do? Takeo's done so well for Ranked Demons in taking a few picks here and there and maybe not going down by themselves, as it's going to slow them straight away. Brimsmoke in there as well. Molly being used. All Molly's being used here. A lot of util going down to make sure they don't get onto site quick enough.
Yeah, so much util just trying to buy time for this flank coming in. You've got Tiny Lady and Weebop Bebop pushing behind, splitting up to try and take this angle. Tiny Lady picks one, tries to get the second, but Denazdia gets that kill, and that shuts a slight part of the flank down. Egg is stuck in mid and gets sort of sandwiched between two fights. You don't want to take. Denazdia finally gets on site, does get punished for it, and just maybe holding it up really well. It's only toe left, has the spike, and is just going to TP as far away from this as possible. The typical Omen thing that we see on the site. TP away, TP up to heaven, smoke out CT potentially, and you have to feel that Ranked Demons are going to be aware that this is a potential play. Do they check it and can toll with 20 HP win out this fight? The Rolling Thunder's available, but you'd be shocked if that gets used because there's only one player. The shots don't quite connect to the head, and this maybe winning a round that they were in no position to buy, but it's the sandwiches that really come through from Ranked Demons to get them back on the board and onto 5.
And it was something that we saw on the Pearl map. They created space on something that they shouldn't have done. They created this space. Tiny Lady sitting at the back. Look where this breach is, sitting here. You know, just maybe then making sure that they can actually back up their... Adina winning that trade. It shouldn't have happened. Timeout having to be taken because Wraith may have to just sit there and just, right, okay, chill. We were on a good path. Now we've kind of let things slip. Ranked Demons have started to do things that they did on Pearl, which was very, very good in taking that space away from Wraith, who want that space. Now, you normally see it. Now, we saw Wraith just sit back, cocoon into their site, and then play the retake game. Ranked Demons, I think, just from watching them in the first game and now into the first map, and then going into this one, round 8, about to go live in 20 seconds, that they like to create space. They like to create that pressure, and Wraith just don't have an answer for it.
Yeah, I think even you need to be taking that space. You hadn't really seen a lot of flank power come through from Ranked Demons in the early rounds, which is why that one probably catches Wraith off a little bit by surprise. And the adaptations that Wraith been putting into place kind of get, like you say, just shut down because of that one. And maybe Wraith just need to start splitting up the defenders a little bit more. They're forced down onto sheriffs and light armor, which isn't going to be ideal for them going into this. But the timeout is where the calls are made. The timeout is where they re-strategize. This round is, you like to class as a throwaway, but very much possible that, I mean, we've just seen the Thrifty, right? The Thrifty just came through for Ranked Demons, so there's definitely a possibility.
Get out of my
But
way!
you look at this one as just do some damage to the economy of Ranked Demons so that in the next one, maybe a player has a little bit less shield than anticipated, or they can't buy into that Vandal. And Denazdia will have a lot of work to do with these knives. The Bladestorm is very dangerous in the right hands, and a combination of util here could be put in. Here comes the Molly to stop any push through. The dash is just straight into this maybe as she shuts that one down, and all of a sudden the spike lost on B.
Yeah. You know, there's no other spaces being taken. They're looking just straight down these B stairs, should we say. Long stairs, but the looks of it now, because Bins have got to try and create something. They need to try and figure out where the team are. As we actually see the Killjoy going back over to C site. They know they've got Spike. They're just waiting through, but look where Wraith Egg is. Tiny Lady's privy to it, though. Just going to hold these angles, going to sit there, go down, and the head goes straight away. Maybe more to be there, they don't know just yet. 10 seconds for this over dart. Toes down to no HP just because of the spamming. Does pick up the bomb, though, and Amy does pick one.
One enemy remaining.
Takeo coming out of garage, making sure nothing happens, and Bint is sitting in the smoke. Gonna go down, and a team ace goes out to Ranked Demons. There was nothing really to that one, right? You need to go B, you need to try and close down the space, you need to make it a lot shorter distance so that your guns are pretty much privy on a one-on-one situation, but We haven't seen things like the Rolling Thunder come out yet. We haven't seen this aggressive kind of attacking play. Is now the time? Is now the time to break that and get another one on the board?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. You've not needed to see it from ranked demons. They've not been in a position where they've had to force that huge retake.
Standing ahead.
So, but in the side of Wraith, like you point out, you need something to start clearing the site for you. Could we see a faster site hit come in? We thought we potentially seen it coming through for B there, where the Blade Storm's been used, but it just gets shut down so easily. And now I think you're right. I think this is a round where the Rolling Thunder could very much be invested onto A to try and get as much space as possible, and then just shut it down. But Tycho taking out Egg, the common lurker, is definitely going to be Killjoy on this map, and that just shuts down so many angles that Wraith can be taken, and Ranked Demon's already looking favourable going into this round.
One is going to go down, and there it is. The retake version coming through, though, and not really going to land anyone. A Tiny Lady is going to get it. So they fake the plant, they get it over. Everyone already came through, but that Killjoy is still sitting towards C. They're going to hear as much of this as possible rampaging through, and we're going to see maybe the Breach and the Sova start charging over. Yes, we do. Line up from Bin as we've seen prior. Prod making sure we get to see that as well. But what have we got for the retake? We were just talking about it, but don't need it. Unfortunately, not going to really use it.
That was an absolute stunning paranoia just to take out the player's backside. Gets up 2 kills. The Hunter's Fury is going to try and stop the plant, and it does. And then Weebop is then able to adapt and get the attempt at replanting down. Time is ticking so dangerously down. Everyone on low HP, but it doesn't matter. Bins has the back. Wraith get themselves back on the board, and they have Hunter's Fury and Rolling Thunder still online to use. Still 2 huge pivotal ultimates. We've seen them both be used to effect for ranked demons, just unfortunately not able to get the full force that they wanted to. But good adaptation and a very nice pivot from Wraith there to get themselves onto C-site.
Now, Weebop with that Rolling Thunder then, I wasn't quite sure of. Now, the plant hadn't quite gone down. They wanted to slow it down, but I think that would have been great if you were taking space behind enemy lines as well, because you're forcing them into a trap, right? You're forcing them into the line of your team and trying to create that. And that's what we saw the Jet unfortunately had to come to early with the Molly and the smokes coming down with the Jet Knives out. But I wasn't sure on it. You know, the Sova coming out as well, the Hunter's Fury was great, just didn't quite got the jet dash out. Amy now sitting there pretty much one up the whole of Team Wraith with those, but you do have the lockdown and you do have the Brim on Ranked Demons ult up. So looking to play slow, looking to get another one on the board and go into what, as you said, was an attack heavy map. It's been very defensive heavy right now. Wraith love a retake.
Yeah, it seems like both teams are confident in their defensive abilities here for sure, but you're absolutely spot on to highlight that the lockdown is available for Ranked Demons, and if this hit does come in on B side, that Rolling Thunder is going to be huge, but an immediate shot to prevent a huge push. Lovely combination with the Brim ult as well, and the lockdown is still available for here, but it's a 2 versus 1, and all of a sudden lockdown pushes them off of B, and it's going to be the plant onto A, and Tycho has a job on her hands to try and take this one back down. But look at the HP that's left on your Sova player. Just very little to play with. It's all going to come down to win these fights. If it can be isolated, Bins down there not wanting to take any fight possible, and Tycho has so much space to clear here. It's not looking too strong, and Toe paranoia at the ready.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, gonna see Spoiled Up in Heaven, the timing of Toe coming around the corner. Toe hasn't had that much to do this game, and if you look at the scoreboard, you would say they've pretty much not been doing anything, but generally, the paranoias, the smokes, everything coming out rail, holding that angle there was great, as what I was saying. You need someone to go around the back with these things, and Tiny Lady was that person to try and do that. But we saw the Omen TP up there prior, right? Especially on that site. So maybe the comms, I would have maybe gone and checked Heaven first. You know how much the health that Sova is on just from your team comming it potentially. So kind of a weird one. But yeah, ult's being used. Bucky now coming out from Medina. Going to have to run away from that one as they didn't want to fire it down. part by coming out on team at ranked Demons. This is a lot closer half than we had on Pearl.
Yeah, for sure. Wraith will be happy to get themselves to 4, but they'll be wanting to shut it down and continue the momentum and get themselves to 6, so that at least it's tied half, right? And then you don't need to win all those rounds in a row like you did on Peril. You just need to win a few less, and then you're good to go. But Ranked Demons will be very happy with this defence. They might be slightly upset that they've lost a couple of the rounds, considering how strong they were looking at the start. But listen, people say Valorant's a game of 2 halves, but it's most definitely not. It's a game of 4 quarters. In my eyes, there's one team starting up well, then it's adapting to that, and then it's how you then readapt going forward. And Bin's getting the opening kill here. This kind of half buy that's come through from Ranked Demons isn't going to cause too many problems on this retake. You have no ultimates to get back online, and Wraith can really start to set up for this post-plant situation and just pull back and allow Ranked Demons to make the mistakes.
Revealing area.
Yeah, the Sober Dart's going to maybe get something. They're going to pick up a couple of weapons here. The shotgun isn't going to come out of time. Lady nearly gets 2 toes. Head does get hit. But something that doesn't go down is Adina has to move away from that. Maybe try and get something on the exit, but the bomb is there. The robot is sitting there for the Killjoy. Maybe Adina just wants to take a couple with them. Oh, does get one. Does get bins down. So a little bit of damage on the economy, should we say.
Yeah, a little bit, but not too much. There definitely could have been a little bit more. Wraith were wise not to fully push around that corner and commit into it. And like you said, it's the last round. They can fully buy it in. I think if Adina fell, it could have been a little bit damaging to her economy, but nonetheless, a vast majority been able to buy. Obviously, you've got the half shield on Tiny Lady, but we've seen that the half shield doesn't always make that big a difference going into any of these rounds. And Wraith want to finish this half off high and fast, and it looks like it's going to be a big A push here, but we've seen all these fakes over onto A before, and you still have Hunter's Fury, you still have the lockdown, and I'm not even going to mention the Omen ult at the minute, because unless things go quickly awry, it's not really going to cause too many problems. But look at the flank already set up from Ranked Demons 2 coming behind. It is your Tiny Lady and We've seen that before. And that kill is huge. Stop the lockdown being destroyed.
Ooh, just maybe nearly getting that one as well. Bins does get it as Weeble Beeble is going to go down into the detained, but the Rays didn't. So
Bins.
maybe Vin's got the... Oh, just misses the shots and gets traded out. Weeble Beeble 2 does get Tiny Lady down. Amy just pre-flied that corner by the looks of things, or someone's got an FPS that none of us can kind of see. Is Wraith looking to make this an even half? Zadina has so much work to do. So much work that I'm not quite sure if they can get it done. The timer is ticking away. The bomb's about to go off. They're going to clap the head. Denizia does get that one down, and it's a 6-6 half, Veggie. Are we going to see something similar to start with? Ranked Demons exactly weren't, privy to a good attack on Pearl, but have they got something written in the diary, written in the plans for Haven?
Yeah, I mean, you would have to hope so, right? they're playing here, so let's see what they can bring through. Like we said, this is Ranked Demons' pick, and it's attack heavy. If I'm in Ranked Demons' shoes right now, it's 6-all. I'm happy with that. I think you've got to look at the positives. That yes, you started off so well, and Wraith came back into it, but you start with that momentum that you know you can do. You're winning the pistols. You're winning the next round after. This map could easily run away in your favour. But at the same time, as you said, we also know Wraith's defense is where they're strong with that. And I love this early aggression from Denazia, pushing forward through. Has enough time to get the reload because it's only Tycho in this position, and it is going to be double swung. And look at that. Some information gathered that there's nobody else there. But yeah, A-Site is given up for free, and we're going to be privy into a lovely potential pistol retake for Wraith. Let's see if defense is as strong as Peril was, Beanie.
Yeah, and what I like to see is actually that the whole team just got back together again. Now, A's one of those sites that are really, really hard to take. Now, because they took that sort of, space early on. I was expecting the Jet of Nazia just to go straight back down, but Amy does get one down. Adina gets another trade out though, which is perfect. Breach holding on, does get the util in. Flashes coming out left, right, and center. Pistols flying around left, right, and center. Just maybe doesn't have to do anything as Adina's just sitting there and spamming the classic through for a lovely 4K.
Yeah, I mean, that was just absolute shots flying everywhere. It looked like the retake was coming through. You had the stuns, the flashes coming in for Wraith. But fair play to Adina, just shot everyone down and really holds on to the site for Ranked Demons. And once again, they pick up another pistol round and they'll be looking to start building that momentum. And look, Adina's bringing in the Vandal half shield, and you need to be really careful with this. It's something that you see a lot of players do, but if you lose that early doors, you hand over a huge winning factor into the oppositions. And look, once again, at all this space being taken up on B, Dynastia has pushed right up, but decides not to go for the flank this time and connect in through Garage as the rest of Ranked Demons are taking as much space as possible.
Yeah, Garage. It's something we haven't really seen too much in this map so far in this game, but a lot of space. Ooh, head being hit there by Amy. Tiny does go down, but just maybe does it get Amy down as they wanted that gun, but they couldn't really get it as Nazia on this frenzy has been carnage, but that Spectre not really doing it. But Adina gets another 3K. Nazia looking to play Ring Around the Roses with Takeo as Takeo looks the wrong way. Kind of done themselves in with that molly because they couldn't actually walk anywhere in that direction.
Yeah, but the HP is so low on Dynastia. It's like John Wick just avoiding all the bullets and gets the final kill, wins the round and picks up a Vandal. And yeah, I mean, Adina tried. Really tried, but 7 apiece now. We're tied once again, and the defense from Wraith starting to marry back up.
Yeah, I think that was definitely Ranked Demons to lose there. I feel like Takeo could have just taken the fight. Maybe again, not knowing how much that Jet has actually been damaged. It's a frenzy versus a Spectre. You take that every day of the week, right? You know you've got shields on them, so you do take that every day of the week. You hear that molly down from Tiny Lady. It's just running it with a shorty. It's kind of what you need to do on this half buy. Just come straight through, and the head, Amy just following that so fast as Egg looking to try and get one as well, but Dina's just...
Spike planted.
I was going to say, Dina's just dodging everything, John Wick style. That was it.
Yep. Enhanced Keanu Reeves from The Matrix. Does not care. Bullets can't hit me now. Wraith once again on the retake. We've seen it so many times, and Egg picks up that first kill. Fnatic Dismaybe does drop, and Tote has the foresight to keep checking through Garage, and it's going to be a nice flawless for Wraith. They start to get in the lead for once again the first time of the map, and it's on this defensive side. Yeah, I feel like I'm not going to get carried away for Wraith, but I speak to Eco on a regular. They're very confident in their defensive abilities, and it just keeps getting highlighted on these maps of what Wraith are capable of doing. And I feel like Ranked Demons need to start making some adjustments. Yes, they're getting on site. Yes, they're getting the plant. But how do they come up with a solution to prevent the retake?
So we've got a technical pause coming in right now. No idea what the tech pause is about, but you've just kind of put it there. You said you're a little bit of a Wraith fan, shall we say? And now you've just let it slip that one of your friends is their coaches. So no wonder you're a little bit biased over to this Wraith site.
Listen,
Wraith
I'm
team,
open. I'm an open book. I'm an open book.
Yeah, well, okay, right, it's fine. But I think some of these gunplays, unfortunately, just not going in the right direction for Ranked Demons, and it's different to Pearl. Well, Pearl, Wraith was so clinical in what they were doing. I always find it weird when Prod does this. They just zoom in on someone's face. It just gets me every time. I don't know what it is. But Adina seems to be firing that trigger. That right click and the W key is really doing wonders for them. 17 and 9. Dismaybe really coming in as well in that Brim pick. Been that sort of bomb buddy as well. Take out kind of be a bit of a Tiny Lady. This game, I'm not sure if they're tired or anything like that from the last best of 3, but not really making an impact with Raze.
No, and We've not really seen too many combination plays. Often, what you're likely to see, especially on defense, which is something that we'd never seen, was the breach and raise combination. Right, you've got the stun on wherever you want. Typically, it would be across on A, stun up A orb, and then throw your grenade as they enter into lobby. But we never really seen that. But listen, it's on attack now. This is where your duelists come to play. Right, this is where Tiny Lady makes the money and does work, and we'll be expecting to see a better performance. Not that the shots have been off. We've seen so many nice shots from Tiny Lady throughout the tournament, and especially on at the start of the rounds, we've seen like the double headshots coming through round one. But you're definitely right. The duelist needs to be having a bit more of an impact. There's so much space being taken though, so you can look at a scoreline and think it's a bad game, but the space that's been taken with the satchels is definitely something not to overlook.
Yeah, it just knows that leading from that front in terms of duelist is something that you always like to see on teams. Seeing your duelist sitting there at the bottom, you know that they're the main ones that you really want to get the shooting game up right. You want to make sure they're clicking heads and make sure they're doing their job in that sense. And this technical pause is, I think, great for ranked demons to kind of get a free timeout, really. Maybe it's their mouse. Maybe it's something on that raise that's the issue. I can hear the text box going around. It's a weird one for me. Quite frankly, we've not seen the Killjoy actually using util for sort of behind them. So waiting for people to lurk. You've not seen Wraith do that too much anyway. We did see, obviously, the first round, Donazia just running through with that frenzy and not even caring for the bot there, the alarm bot taken and making sure that Tieko just can't do anything. The buys coming out now is going to be pretty much a full buy on both sides. The half shields, you said it earlier, it doesn't really make difference. Both teams here are such high level players. They know where the head is straight away, that shield just doesn't really do much.
Yeah, it almost becomes irrelevant at a point. You just need to look at the top level of plays. It's becoming more and more a key factor in managing your economy to make sure that you can have as many rifle rounds as possible, so you don't need to force into these or half buys and sheriff half shields that you quite often see. But it's going to be interesting to see how ranked demons anticipate coming back into it, because they have been doing a lot of things right. I mentioned about how Tiny Lady's taking a load of space, especially on that C hit. We've seen her jump through all the back of CT and then start fighting for garage control. But Wraith just shut it down by just pinching it from both angles and having the patience and the foresight to sit until their teammate had caught up. They didn't have to take a fight and give individual 1v1s. So I I do not want to see the inside of Silva's mouth. No.
No, yeah. I don't know what they feed our prod. But it's just certain things, right? They just do every single time. Now, they've been working absolute wonders. Veggie, I know you were casting yesterday as well. It's been a couple of long days in this Bird of Prey series. Series 6. I know Goose has been doing it for a very long time as well. Now, whoever wins this one, if Wraith kind of kick this one going through, they're going to go through to see Scully's in the final as well, coming up a little bit later. And then they get their ticket, right, on through to the biggest competition they pretty much have this year.
Yeah, so the winner of this gets a chance and the opportunity to fight for basically a free spot in contenders. You don't need to go through that Swiss format, which is a grueling 4 days of competitions. You think what these players have been through over yesterday and today, like you're mentioning your sympathy for a prod team having to sit through these matches, but these players have had a lot to go through as well. It's been a lot of best of 3 series. This will be their second best of 3 for today. Yesterday, if they were in the uppers, they were going through some best of 3s and then dropping into a best of 1. So it's a lot of gameplay, and that can really take a toll on a player and how you think in these situations. So to put that into context, if you're going into contenders and you don't have to go through 4 days of best of 1 Swiss formats and have a very slim chance of progression through I think there's like 128 teams that can enter into that. It's such a good chance to give yourselves a possibility to go into the EMEA groups. You know, you look at who's won contenders previously, and Fut Anonymous were up there, and they're doing really well in Game Changers now. I think the third in their group bracket, looking really strong. And it's a position that every one of these teams will want to do. I mean, I don't know about you, being if someone said you can avoid 4 days work and just skip halfway through, you're going to snatch at it, right?
100%, 100%. If you can skip those 4 days and get the promotion, I am gunning for that every single time. Now, as we're still in this tech pause, unfortunately, we don't know what this tech pause is. It's worth to say right now that obviously we are casting live from the Goose House, live from our homes from the Goose House. But the Goose House is a community that's really brought myself and yourself together, but it's also brought a lot of the sort of the customs going through, and that's what we have quite a lot of within our group as well. So we have customs, we have our skirmishes on a Monday, we have our league on a Tuesday. We also have our female and mixed gender customs in the group as well at the same time, running pretty much nearly every other day going through. If someone's doing one, someone will ping it. You can come in and you can just play as many times as you want. And it's pretty much little skirmishes just like this. Okay, so we've got now just a dog cam coming up as we're waiting because we're just waiting. We don't know what this tech pause is, so right now you can have a lovely picture there of whose dog was this again? Was it Luce? Was it was Lorel's, wasn't it? It was Lee's dog. So yeah, I saw it like poke, say hi to it earlier, stroke it, didn't care, just chilled, laid back. This is the Sunday vibe that you kind of want, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is prime Valorant gameplay. This is if you're tuning in to a Valorant competitive stream and you're not expecting things like this, then I don't know where you've been under, like what rock you've been hiding through, because tech pauses are exactly what you come. You're not coming to see the intense gameplay. You're coming to see dog cam and tech pauses, and I mean, just look it up. I wish I had a dog.
I miss having 3 myself. As
Oh,
it's like, Mum, like, what are you doing to me? This camera's been on me for a while. Prod have had this cam for a while, as we were in the green room earlier, getting ready for this production ourselves. And yep, the eyes are getting heavy, just waiting for this tech pause to end so that we can watch some riveting gameplay straight from the window. I feel like if it was raining right now, you'd put some sad music on, it'd be perfect, right?
Literally, yeah. Oh. Right. Being I'm going to go back to the question that I always go back to, especially when I'm watching over Wraith gameplays. How do you like your eggs?
See, now some people know who I am. Some people know what I do as a sort of job on the side and how much I do. I am very much in the gym quite a lot. So I have my eggs, four of them in the morning. I just whisk them up. I just whisk them straight up and put them in the pan with the bacon, and I'm done with 2 bagels. So I have my eggs quite full on. I don't do anything fancy with them. I just get them in and consume them straight away. So there's nothing fancy to me, and exactly like my gameplay, I think, unlike Wraith's gameplay in that sense, which is quite fancy on the retake.
Do you have sauce?
No sauce, butter, lots and lots of butter. No,
Oh.
I'm a no sauce kind of guy. Barbecue is all the way, so I don't know anything else. It's definitely that. But breakfast in the morning is all about that good coffee. As we may be going back into game, as Prod nearly blew my ears out with the excitement of coming back through, and we're going to see straight away they're trying to get this orb, trying to make sure that Rolling Thunder is now live, which it is. Tiny Lady's looking to try and create some. Yeah, no, definitely trying to try and get through. Now, that bot is down there at the back, like I said before. Now, Toe is going to use that smoke, 16 seconds until we get it through. And this is why you said you prefer the Omen to the Brim.
Yep, you have those regenerating spots. I'll always go back to that. The regenerating smokes can be so huge. And Tiny starting this one off, as we've seen before, taking the whole site with that satchel and now repositioning where possible, but Egg close to dealing with it. But the Brimstone smoke is going to be enough to stop anyone. Rolling Thunder invested. That's the whole of C is now taken, but it's definitely set up for the post-blood situation. Going to be tapped and try to hold on to at least half, but giving off now. Brimstone ult invested, and 4 players dropping for Wraith, and this is a much better start for ranked demons that The tech pause certainly working in their favour so far. Smoke's going up to try and get anything through, but this maybe sprays as much as possible and does not let Toe even get close to tapping the spike. And Rank Demons tie it back up, 8 apiece now.
Now, in a tech pause, can coaches speak? Is that allowed during a tech pause? Can coaches speak? I don't think they were.
In tech pause, nobody's allowed to speak, so you just have to sit there and antagonise in silence.
So you're not even speaking to your team? So you can still speak to your team, though, is that correct, yeah?
Nope.
No. So this is something that's just come off the back. Maybe all the players are sitting there cooking something up themselves and bringing it to the table. So the fact that the coach wasn't imposed it, going to create some space, going to get the flash off really well, too. Going straight down now, the Raze bot coming in, knowing now that the Raze was there the whole time. But how did Denazia get away with that and get out full HP?
That is a set play and a half. Whoever has cooked that one up, whether that was the player's individual or if Eco's put the work in to do that one, you've got the stun coming in, and then even just the smartness and intelligence to then paranoia it to make sure that nobody's able to flank past is great. But
One enemy remaining.
Right, Demon's not scared to retry the site, but you're going to have to deal with this Demon of everyone who's holding on site. But this may be taking out Denazia, trying to push through to take out everyone. Has some bullets come through, getting revealed, and the rest of Wraith slowly getting up. It has enough time to get the reload off, gets one kill, but Egg is there to trade that one through, and a really impressive sort of answer back from Wraith there. I love that play.
The timing of this flash was brilliant. The Sova was already in the drone and couldn't exit out quick enough. By the time he made a bit of space was great, just maybe didn't respect the fact that anyone could have been there, just maybe taking a few heads with them as well. So econ-wise, 2 down. Denazia though, Jet and an operator. We've seen it plenty of times before in many, many different games as long as Valorant's been around. Amy, though, locking down that site, and you said the breach would come in clutch. Now, for the side of Ranked Demons, not so much. Wraith really cooking on it.
Really, that set play was just something else. Nothing fully cooked up this time as Tycho takes down Denazia, trying to get that operator peak down on A, and you're going to see Bins try and recover that op and make sure it's not taken, and the space isn't fully given, but the sound cues now from these steps forward pushes Bins back ever so slightly. The turret up to watch lobby and just hoping no one pushes through. Someone doesn't quite connect the shots, but says hello, I'm still here. Rolling Thunder invested for the side of Ranked Demons. Just get sight, and that's going to allow the plant and just slow down a potential retake, especially with this aftershock. And Bins just not prepared for the satchel up, and Tiny Lady gets a kill and retreats with her life.
I heard you had a couple of Red Bulls. Tank Ladies definitely had a couple during that tech pause because they were cooking on all cylinders going in. Amy does get the head of them though, as Tiny Lady does that go down. Concussion coming out. Everything coming out now. I think this round the kitchen sink is about to be thrown at the same time as the Killjoy lockdown is going to be used for this retake. You see the bubble there as this maybe with that operator being picked up.
One enemy remaining.
Here we go, one player detained. Flashes coming out left, right, and center. Does get one, but no. Toe goes down, and Seiko might go down here, or may just about get out.
Yeah, they get away before the spike. I think it's key to point out that we did have the Hunter's Fury available for the side of Ranked Demons, but confident in the positions that they were all holding, that they didn't need to invest that to destroy that lockdown. Adina's just able to hold on to that for a future round where maybe they need to stop a defuse coming through and not just overreacting to what a situation is. Able to just say, look, there's still so many of us left alive, we're all in different positions to hold each other, that we don't need to do this and keep this huge piece of utility for later on.
Yeah, Seaside just free right now. Not even any util on it from the Killjoy as Wraith are looking to try and push it down. May have just heard some sound cues there for the site of C. Smoke coming out from the Brimstone. The Breach obviously going to use as well. Molly being used by the Brimstone. Lovely and early as the Sova Dart is not going to go down. Gets tags absolutely everyone, but Takeo does get down Toad. The smokes are down on the side of Wraith. You've got Jet ones potentially going to be able to be used as Egg does get Takeo down. Brimstone ult coming in, trying to clear some space. Dismaybe does get Denazia coming through. Tiny Lady Know that Egg is here behind them as the bot's going to be their little peeking angel. As Amy is going to be stuck in here. They kind of want to actually die here just for eco as Adina gets Antrudy. Tiny gets one down as well. So what I was going to say at the start of the round before it all kicked off rather quickly is the fact that they were ping-ponging rounds. And that's not something you really want to do as you see your guy Echo now bringing that timeout in to try and sort of collect the heads, should we say, back as we're now 10-9 in this game.
Yep, Wraith starting to show the cracks in their defenses. Ranked Demon have definitely been able to find some of the answers to how to get through. They struggled so much in the previous map of Peril, but definitely able to utilise, and obviously 4 rounds taken off so far from this attack. And you've got to think that maybe we're going to see some more set plays. We've seen that one that was so impressive on C. Are Wraith now going to be thinking about what they can cook up and actually answer back with? You see the tag coming in from Ranked Demons that looking about as if they're going to hit over on A site. The tag early indications that could be where that is. But Wraith just need to restart readjusting, rethinking, and focusing on how they can work back on these retakes that were so successful before.
Exactly that. So they're looking maybe for this A, but then you see the ping coming out from Wraith. You know, they're looking to try and get a little bit there, but the ping coming back out as well from Ranked Demons, knowing exactly that someone's going to be peeking around. They had this up on the Sova, something that is not often seen unless you're someone called Bangers. Now, are we going to see a blast pack straight through and a little bit of a quick play? Gonna break, actually miss absolutely everything. There was a flash out somewhere, and now we're just going to run into their Brim, who does take down Bin. So it's 2 very quickly down on the side. You're going to see the Killjoy util hopefully picking up the stragglers from behind. We're going to see Ty Lady go straight back up into heaven. Amy knows this one way too
Spike
well.
planted.
Hasn't actually gone into heaven.
Yeah, it's a false sound cue just to put the thoughts in the minds that there could be a player up there, but Tycho really well positioned. But now that you have to be in radius for the Killjoy alarm bot to work, they know that Tycho could be somewhere, but doesn't quite get the read on time, and Tycho able to take out both flankers, and you just have to think everyone has to save onto this Phantom, try and take it into the next round. Realise that yes, I'm very much capable of acing on rounds, but this one not so much, with time quickly dwindling away. Just have to run away and play to protect this Phantom so that you have a good chance going into the next.
Yeah, I think the timing for that with a Killjoy walking back there was the bot was actually not in use. The bot was actually like down asleep. As Amy did get spotted just at the last second, but not go down. But the fact that Takeo moved back at that right time, that bot picked out the fact that there was one, maybe 2 there. The shooting coming out made sure Egg got down, and then I think it was Toe that was there at the same time. The fact that Toe was shooting, giving away the fact there was actually 2 there. You wouldn't have known that unless you saw them. So maybe could have played slower. Maybe could have got the pick if Takeo wanted to fool around. But I like how they're now doing this from a little bit further back, because the last time it happened, hell broke loose.
Yep, and no set play this time. It's rare that you're going to see the exact same scenario come through 7 times. Don't really have the weapon power, but Tiny Lady using the showstopper to push up fast. The flash coming in, try to catch off Toe, and it does. Tiny Lady not only gets the opening kill, but looks for more space.
Creates a bit more space. The operator shots flying left, right, and centre. The attacker Killjoy lockdown is now going to be used as Tiny Lady is in the spawn. Oh, what a shot there on Bins, as this maybe does get Danazia down as well. And Ranked Demons, they want to take it to bind.
Match point.
Absolutely they do. It's their map pick, and they're showing why at this moment in time, getting themselves onto match point and putting themselves in a really good position. Wraith only on 9. I mean, you're going to need to do a lot of work, as even if you win this next round, Ranked Demons have so much economy to buy into the next 2 at least, that you're going to be going up against full rifles for the rest of the match. Because if you go overtime, obviously your money's reset. So let's see what Ranked Demons do this time, setting up a little bit more in a default situation to try and draw out as much util as possible and then start to gather back. Don't give up too much information to Wraith. Don't let them make that call. However, they seem confident that nobody's pushing on to A and they're just going to play it back over to C. You see the players already giving up that A space, and Adina using this drone once again to clear all the angles and figure out where everyone is. Tiny Lady satcheling onto site. The TP is going to be enough for Toe to get away with their life and straight into their teammate of Egg. Can they start to work on this retake?
Yeah, Hunter's view used as well. It's actually going to be used in return to try and pick up this Soba. Does hit Dismaybe on their own team, but managed to take one. Tego takes another. Looking to use that swarm grenade to create some space, maybe push site. Going to reload. Timing! It's not. It's Tiny Lady that actually goes down. The Rolling Thunder doesn't get towards the back of site, so we've seen Adina sitting there really nice on the Soba Crenna. Everything is being used. It's potentially the last round. It is the last round. Diego gets the third kill. Attackers get that rank. Demons wants to take it all the way to bind, and they sure do. Veggie, it was a little cleaner away from now for Ranked Demons in terms of that attacking. The Wraith team wasn't entirely clean with their retakes, and after that long tech pause, you know, the game totally changed really, and Ranked Demons really started running with it.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, I mean, I'm not making an excuse up here, but the tech pause almost takes away some momentum that maybe you were getting through together, and it potentially feeds into Ranked Demons' sort of mental, able to, although you can't talk to your teammates, like just being able to sit back yourself, maybe just sit back thinking your thoughts of, right, what am I personally doing wrong and how can I fix that? Whereas if you're on the side that's been winning all the rounds in a row, you're not able to just keep pushing back that mental and just say, look, we're better than you, but we have the upper hand here and keep pushing that through. So it could be a factor. I'm not going to say it is, but Ranked Demons proving why Haven's their pick and winning that one up 13-9 and some really good performances.
Yeah, so we're going to take a quick break before we go over towards the side of Bind for the winner takes all into the finals against Scullies. Bind is a totally different map again, but we'll be back to break it down in just a second.
Control of my life. I want to run the red lights. I've got to run this show. You always take me so high. You always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe. You're like a centerfold. Ooh, that's sugar sweet. You got what I need. Sipping on the potion. All that good emotion. Just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat. Tested by the potion.
see with you. I'd be better with another, but I always pick you. I try my best to fight it, can't deny it. Touches diamonds, and you're probably the reason that I'm so messed up too. I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Could count the ways you drive me so insane, but when you call, I still fall back into your game. Play the game, play the game. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, right? Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. Hands are in my denim, but your heart's not with them. Tearing up the thought of all the pieces missing. And I try to know better, to know it's worse. I swear I'm cursed, cause I know you're bad for me, but it makes no difference. No, I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, but someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. 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 Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then cover me in colors I can only see with you.
Veggie. We're on map 3. It's one
Yep.
apiece. It's Ranked Demons against Wraith. It's one apiece. We've seen two very different games in the fact that one was very defensive side, and when they switched half time, it just ran away with it. We had this side where Ranked Demons actually showed a really good attacking play, and we're now on what I would say quite a big attacking map in terms of bind. I think it's an attacking map anyway. And the first thing we're going to see Wraith do is defend for the first time out of all three maps. So they're looking to try and pick up quite a few rounds in this early one, as we said just before we went live. But for you, you saw some stats that they haven't actually won a game on bind in the last couple of days.
Yeah, so they won their very first opening matchup and on literally game 1, and then they've played it twice since against Control and against the name has literally just slipped.
Yeah, it's just gone from myself as well.
How is it gone? Not Radiant. Oh my days, that's
yeah. No, that's who you said.
Yeah.
That's who you said. That's who you
Yeah.
said.
So the previous times they've both faced up against both of those teams, they've lost on bind. So it's a map that they looked confident on before, but then started to drop off on slightly. So I mean, you have to be looking at that if you're playing into it, thinking that you've got a lot of confidence coming in that you can take these maps off as well.
And with that, though, you're playing defense first, and the mindset really has to come out quite quickly in the fact that we're not looking to do certain things. Now, what Wraith have done relatively well is their defense. You would say it's probably one of their strongest suits. Okay, yes, they just lost the defense side of Haven, but with this, there's so much on the line here, okay? You want those 4 days off that we were talking about. You want those 4 days off. You want to go into this next best of 3 into the final, and you want that ticket. You want that golden ticket. So this is literally, it's a winner take all.
Yeah, completely. And I think you're absolutely spot on to identify that if you're in Wraith's position right now, you're starting out on defense, you almost want to be going into half time with as big as lead as possible. I'm talking like you want a 10-2 half so that you have as little work to do as possible. Because for both of these teams, having played a best of 3 already, Scullies must just be sitting there going, take up as long as you want. You mentally drain each other as much as possible so that when it gets to this final best of 3 that we're going to have today, that it should be a walkthrough for them. So it goes for both sides, though, as Ranked Demons will be wanting to play into their attacking side. And as you've mentioned, you see a lot of attacking plays come through on Bind, whether it's your double duelists, which we're probably going to see on Raze and Jet with the dashes onto site and the satchels to get backside, especially over on B. So you really want to build that up as early as possible on this final map to make sure that you're able to not tire yourself out as much for this final game day.
Now, see, we've had some changes. They've been there for a little while now on Bind, so the players have had to switch quite drastically in certain ways. Shower is definitely something that's a lot drastically different. I had a shower game the other day. He's had a shower the other day.
I had a shower a couple days ago.
I was like, yeah. It was my birthday last week. It's fine. It wasn't, by the way. It wasn't. But that TP coming out over just outside Showers with their defensive side coming across, I had a deadlock on my side that just shut that down every single time. Something we may see, the double duelist you said. Smoker-wise, though, we've seen the Brim, we've seen the Viper and the Harbour. The Omen we saw in the last game, I feel like Omen's a big pick here as well with those double duelists, or one duelist and using that Omen as a very big duelist jumping forward. As said before, we saw it a lot in Insomnia, we saw it a lot, quite a few recently in Pro Play. The Raze Omen sort of duoing, dashing forward, jumping forward, anything like that, creating so much space, which, what team likes to do that very well? Ranked Demons love creating space. They love being aggressive and on that kind of defensive side. But they're attacking first, and they can really start to shut that down.
Yeah, I think that's going to be pivotal. I think to take that back to Controller, you mentioned Brimstone that we've seen on that previous map for Ranked Demons, and I think that's something that we will see from. I think trying to remember back to yesterday, I think Ranked Demons will definitely be picking up Brimstone, and I think we're likely to see a Viper coming through from Amy 1 specifically, who absolutely, let me tell you, demolished with Viper on that first game that we got to see against Cat Clubin. So I think you'll see that Viper come on through, but Raze most definitely is the pick. But I think what it comes down to a lot and will be the Sentinel that's able to hold down sight of whether we're going to see that Chamber play come through, which we seen a lot on yesterday. This is a map that Chamber is certainly becoming sort of leaning more into. With if you're not playing double duelist, you've got that agent that's so strong on the operator, right? You can hold down B long, TP away. Sorry, we're just getting some noise through in our head that there could be a slight issue, so we're just stalling for a second until we figure out what's happening in this game. But it's certainly going to be interesting. That I don't know. Is Chamber going to be picked?
I think the news there that we just got in our head as well. I know you just didn't say it right then there, but this could drastically change. So there is something that they're looking into. So Prod and everyone in the background are looking into currently that the last map, Haven, may have to be replayed. Now we don't know why, but this will drastically change it, obviously, because Wraith were obviously 1-0 up at the start. They got the early win on Pearl, and we may not need to even go to Bind if we have to replay this game. Now, are there any... I don't really know too much, but any reasons why they may want to replay this? Is it something that tech pause was not really a tech pause? It could have been something, but these guys here, you wouldn't see anything sort of like that kind of play coming out from any teams, right?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to obviously wait on confirmation coming in on exactly what's happened and let the referees do their job in this spot. I mean, if you look at football, your referees get a whole load of abuse. So I hope our referees in this situation are certainly being treated slightly better as the teams work together on finding the solution to solve this one. But it's certainly an interesting situation, and it's thrown a spanner in the works. I mean, for both teams, you're thinking about setting up for playing on Bind, and then all of a sudden, wait a minute, we could be going back to Haven, and it looks completely different in this scenario.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think like what it could even be, and I know Ross is on it for us in that term. So I'm just going to do something what many casters don't normally do. I'm going to get Twitch chat up. Okay, we're going to go through this a little bit. We're going to see who has been in and who's been watching. But you know, there's a lot of love coming out for both teams in that sense. But we're trying to think who in this game can really pick it up from game 2, or if we need to replay game 2. And for me, it was Tiny Lady. Started to pick it up towards the end, really started to get those heads. The Tiny Lady, the thriller killer, one tap brain spiller. I like to rap a little bit, but that was a bit of a mouthful there from Gary Gnome. But, you know, I'm not sure really what's coming in. I'm going to try and keep an eye on this. But we may just go for a break for now as Ross is trying to get on this one, and we're going to let the referees go in. So apologies, guys. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a second with hopefully an update for you.
Feels like you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me. You're quite the marksman, ain't ya? I think my heart's in danger. Made me feel like I was safe and sound, and switched up and switched off the safety. How you plan? How you plan? Oh yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew blood, caught it a bullseye. Repeat shots in the firelight. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. You say that I'm mistaken about all the shots you've taken. All the pain was in my head somehow. There are blanks as you claim, getting desperate now. 'Cause I found out. Oh yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew blood, caught it a bullseye. Repeat shots in the firelight. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me. Using me. Using me. You said I think I'll give you a shot. taking it literally. You said, I think I'll give you a shot, but your pistol was concealed from me. I should've known that you'd be using me, using me. Now I see that you, baby, you've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, 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 no. I'm about to you do more damage. Oh, cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice. You've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, no. I'm about to you do more damage. Oh, cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice.
Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry, that's a motto, so we keep moving along. Driving down a Cabo in a sunburnt Eldorado. Don't worry, that's a motto, so we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry, that's a motto, so we keep moving along. Driving down a Cabo in a sunburnt Eldorado. Don't worry, that's a motto, so we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. Start back, you baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my plate. You just wanna know, child. I just need some time and space. I just need another day. Need to find another way. Girl, I used to play some sports, but I'm sick of all the guys. Now I don't care about your plans. Girl, I'm sorry, I just can't. I'm just doing what I can. It's big about it, like your chance on your mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. Start back, you baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. Start back, you baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. Start back, you baby, please, no games. One night, one drink, one dance, now it's one fight. last chance, and I'm alright. I don't need your ass. Keep on playing games and I'ma leave your ass. Hey, I'm falling off without you. When I'm off the AO, I don't think about you. I can do the fade love, my heart don't know how to. You just make me hate myself when I'm around you. These ain't growing pains, you just ain't the same. I can't take this change, baby, please. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. Start back, you baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. Start back, you baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. Start back, you baby, please, no games. Girl, I got too much on my mind. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind.
Ooh, that sugar sweet. You got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat. Tested by the potion. Loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Just my kind of heat, keep it on repeat. Tested by the potion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar. All I want is satisfaction. Make a move, baby, you got nothing to lose. Give me that, give me that, give me that good reaction. Gonna make it right, little like an offer I can't refuse. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Just my kind of heat, keep it on repeat. Tested by the potion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar Ooh, that sugar Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Just my kind of heat, keep it on repeat. Tested by the potion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar, just my kind of heat. Ooh, that sugar. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Ooh, that sugar.
Cover me in colors I can only see with you. I'd be better with another, but I always pick you. I try my best to fight it, can't deny it. Touches diamonds, and you're probably the reason that I'm so messed up too. I can't stop it, it's ugly but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, insane. But when you call, I still fall back into your game. Play the game, play the game. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, right? Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. Hands are in my denim, but your heart's not with them. Tearing up the thought of all the pieces missing. And I try to know better, to know it's worse. I swear I'm cursed, cause I know you're bad for me, but it makes no difference. No, I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, right? Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. 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 Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then cover me in colors I can only see with you. Better with another, but I always pick you. Calling back down the ways you drive me so insane. But when you call, I still fall back into your game. No, no, wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, right? Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want it. Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want it. Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it.
Regain my senses, had enough, I'm getting out of here. I make my way back wearing nothing but my underwear. Paid my dues, blacking out, can feel my face again. Yet I'm back for more because you know I can't abstain. I'm still alive. It's a hell of a feeling though. We're out of time. Prepare yourself for what's to come. I could threaten with a good time. I could promise you some ecstasy. I
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. No, I hold you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me. You're quite the marksman, ain't ya? I think my heart's in danger. Made me feel like I was safe and sound, and switched up and switched off the safety. How you plan? How you plan? Oh, yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew blood, caught in a bullseye. Repeat shots and then the firelight. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. You say that I'm mistaken about all the shots you've taken. All the pain was a mess somehow. They're blanks as you claim, getting desperate now. 'Cause I found out. Oh, yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew blood, caught in a bullseye. Repeat shots and then the firelight. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me. Using me. Using me. You said, I think I'll give you a shot. I should have taken it literally. You said, I think I'll give you a shot. But your pistol was concealed from me. I should've known that you'd be using me. Using me. Now I see that you, baby, you've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, 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 no. I'm about to throw you do more damage. Oh, 'cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice. You've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, no. I'm about to throw you do more damage. Oh, 'cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice.
Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry, that's a motto. So we keep moving along. Driving down a Cabo in a sunburned Eldorado. Don't worry, that's a motto. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry, that's a motto. So we keep moving along. Ooh. Dropping down to Cabo in the sunburned El Dorado. Don't worry, that's a motto. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. Start back, you baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my plate. You just wanna know, child. I just need some time and space. I just need another day. Need to find another way. Girl, I used to play some sports, but I'm sick of all the guys. Now I don't care about your plans. Girl, I'm sorry, I just can't. I'm just doing what I can. It's big about it, like your chance on your mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. Start back, you baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. Start back, you baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. Start back, you baby, please, no games. One night, one drink, one dance, now it's one fight. Last shot, last chance, and I'm alright. I don't need your ass. Keep on playing games and I'ma leave your ass. Hey, I'm falling off without you. When I'm off the AO, I don't think about you. I can do the fade love, my heart don't know how to. You just make me hate myself when I'm around you. These ain't growing pains. You just ain't the same. I can't take this change, baby, please. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. Start back, you baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. Start back, you baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. Start back, you baby, please, no games. Girl, I got too much on my mind. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind.
Ooh, that sugar sweet. You got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat. Tested by the motion. Loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me
see with you. I'd be better with another, but I always pick you. I try my best to fight it, can't deny it. Touches diamonds, and you're probably the reason that I'm so messed up too. I can't stop it, it's ugly but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Could count the ways you drive me so insane, but when you call I still fall back into your game. Play the game, play the game. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, but someday my prince will come. But if this ain't love, then I don't want it. Hands are in my denim, but your heart's not with them. Tearing up the thought of all the pieces missing. And I try to know better, to know it's worse. I swear I'm cursed, cause I know you're bad for me, but it makes no difference. No, no, I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, but someday my prince will come. But if this ain't love, then I don't want it. 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 Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then cover me in colors I can only see with you. Better with another, but I always pick you. Calling I count the ways you drive me so insane, but when you call I still fall back into your game. No, no, wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, but someday my prince will come. But if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want it. Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want it. Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it.
Regain my senses, had enough, I'm getting out of here. I make my way back wearing nothing but my underwear. Paid my dues, blacking out, can feel my face again. Yet I'm back for more because you know I can't abstain. I'm still alive. It's a hell of a feeling though. We're out of time. Prepare yourself for what's to come.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Jag klev i sig. Jag klev i sig från överallt jag går. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. quite the marksman, ain't ya? I think my heart's in danger. Made me feel like I was safe and sound, then switched up and switched off the safety. How you plan? How you plan? Oh, yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew a block, caught it a bullseye. Repeat shots and then we fire line. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. You say that I'm mistaken about all the shots you've taken. All the pain was in my head somehow. There are blanks as you claim, getting desperate now. Cause I found out. Oh, yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew a block, caught it a bullseye. Repeat shots and then the fire line. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me. Using me. Using me. You said, I think I'll give you a shot. I should have taken it literally. You said, I think I'll give you a shot. But your pistol was concealed from me. I should've known that you'd be using me. Using me. Now I see that you, baby, you've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, 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 no. I'm about to you do more damage. Oh, cause they ain't for target practice. No, I ain't for target practice. You've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, no. I'm about to you do more damage. Oh, cause they ain't for target practice. No, I ain't for target practice.
Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry, that's the motto. So we keep moving along. Driving down to Cabo in the sunburned Eldorado. Don't worry, that's the motto. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry, that's the motto. So we keep moving along. Driving down to Cabo in the sunburned Eldorado. Don't worry, that's the motto. So we keep moving along.
too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my plate. You just wanna know, child. I just need some time and space. I just need another day. Need to find another way. Girl, I used to play some sports, but I'm sick of all the guys. Now I don't care about your plans. Girl, I'm sorry, I just can't. I'm just doing what I can. It's bigger about it, like you're too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. One night, one drink, one dance, now it's one fight. Last shot, last chance, and I'm alright. I don't need your ass. Keep on playing games and I'ma leave your ass. Hey, I'm falling off without you. When I'm off the AO, I don't think about you. I can do the fade love, my heart don't know how to. You just make me hate myself when I'm around you. These ain't growing pains, you just act the same. I can't take this change, baby, please. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. Girl, I got too much on my mind. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind.
Ooh, that sugar sweet. You got what I need. Sipping on the potion. All that good emotion. Just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat. Tested by the motion. Loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time. Taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights. I've got to run this show. You always take me so high. You always make the
see with you. I'd be better with another, but I always pick you. I try my best to fight it, can't deny it. Touches diamonds, and you're probably the reason that I'm so messed up too. I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest, got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Could count the ways you drive me so insane, but when you call, I still fall back into your game. Play the game, play the game. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, but someday my prince will come. But if this ain't love, then I don't want it. Hands are in my denim, but your heart's not with them. Tearing up the thought of all the pieces missing. And I try to know better, to know it's worse. I swear I'm cursed, cause I know you're bad for me, but it makes no difference. I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest, got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, but someday my prince will come. But if this ain't love, then I don't want it. 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 Someday my prince will come. But if this ain't love, then cover me in colors I can only see with you. Better with another, but I always pick you. Calling back down the ways you drive me so insane, but when you call, I still fall back into your game. No, no, wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, but someday my prince will come. But if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want it. One day my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want it. Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it.
Regain my senses, had enough, I'm getting out of here. I make my way back wearing nothing but my underwear. Paid my dues, blacking out, can feel my face again. Yet I'm back for more because you know I can't abstain. I'm still alive. It's a hell of a feeling though. We're out of time. Prepare yourself for what's to come. I could threaten with a good time. I could promise you some ecstasy. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know anymore. I could threaten with a good time. Let's defy the laws of gravity. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know anymore. I always say there's no such thing as getting out of hand. Sounds pretty dumb as I am fighting for my life to stand. Paid my dues, blacking out, can feel my face again. Yet I'm back for more because you know I can't abstain. I'm still alive.
Okay, so it's been a long time. It's coming through. I may sneeze in a second. This is the biggest thing. But Wraith has gone through. They will face Scullies due to a technical issue. With the tech pause, what may happen, and this is in the Riot rules themselves. Bear in mind, this is a real Riot through. Prod has been telling me what has been going on in the background. So, someone on the team of Ranked messaged in the Twitch channel, okay, saying that they pretty much blue screen and their PC blew up. Okay, now that just sounds like normal. We do have about a 3-minute plus delay on here, so they can't really see anything prior to it anyway, so it's not really it. But these are Riot rules. Because this is a Riot thing, thank you very much, Prod, for actually turning your microphone off. And going into the next game, it will be Wraith versus Scully's. Scully's obviously been waiting for a while. We were looking forward to a remake, the bind sort of like winner takes all. We've been set here, but Veggie, your thoughts if we need any? It's pretty much is the rules, right?
Yeah, I think what we need to say is basically what we've been told is that ranked demons have been disqualified due to rule breaking that is set by Riot. So listen, it is what it is. It's got rules to follow and that they're there for a reason. And it's just unfortunate that we didn't get to see that final map that would have been so exciting for everyone involved. But after a long time waiting, we finally get to move on to the final and see what happens.
I feel for Team Ranked. You know, there's silly mistakes that you just wouldn't realize. Sometimes in the rulebook, you don't see these kind of things, especially if it's something that you haven't really done before. So we have the guys in the background, the refs in the background they've looked at everything, the recordings, everything, Twitch chat, the timings of everything. It has gone down to everything and anything to try and sort what possibly could go on. So it's not like we saw something, go, yeah, cool, sweet, Rafe putting a pill in, we went cool, straight, bang, see you later, ranked. We tried everything to look at everything for the game to go on as it should be. But Riot Games, Riot Tournament, Riot rules, unfortunately in this case, and we've seen it in plenty of sports, whether that's esports, regular sports. There are a lot of controversial rules in there. Hey, I'm an F1 fan.
Someone get the VAR. Get the VAR.
I still remember the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix years and years ago. I'm still hurt by that, and things happen all the time. Like, I suppose you've had it with your football that you watch a lot. Things happen here all the time. So we will be back very shortly. We'll be back very shortly with the final coming up. Scully's versus Wraith. And we're going to see if Wraith can be as clean as they are on retakes, or they may not need it. And if Scully's have been sitting there waiting, warming up, especially ready for this final. Veggie, we'll be back in a second.
And you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, at the speed of light.
I'll keep you safe. I'll keep you safe from ever let you go. When your heart is racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, at the speed of light. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. You look so good, it hurts my soul. No, I can't deny the way you pull it. Moonlight. Moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Look at what you did, I'm slipping on it. Yeah, I'm all in, I must admit it. Moonlight. Moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Let me know you're all mine. Touching you, I collide. Into space in your eyes. Touching you feels like moonlight. Moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Feels like you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me. You're quite the marksman, ain't ya? I think my heart's in danger. Made me feel like I was safe and sound, and switched up and switched off the safety. How you plan? How you plan? Oh yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew blood, caught in a bullseye. Repeat shots and then we firelight. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. You say that I'm mistaken about all the shots you've taken. All the pain was a mess somehow. They're blanks as you claim, getting desperate now. 'Cause I found out. Oh yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew blood, caught in a bullseye. Repeat shots and then the firelight. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me. Using me. Using me. You said I think I'll give you a shot. I should have taken it literally. You said I think I'll give you a shot, but But your pistol was concealed from me. I should've known that you'd be using me, using me. Now I see that you, baby, you've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, 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 no. I'm about to throw you do more damage. Oh, 'cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice. You've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, no. I'm about to throw you do more damage. Oh, 'cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice.
Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry, that's a motto. So we keep moving along. Driving down to Cabo in the sunburned Eldorado. Don't worry, that's a motto. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. Drinking at the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Don't worry, that's a motto. So we keep moving along. Driving down to Cabo in the sunburned Eldorado. Don't worry, that's a motto. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. So we keep moving along. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no thanks. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my plate. You just wanna know, child. I just need some time and space. I just need another day. Need to find another way. Girl, I used to play some sports, but I'm sick of all the guys. Now I don't care about your plans. Girl, I'm sorry, I just can't. I'm just doing what I can. It's big about it, like your too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. So I beg you, baby, please, no games. One night, one drink, one dance, now it's one fight. Last shot, last chance, and I'm alright. I don't need your ass. Keep on playing games and I'ma leave your ass. Hey, I'm falling off
what's on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. Start back, you baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. Start back, you baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. Start back, you baby, please, no games. Well, I got too much on my mind. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind.
Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar. All I want is satisfaction. Make a move, baby, you got nothing to lose. Give me that, give me that, give me that good reaction. Gonna make it right, little like an offer I can't refuse. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar Ooh, that sugar Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar, just my kind of heat. Ooh, that sugar. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Ooh, that sugar.
Cover me in colors I can only see with you. I'd be better with another, but I always pick you. I try my best to fight it, can't deny it. Touches diamonds, and you're probably the reason that I'm so messed up too. I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Could count the ways you drive me so insane, but when you call, I still fall back into your game. Play the game, play the game. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time but your heart's not with them. Tearing up the thought of all the pieces missing. And I try to know better, to know it's worse. I swear I'm cursed, cause I know you're bad for me, but it makes no difference. I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, but someday my prince will come. But if this ain't love, then I don't want it. 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 Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then cover me in colors I can only see with you. Better with another, but I always pick you. Calling back down the ways you drive me so insane, but when you call, I still fall back into your game. No, no, wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, but someday my prince will come. But if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want it. Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it. I don't want it. Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then I don't want it.
Regain my senses, had enough, I'm getting out of here. I make my way back wearing nothing but my underwear. Paid my dues, blacking out, can feel my face again. Yet I'm back for more because you know I can't abstain. I'm still alive. It's a hell of a feeling now. We're out of time. Prepare yourself for what's to come. I could threaten with a good time. I could promise you some ecstasy. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know anymore. I could threaten with a good time. Let's defy the laws of gravity. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know anymore. I always say there's no such thing as getting out of hand. Sounds pretty dumb as I am fighting for my life to stand. Paid my dues, blacking out, can feel my face again. Yet I'm back for more because you know I can't abstain. I'm still alive. It's a hell of a feeling now. We're out of time. Prepare yourself for what's to come. I could threaten with a good time. I could promise you some ecstasy. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know anymore.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go.
We are back, and now we are back. That's it. We are fully back. The only break we will take is in between games, okay? I can't promise you that, but I like have it on my good faith, okay? Me and Veggie, we want this game to go on. We want the final to be here. We have Scullies versus Wraith. People, controversial, whatever it is, the rules are rules. Unfortunately, we have to stick by them, and they're done. Let's put them beside us now. Twitch chat, let's get forward into Scullies versus Wraith. Who have you got? Obviously, Veggie is going to go for Wraith, so I will go for Scullies in this one to be sort of counter against him in that one. But I know for a fact, I know we've got maps, picks and bans coming up very shortly, but I know the first two were Ascent and Pearl were banned away straight away. So Pearl, one of the strongest maps from Wraith in the last one. Their retake was, I can't stop saying how clean it was, but we have Fracture with Wraiths defending it. The pick was then split on Scullies with defending again from Wraiths, Ban Haven, Ban Lotus, and again Bind, if we get to it this time, being the deciding one. Veggie, thoughts for a second?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. We know that obviously Fracture's a fun map of Wraith, hence why they've picked into it, and Scully's having a good ban to make sure that Peril doesn't come up after what we've seen was such a huge defensive display. But, you know, if I was doing the maths, and I'm going to start doing the maths, cracking up the numbers, I think we're going to see a really good game, Beanie, but I think it could be, I'm going to say 2-1 Wraith. That's my prediction. I think we're going to go all the way. I think we're finally going to see Bind, and I think it could be a good end, exciting end to the night. But I mean, it's going to come down to, like you said, Wraith's defense on all three maps.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see a really good attacking display by them. Hopefully what's happened recently has sort of walled them up and got them ready to go in that sense. Okay, cool. Because things like this, unfortunately, look bad on the side of the team. They need to come in and prove
now that third map would have been theirs no matter what. And that really needs to be in the back of their minds as they come in on the attacking side of sort of Fracture. Obviously, they're defending first, so they want to try and get as many points as possible. Fracture is one of my favorite maps. All these new maps that keep coming out, people just hate them straight away, right? They're just like, I don't like this map, I don't like this map. I don't think there's any map I don't dislike right away because you're already in a negative mindset. So, okay, there are some you may not play well on, but Fracture being a pick it's kind of a statement pick right from the word go.
Yeah, it's actually a funny one because you talk about how the defense is such a heavy part, but Fracture, like, your defense is almost your attack, right? The roles almost become reversed because of the way the space has to be taken. You're absolutely right. Fracture gets so much hate from absolutely everybody, and it's actually one of my favorite maps. But not for that reason, but just because there's so many different ways into pinching different sites, and I feel like as a defender you have to take a whole load of different space, and it does really just bring that different element into it. Plus, there's no real set agent comp on it. You see a lot of people rocking the neon duelist composition that kind of originally came from Optic. You see the Rays still being part of that. You've got the question now coming back of, does Chamber really fit into this meta? And it's definitely one that's going to be a good opening up for it. And thankfully we're in Agent Select, so those questions will be answered.
Yeah, as we see, the Breach as well, which was huge on Haven coming in. Maybe going to see Egg there as well. Egg was playing kind of the Sova, played the Chamber prior, actually, and the Killjoy. It was Amy One, I think, actually playing the Sova. Brimstone is quite a big one. You just kind of sit in spawn and you just smoke either side that you want to. Those 3 smokes lasting literally the round on Fracture, and it's so hard to push in. But double duelist coming out, just like you said. Now Gecko potentially coming out as well from Bins.
Nope, straight onto Chamber. This is never trust the hovers. Gecko would be an interesting one. We've not actually seen that be picked up quite yet, but I was going to say it's an interesting to see Chamber and Killjoy being picked in, but Bins switching back onto that initiator of KO, which shuts down the potential for Bobby on Killjoy, which is one of the agents that got on the site so fast. And if you can get that knife to really shut down and nullify anything coming through from that Killjoy on site, you get a whole load more access. But it does look like we're going to get a dodge coming in from Amy One. Quite clearly, no, never mind. Amy One picking up Breach, and we will get in at the last second, maybe just trying to decide on the exact strat to play. So I'm looking forward to seeing this one.
It wouldn't surprise me as a dodge. It's 90% of my ranked games when Fracture comes up. We don't even get to select an agent by the time the screen comes in, and then you have to match found again. But yeah, Fracture, the stairs here, obviously that chamber could have been quite crucial. The jet, maybe the operator comes out quite well. The dash coming back through. You know, I think the best thing about it is Fracture's such a fast map, but it really does go well down to the clinical movement of tactics. And so going under for B, making sure that Killjoy, we're going to see the lockdown come out from both sides, underneath that B site, Brim on both sides to sort of nullify that as well. The KO is going to help out with sort of like locking down a bit here and there as well. So I'm interested how this one's going to go. Wraith, statistically, in the last 2 games we just watched, weren't quick off the mark. So Scully's coming into the attack. I'm expecting just to, maybe get Wraith on the back foot and then Wraith coming back at them in the sort of next quarters, should we say.
Yeah, and I think one key thing to note is that Scully's have only played on Fracture, I believe it's the once, just trying to get the exact, only once, and have lost, and that was to Mouse plays earlier on in the tournament. So Wraith should be favouring themselves for this one, but Scully's coming in off that upper bracket final and had a lot of time to prepare for whoever they were going to be meeting in here, and they'll be looking to set it down. But Egg starts this one off fast, gets the first kill, and Denazia getting that next one, but Bobby's is still fighting alive for the rest of the team as now Scully's on site. Can Wraith answer back? They have 4 left alive, only Bobby available, and gets a nice, insane double kill. Looking for more, picks it up, and starts the round off with an absolutely incredible ace, Beanie. We've just waited almost 2 hours, and we get to start off the day like that.
I'm absolutely blown. I was trying to make sure that you could, like, spoke through that word for word. I just couldn't help react to it. Like, the flick, I thought I lagged for a second with how quick that was over, and there was like a bit of an FPS issue, but Christ, Egg just holding down that really nicely. That's one of my spots, Killjoy spot sitting there in tower on that B side, but enemy Killjoy Scully just, I honestly, I still don't have any words for it at all.
My jaw has been on the floor for that entire dialogue. That was insane from Bobby. Knew coming in that a very good player was on this hand, but to individually rescue that round, yes, it's only pistol, but it doesn't matter. That sets a big statement going into the next couple rounds, and Wraith are going to be disappointed to throw away a round so early on, but Scully's once again now on site with the plant down, and Wraith start to walk into this retake that we've seen them do. Paint shells go into heaven for the lockdown. Round 2 lockdown.
That's absolutely ridiculous. As it all, I thought it was this time Rika's chance to get an ace, and they were just going to start sharing around as that Bulldog was clutch at the start of the round, making sure that, you know, there was no other option for them to actually just come in aggressively, but Skull just took B-side by storm and took away with it. But 5-0, 4-1. Hey, you got two kills on Rika before you get the orbital strike. You know, the duelists aren't even doing anything right now. Martha and Lisu are just sitting there, just chilling. They don't need to do anything right now. They have a Killjoy duelist sitting in their midst.
Yeah, that's some way to start off from Scully's. Clearly in their time from that previous upper bracket final of been able to sit back, relax, and make sure, most importantly, that they stay online and they're not switching off, because that is always one of the worries coming into these, that you've had such a long break. But Amy won, answering right back with the clap with the Vandal. 3 big kills starting off, and
Lisu though, just coming in with the Spectre. Yeah, the gun change has not really made a difference, but Bobby and Amy's going to get the third one down. So around you would expect Wraith to win. Obviously the Vandals coming in, proper guns, should we say, but the Jet was not on Lisu, you know, wasn't fussed about just dashing in, knowing where the team are. This great work here by Pro, just seeing that crossplay. You know, Martha still to get on the board, waiting for the blast pack in and just to join the rest of the team, really. I think Skull were just raring to go. But Amy won, we saw last time. You said it in game 2 earlier, you know, on this breach, incredibly well sort of synchronized up with the breach. KO Knife just trying to get some information. It's not going to get anything away. A few shots coming up. Be long. Smoke is going to be deployed, and the grenade now going to go out. But every Molly and their sons are going around right now as Skull looking to try and creep up onto site. Brim smokes lasting absolutely forever as Bins doesn't know that Lisu is right here. Lisu gets that away, and now on site. This is what we know. They know they can get here. Very clear of this as Amy one is trying to get the flash out, but again, that Brim smoke is just so thick. Nice, looking to try and get something. Rocket launcher going to go straight through. Maybe going to swing around. No, misses actually with the launcher. Toad does get the shot. Skull, Martha gets another one. Egg, it's just down to yourself. These Killjoys have been trying to do as much as they can. Clicks ahead, but Martha with that Phantom knocks down Egg and cracked into the 3 now.
Yeah, Scully's really answering back, knowing that we've been talking about how strong Wraith's defense can be, but right now Scully's making an absolute mockery of it. Yes, they won the pistol and the round after, but coming back on that one so convincingly, so many left alive, and now forcing Wraith back down into the Sheriffs on a defense. We're going to have to see a little bit of adaptation. Can Wraith figure out the answers to Scully's, and can Scully's keep putting this pressure on and getting onto site so easily and demandingly to start taking fights? But look, Gnazdia are pushing up, trying to get information with the rest of the team. They now have spotted some players moving on to the opposite site, realise they don't have the guns and the sort of power to take it, so just retreat and then push back with the rest of the team, and kind of just have to allow A to be taken here.
Yeah, the grenade coming out. Skull's already on site, but they were trying to clear Dish. It's a grenade I've not really seen before, but look how much room Lisu has already got. on this jet. It's just going to back away, maybe make some noise. Flash coming out. Flash forever. Seemed to have a bit of a lag there, potentially. I'm not quite sure, but Amy does get that down. I thought Denazio was just trying to set that off themselves then, but ended up not shooting it down. Now I'm going to pick up a Phantom. This can turn real sour real quick, but Molly being used. Breach now stunning them down. Going to try and get that lockdown down. A little bit more diffusing coming out, but they're not going to swing. Egg is going to get one. Amy's going to get it, but Hellfire raining down. Unfortunately, Rika not spending too long and just defused. Got it halfway, actually, before the orbital strike came down.
Yeah, that's a really nice answer back from Wraith. Not on any good weapons, but able to just fight back through, clean it up, pick up the weapons now as well. That will save a little bit of economy going into the next round. And you have to say that flash up on the top of ropes was so long that I thought we were back in that timeout again. You know, I thought I thought we were back in a timeout. It lasted so long that Lissu just had no idea what to do. It's like, if I take my glasses off, I can't see. That was Lissu there for about 5 minutes, and it just allowed the kill to come in so well.
Get out of my way.
And now Wraith start to answer back. Can they get the rounds in?
That was a flash if Brimstone made it. Let's say that. Oh, lovely little flick down Rika as Denazia is denied the push there on B. Flash going to come through as well, but Rika firing away as Bins goes down. A lovely little comms there from the Breach, actually. He's like, can you flash this corner for me? I think that's the beauty of Breach, right? You've got so many angles and how far you can kind of get these flashes off, then it works so well for your whole team, as long as they're coming. And Scullies look like they're coming incredibly well. 3-2, they're making sure they try and get this one down. Plant every single time, as Amy does. Get one. Martha is down. The grenades are now gone. Smokes from Toe going to land though, and we're going to see if they can get this retake in.
Yep, has the orbital strike online. The Rolling Thunder invested from Scullies to make sure the site... Sorry, from Wraith to make sure the site is clear with the orbital strike pushing the rest of it, but the aftershock down now as well. Lissu in heaven with the knives, doesn't connect, and there's the Rolling Thunder from Spicy Muffin to find one. Bobby swings round and gets the remaining two. The Scully's starting to extend their lead again. We'll get to 4-2, and it's a big round for Ultimate. It's a lot used in there. We have the Blade Storm, we had double Rolling Thunders and the Orbital Strike. It's one of those rounds, but it gets the points on the board.
Yeah, I was going to say, a lot invested, and I like the setup with this Breach, you know, Spicy, making sure that the bomb is planted exactly where it needs to be. Again, I just really like that flash. That's such a nice, clean play, and you saw it on the map there as we rewatched the highlights from Tex, you know, walking back around, not looking for the push, actually supporting the team. Some really nice plays coming out from Scullies, and I'm excited to kind of see what else they've kind of cooked up whilst waiting for this final to start. The best thing I think for Fracture as well, there's 4 orbs, right? You can collect, so, you know, ultimates are really going to start coming into play heavily as long as they can't contest it, as we see Bobby place that down. I didn't know that gets hidden like that, but okay. As they're going to flash it away, but Lisu doesn't need it. Doesn't matter. This time, Hivy to the flash, knows exactly where to aim, and gets it down. Spike is planted. And they're going to try and get in here, but it's like they've now got to try and push A site as if they were attacking, as Bobby's just got flashed down a little bit, but Bins gets that one there. Going to have to, but not checking the corner. I feel like Bobby could have aimed that a little bit later, but Amy One does tap the head of the Killjoy. Doesn't matter about the knife. The knife just wants to find out who's on side. Spicy, unfortunately, couldn't do what their Killjoy done in round 1. Bins does go down. Gonna reset, get the ultimate orb back after defusing the bomb. 3 and 4. It's a little bit back and forth, but I feel like Wraith are really doing well, and Scullies are potentially just making mistakes.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we know Wraith's retakes can be really well played. I felt like Martha sitting in that last corner was, or sorry, Bobby in the corner was not baiting, but it was like almost done on purpose that you wouldn't then anticipate someone else to be in that corner, but Wraith do well to check it. But I want to come back to the earlier point that you were making about the orbs, saying that there's 4 orbs on here. I think it's important to realise what both teams seem to be prioritising on those orbs. And Scully's really focusing on that lockdown, and it's such a big part of it. You often see the Rolling Thunder and the lockdown prioritised because it can get so much space, but Ray seeming to prioritise the showstopper, which is not something that you often see looked at. So it's an interesting tactic trying to get that Raze online as fast as possible. As Lisu in spawn causing a problem straight away, but thankfully Egg is there to deal with that for the side of Wraith, and that keeps this one going.
Yeah, one gun down. Sheriffs are sometimes disgusting, as Martha's going to switch out the Sheriff quickly. But the bot and bot and Egg sitting there going to hit into tower on the A site. Lots of util being used again. Satchel Charge looking to get onto site. Going to get onto heaven. Going to throw this grenade down. But you don't know that Bobby is there, but it doesn't really matter as Bins gets another one down. Rika, can you take anyone with you? The answer is no, and Bins gets a second one down as well. More going through. The best thing about the, I think the kills are going evenly over as well, if you look at that, apart from Amy 1 just flying away with it. If you've got someone like Amy 1 who is just constantly getting these kills right now, the orbs can then go off to other people. Bins, obviously quite a big one. Toe with that orbital strike if need be. But I feel like the, Rays, Denazia, Game 1 we saw early in the lower bracket semi-final didn't really cook correctly, but maybe it's their time to shine on Fracture.
Yeah, I think it's one of the key things to point out as well is Ray seem to have this habit of being strong on defense, but also taking just a little minute to understand how the teams are playing, and then you see that them adapt into it, which is why they lose so many rounds right at the start, but then start to bring in what can be perceived as a dominance right on. But Ben's trying to take that fight early, gets shut down by Lisu, and that's going to open up the B site as no one else is here. But look, Egg just realises that, pulls back and says, I'm going to fight this with my team, and wait for the rest of them to join in.
Yeah, perfect. Ben's going to be happy with that. Really wishes the Rolling Thunder does come in. Egg's going to try and go through. Satchel Charge on from Venezia. Going to get that down. Everything's going to go through, but we know they've had people in here before. Brim does get hit by that. Rika, they don't know where anyone else is as Martha and Lisu. Lisu's going to go down nearly. It's just bullets flying everywhere.
Bullets flying everywhere, bodies dropping everywhere. But it's another Wraith round on defense, and you just have to say that they have the team cohesion to identify when a fight is worth taking, wait for the rest of the util to be pushed, and it pulls it in perfect. And it is going to call this timeout from Scully's realising that, look, we were progressing well at the start. They've now identified what we're doing and how to counteract that. And as we've just highlighted, that's through their util pushes, making sure that every fight is in their favour. But how can Scully's counteract this? What can they do? They're doing well enough to get on site, Beanie, but once they get onto site, it falls apart. Like, where does the post plant need improvement?
It's the fact that they play so well off each other going into site. They need to do exactly the same, defending it. And I feel like Scully's have enough time to kind of breathe for a second. Rafa's sitting there, they wait for their team. It's something that we saw in the lower brackets. You saw it all yesterday. Scully's need to know that Wraith aren't going to come at them all guns blazing straight away. If the Rolling Thunder's up, that's going to be used. Get off site, then retake site again. Have those cross maps, have those cross plays. Make sure that U2 is still live. Egg sitting here now on the Team Wraith with that Killjoy lockdown. You have the knives now as well, which is probably going to be used here. And Rika with that orbital strike. So save the strike, save it when you actually really need it, not just catch it straight away. And I think some of the util dump has been pretty dumping, should we just say, is looking to get anything here, but that's a great breach play right there, just going to stop absolutely everything. Flash coming out as well. Maybe save the next couple of flashes just because you don't know exactly where they are, as Bobby is looking to try and take some space on this B side. Going to get spotted out straight away. They're not really sure where to go because if they start to take the zip over, it's going to take a lot of time. I say the knives are out. I feel like you just need to cause a bit of carnage right now.
Yeah, but Wraith not wanting to commit to anything. They know there's a bit of sound. Here comes the smokes, which will give a little bit more information that indeed the attack is coming. Like Lisu popped right up into heaven, going to take care of that turret so that they can play on some different angles, maybe drop down by dice
Spike planted.
in case any rotates coming. But this is where we've just been saying, Beanie, this is the post-plant situation now. This is where they need to be stronger. We're already seeing Breach play further down, but here comes the ult from Egg to clear sight and really force the rest of them. But Dynastia here coming up on the flank, going to cause some problems, and it already has, as
One
Scully's down
enemy
to
remaining.
2 players, down to 1 who's trapped in tower just at the very edge. He's going to have to pop round, but with KO Molly enough to delay time to at least get it past half.
But it's Bobby.
Damage, but it's not possible this time as Wraith add it up to 6 and look to go stronger.
So Scully saved the orbital strike. I feel like if they actually played away, they could bait out Egg's util and use the orbital strike. You know, Bobby's now got one, got the lockdown. Spicy managed to get the rolling thunder as well. So I feel like they could have played away from sight a little bit more, but they did play slower. And it looks like they didn't panic. They kind of taken some space. But yes, the off angles, I feel like they need to play. Wraith are so good at knowing defaults in that sense. They know what corners to check. They know what to do. As a silver player, I think you need to start doing some strats like that. Why are you there kind of stuff? You know, you shouldn't be exactly here, as now the attackers use exactly the same strategy you're meant to do, under B and get onto site. But Killjoy set up.
Here we go, getting on here, but taking more space here. They know where the players of Wraith are going to be hiding. It's a typical spot with that lockdown being used. The flash is coming in, gets an upgrade, and Lisu waits for the flash and just holds tight. Martha pushed up now as well, has the Phantom online. The Amy one swings down, gets only one though, but Spicy Muffin is able to get the kill to back that one up. And Scully's done a really good job of just detaining Wraith in this position. It's going to count down as much time as possible, but look, Bins has made so much room up here. She could really put Scully's in the bin with this push.
I can't with this one. But too suppressed. Martha's going to get the one down there. This is what I really enjoyed. The fact that they took the game to them. Wraith love it when you slow it down. This is what we just said. Wraith, slow it right down. Regroup, go ahead. Don't give them that option. You've got the skills on Skull to just go straight in, get those kills. We've seen Scullies. Their aim is insane. Wraith are winning at the moment just because Scullies are getting, you know, they love playing quick by the looks of things, and their Wraith are slowing it down. As soon as they start to get that sort of speed going ahead, they need to keep that momentum going. They keep that momentum going. We saw the first 2 rounds. It literally gets clapped. But let's going to see how Wraith can slow this game down.
It's the final round of this defensive half, and you're absolutely right. Wraith wanted to slow it down. Scully's decided to take the game to them, especially because they're on that sheriff round. You need to close as much space as possible and play it in. Don't give Wraith that advantage with the gunfight, and Spicy Muffin going to make a nice swing round there and get traded out by Toe in the end, but Scully's once again on site, just waiting for the plan. It looks like we're going to go for a nice little orb selection here to try and get another lockdown available for the player of Bobby here, but quietly playing around to A. This is interesting. We know site was guaranteed for Scullies, but for some reason a call coming out saying, nah, let's go plant on A. Let's take Wraith for an absolute jolly here. Let's get the steps up, and we'll just play elsewhere.
Yeah, totally different play here, and like I said, last one of the half. So, you know, it's kind of different, but I'd like to see a couple of people in their spawn. This is where now I would expect someone, you know, Amy one to swing that corner and have your head blown off. You know, these smokes are going to last pretty much the whole time of the bomb, but I like this kind of play here from Lisu, hiding right under here. Rat, oh, they're slowing down. The trigger discipline right there. I thought they were going to shoot as Raze looked, got flashed at the right time as the KO came out, and yeah, just managed to take that one away. Orbital strike open for both teams here. As Martha gets one, Amy's down to the last person. Can you do this? Orbital strike still live. Can still set this one up. Unfortunately, I think they know this round's pretty much lost. As Bobby does get the last kill, as they got pretty much the first kill in the first half.
Switching
6 and
sides.
6 half, and I mean, if Scully's learned how to play that quite quickly, I think it would have been a total drastic story. I think it'd been, it could have been anywhere between 10 rounds for Skulls. I'm intrigued to see how they defend, and again, Wraith, this was something that they struggled with, right? Their attacking side of things, they really struggled.
Yeah, they did, and it's going to be interesting to see how they can adapt onto this. You've only got the one duelist compared to where Scully's had the two, but two duelists on your defense means that you're probably going to be trying to take a lot more space in comparison to what Wraith were doing. We never really seen any pushes out of spawn. The flanks came like after site had been fully taken. There was no pressure applied directly at the start after playing for that orb. Whereas you have to fancy Scully with these two duelists to play that completely. And you see Egg typically will play the complete opposite side to the team, put the bot down, play for a little bit of information on that side to see if there's any players there, rejoin the team and then play back in. It's exactly what's happened, and
Down A.
it's a trade through from Amy and Lissu swapping bullets, and A site now guaranteed to them, but Scully's fast on the attempt to retake here, and Martha with a nice pickup. Those paint shells just going to blast away, do some chip damage and get them a bit of space to get the plant in.
Yeah, Bobby's going to take the enemy tower, enemy turret down, but a few Martha going to take another name, and the name was Egg there. Amy, though, coming in with 3. Can they get any more as the Spicy can't seem to fire their bullets? Beverly does get the head of the Rays. One enemy, 15 HP. They're both down to a right click, and the right click for Spicy does work this time. And that's the head of Amy, and first round, Scully's taking it.
Yeah, Scully's collecting the pistol once again. I feel like I'd be interested to go back and see the stats, but we don't often see a Wraith pistol win, and you just wonder if they started adding that to their game, could they get closer to winning a lot more of these games? But Amy 1 just not able to pick up another ace on pistol. That would have been insane for 2 pistol rounds and 2 aces, one for Bobby and one for Amy 1, but unfortunately not to be. Scully's put themselves back in the lead now, 7-6, and I mean, just look at that scoreboard, Beanie. I mean, it's
Amy
really,
1 versus the world.
literally.
21 and 7, and you say Amy 1 did get on that game 1 we had, what seems like yesterday pretty much, on that Viper in B-Link on Pearl. So it's known that Amy is an insane player, and just creating that space on Rays now coming in for the Brim, but the Brim missing everything as a Spectre. Grenade, paint shells is going to go down, and they can literally just, they can literally try and hold them within their spawn and go over to A. The Killjoy turret is going to get spotted. Derzia is looking to try and create room. Bobby here is going to potentially take 1, maybe 2 names. 3, 4, 5! Oh, the reload! The reload had to come out. It was Bobby's time then. Just as I said, Spectre in round 2. So you got no real HP, and Skull Martha is going to come through and take that one. Oh, that was so close. If they had that little bit more, they would have managed the ace in round 2.
Bobby is farming. Tell me Bobby is not farming right now. Sits in a corner. Nobody's checking that right off the bat. They think everyone's moved across to B. The Killjoy utility goes off, but nobody's expecting you to be that tight up. Like, maybe you're still playing in tower and just waiting through, but Bobby is just saying, yeah, I don't care. I'm just going to kill all of you all the time, pretty much. Like, as soon as it comes to it, if you attack Bobby's site, just don't right now, man. Just don't.
Bobby is holding site by themselves. Now, pretty much an A stack here. We haven't really seen much of a B play. I know we kind of just saw a B play then, but that was through their spawn. The fact the gun difference here, they're looking to be aggressive. I do like this. Flash coming in, getting 1. Paint shell is going to now come through to create some space, but unfortunately not really going exactly where they wanted it to go. Vandal picked up.
Get him.
The B site, nothing is on it, and there's 2 ways they're trying to attack this from. You got Arcade as well. Nope, going underneath. Just to place the bot down. 7 HP on Bins. How did Bins get so low? Plant going now down for Wraith.
Spike planted.
Yeah, we're going to see Scully's attempt to retake here. Like I said, they've not got the best weaponry, but a Vandal has been picked up, and Spectre's in hand, which could come really handy in this retake. There's not really going to be too many long-range fights. If you can get up and isolate this first fight here, that's toe done, and the rest of the teammates get onto site. The aftershocks coming in to destroy stuff. We get a satchel kill, the showstopper invested from Martha, and Spicy Muffin picks up the next kill, and a flawless victory on a bonus round, Beanie. On a bonus round, Wraith lose all their weapons, and Scullies get closer to that round 10.
Creeping up on it, and you know that raise then in tight corners, you can't beat Martha right now. 12 and 12. I think I like seeing high kills / high deaths on my duelist, because you know they're trying to create space. They're getting traded, that's fine, but they are trying to do that, and Martha just there with a nice 3k, just literally taking the tower by storm, or by grenades and explosions at once. But yeah, looking to make this 6-10 quite quickly. You'd expect them to win this one, but we have seen Wraith win from less, so don't catch them out right yet, as they're looking to sneak their way here. But there's 2 people in tower they probably do not realize.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to the timing of this swing, and Martha sees the first one. There's a blind put up, but Spicy Muffin has the flash available, tries to swing round to get some shots, and not connecting is anyone that gets the headshot, the player that we can expect to be high fragging out at this moment in time. It does open in the kill up this round, but some really low HPs here, and there's nobody to bring them back up. But the call now being made to rotate back over to A, but you've still got Bobby over in close contention to all our utility, which is just going to shut down anything that comes in, and there's so much space being gathered by Scullies. Like Martha's dropped down behind Dice. If they decide to switch back that way, it's going to be a bloodbath with that with those sheriffs in hand. The Vandals just going to wrap them down. But
and it's Bobby. Yeah, you said it right then. It's Bobby on this site, and Bobby has been taking names. And the turret headshots, the raise, we love to see it. Bobby doesn't have to do anything. Just set up the bot and off they go. Lusu gets one down. Egg then gets the trade out. Looking to pick up their Vandal there, as Bobby gets another one down. Toe is out. The smokes are down. Bins is trying to let people know where they are. The bomb is down.
Last player standing.
Martha not respecting. Yeah, Martha really not respecting that at all. As Rika is looking to try and get something. The issue is that Vandals are now picked up. There are guns on these agents of Wraith, and big flash coming out. I don't think they can really do much here.
It's a godly crossfire setup. Bins just drops down, knowing that the time is ticking away. The pressure is on Rika, and they get... What is it? What is it with Thrifties? What? Tell me why? I mean, do Wraith keep winning these Thrifties? You're not supposed to do it.
I don't know how Skull done it so well as well on the attacking side of things. You know, create tension, pick up a few guns, and then it's pretty much even. You know, these players are so damn good, so damn good. The fact you give them like a one-shot gun, like the Sheriff, that they can click heads all day. You know, they practice so well, and this is why they are in this position now, going through for that one ticket into the VCT. And this is what we've been waiting for, right? The Scullies are looking to try and get this one going without any more. So Wraith now with weapons, Scullies with weapons as well, as Egg does get Lusu down, who's gone a little bit quiet going into these last few rounds. Amy won though. Rolling Thunder still alive, and they can commit this Rolling Thunder, and I feel like they should again make space in Team Wraith's spawn and really start paying the price for it.
Have that lockdown available as well, but they need to deal with Egg sat up in this position. The paint shell's trying to drop that down there. You see the lockdown now invested in trying to create some space, but Egg can shut this one down. But Martha gets the first kill. Lockdown destroyed, but it brings out that orbital strike, and Amy won now. Invests that Rolling Thunder. Perfect timing, gets a kill on Martha. She's jumping through. Dynastia gets another one, and all of a sudden this retake is falling apart for Scullies, and Wraith have clapped back with the answers. Gets it one round closer. This is going to be 8-7, and I've really liked the adaptations here from Wraith. They've figured out the solution so far, and it's just reminiscent of the first half. We've seen Scully's come out swinging, then Wraith answered back, and then Scully's went, hold on a second, now it's our turn. And I feel like that's the vibe that we're going with here.
And you said it right at the start, I think, of the second half, or even halfway through. You know, Wraith are a great team. The fact that, you know, I feel like Scully's are more clinical in their aim, but even though you just saw that there from Wraith are very good at learning and adapting very quickly. I think Wraith need to change their name to Wraith A.I. You know, in that sense that they learn so fast. And it's really pivotal in why they're in this final and why they're showing why they should be here as well.
Yep, a good showing. The typical ultimate from Killjoy, most coming likely through the boombot, just to make sure no one's pushing up, because you know the one thing you should be doing if you notice on Fracture you've got a Killjoy lockdown available on the attackers, you pop it down early doors, but it's a slight distraction as Spike is actually committed over to A. You're right in saying earlier that they've put the lockdown down over on B, but actually all the contacts down on A, and it's almost a wasted ultimate because you've gained nothing, you've got no space.
This paint shells, that was big. Sorry, Veggie, but yeah, they actually still committed to this A push, which I was a bit quite surprised about, as the paint shells from Martha did take a name. Took away another one as well. KO ult just going to slow everything down, as they're making sure they're cross-playing quite easily. Presence detected, so they know Martha's still just holding strong on these doors. You shall not pass. I think it's going to come through. Gonna get the ball. If that kill, that would have been clean as anything. The flash coming from Bins was big.
30 seconds left.
Rika, you've got to nail these shots here as Lucy just kind of baited for a second then. Oh, that's how my Vandal normally shoots. That's how mine shoots. Don't worry about it, Rika. We get it all the time. Bobby, though, coming back in. Spicy gets another one, and this is the 10th round on the board for them. 8-10 now. A couple of rounds left.
My knees are gonna
2 or 3 match points, but no. I don't know why they went for this A push.
Yeah, I feel like it's throwing it back to where we've previously seen Wraith on Fracture. It's something that they've done before. Put the ult down and make it feel like it's going to be that site on B, but the pivotal part of that previous round was the information was gained that there wasn't players everywhere on B. It was, you seen Scully's taking that space up A and identified that there was players outside A main, which then meant that they didn't have to. Like, they can see players sat there, so don't commit everyone to B. Maybe they've looked into the VODs and the previous gameplays and realised that could be a trick, and it worked out well for them. And here Scully's once again having answers.
Yeah, Rave now coming in though, picking up some A's 3 versus 3. A lot of ults on the Scully side though if they want the retake. The Rolling Thunder, they have the rocket launcher on the back of the Jet as well, but they, the Rays, they won't probably use the Jet knives. It'd be very weird if they did. We all saw that, right? Where they flashed. I'm not sure if they were flashed, if that was our reserving, but just kind of walk past. But this is what Wraith are doing, which Skulls didn't. The Rolling Thunder coming out, just coming off site. You know, just leave sight. You don't need to worry about being on there. And now it's down to Spicy and Egg. Egg, not that much HP, and Spicy didn't even need to aim for the head.
Yeah, Spicy just putting the pepper in that one and scrambling Egg away as they get themselves onto another round. But yeah, I think that's just a if I can't see you, you can't see me type situation there for Bins. Somehow gets away with it and picks up one, but well composed from Scullies to get them on, and we see a well-timed timeout most likely here. Maybe around earlier could have been possible, but at 8-11 there's you still got 2 rounds, right? If you need to be winning this round coming in, you don't want Scullies to get on to match point coming into number 12, especially on your map pick where we know it's one of their favoured maps. So Wraith need to start looking at how they can adjust and make these attacks count.
Yeah, the thing is, you can have a favourite map, but you never know. This could be one of Scully's favourite maps. At that same, like I said at the start, like there's no maps that I really don't like to see. There's nothing that I really don't like to see, but at the same time, Scully's maybe like, yeah, cool. You know what I mean? Like if you're against a team that doesn't care what map's coming up, it doesn't matter what map you pick. So you do kind of want to win your map at the same time. You all play the same one so many times. So don't take it to heart if you lose your map. But yeah, Wraith need to pull something out, and they've learned really well. And obviously the coach Echo there has probably said some words, some encouragement as they're on this kind of weird half buy. But Bin's looking to full buy still because, well, they've got all the gold. Farm, indeed, they're looking to get that pace up to make it a little bit more even.
Yeah, I've just realised they're actually on an eco. My maths was off. I didn't realise that it was so low. So it really means that timeout isn't going to be effective for this round, but it's going to be effective for the next, technically 4 after this, if you were to lose this thrifty, so to speak. But I mean, we spoke about it just previously that when Wraith have sheriffs and frenzies and all the guns that shouldn't work, they seem to somehow put it together and make a plan. And the showstopper's going to attempt to make some space, but find absolutely nothing as it's shot into the air, and Ben's picking up a double kill, but Egg getting taken at the end, and Martha gets away with daylight murder, missing the shots. And it's not something you anticipate, but yet Wraith still answering back in. The 2 left alive for Scullies, and looking to get the plant down now, Beanie.
Yeah, so straight away Rika can't use anything to try and help with this one, just has to be pure gunplay. Does get that one up on Heaven. Amy won, quite a big one here. Bin's down to 5 HP. The ultimate pretty much finished now. Bobby's still alive. We haven't said anything about Bobby for a while. She's been real quiet.
One enemy remaining. Last
Bobby
player
does get Bins
standing.
down. Denazia does get one as Rika does go down the head of the classic Denazia. Holy hell. You said it.
They don't need proper guns. They might as well just play with sheriffs and classics.
Stop buying! Stop buying! That's what is going on here. That's 3 thrifties. This map. It's just... I don't know if I'm just losing my mind because of how long this has been going on for now, but it's absolutely insanity. They make it 9-11, Beanie. They buy in weapons, and now, as you see there, it looks like Scullies are saying, let's not full buy this round. We're going to save a little bit of money so that we can afford to keep going for the rest of the map, if that is the case. And Wraith start to try and work their way back into this one with some dice control, but nobody's going to be there to challenge it. If we look at the ults, Wraith have that Rolling Thunder online, and Scully's yet to get anything online fully for themselves. But they'll be looking for a nice retake here.
Yeah, and the retakes have been clean, you know. It's something that, you know, they stacked up
This A side again.
Flash coming out. Lisu is going to get dash shield away, does protect themselves. The Rolling Thunder going to get used as Bobby, you can always trust them, getting the one. As Martha, these players and thrifties is just insane. These guys are so good at saving. I need to learn. They need to become financial advisors at this point.
Last player standing.
Toe is not going to see anything there as Spicy just turns the corner with that Spectre running guns into it. Amy, what can you do? It's 2 versus 1. We've seen you win these. You are the MVP. And lovely play by there. You saw that, and you could just hear the comms. 3, 2, 1. Martha swings out with that satchel, and Spicy just swings themselves. 2 different angles, making sure that, you know, Amy couldn't really pick or choose which one, but nearly got them both.
I swear these teams are trying to break me with these thrifties. You mentioned it, and every team just, they seem to, it doesn't matter. The skill level is so high that having these guns isn't a disadvantage. They find a way to make it their favour. And Wraith, now 3 Vandals, 2 Guardians. It's not the best of buys, and they're going to have to keep buying every time. You can't afford to be losing players every round. You're going to have to make sure that you can get as close to flawless as possible, so that the next round, if you win this round, you go in big. But Lisu could be set up to get a couple kills off of this smoke, but first couple shots missed as the timing just isn't there, and Wraith start to come through. Satcheling round, chooses not to advance into spawn, and Rika mollies out and does get the timing on Nastia, but doesn't quite get it as Lisu gets a double kill. The Toe picks that one up, and the lockdown invested here from Bobby.
Yeah, but you see the molly trying to break it down. Not sure if it can do. going to go ahead, but was trying to push out the enemy Killjoy there as Bobby does get egg. So this Killjoy battle has been huge. They're all playing down into the main area as Nazia Toe one away. Oh, Martha gets there. Orbital Strike now online here. I was literally about to say one away from the Orbital Strike. Does get that kill. Looking to bait it out. Down to really low HP though. One little sort of gust of wind and Toe is gone for the water, and map 1 should go over to Skull as it does. What a first game we've just had, you know. And I'm just going to say thanks to both of them, really, for giving us such a good first game after such a long break we've just had. That was such a good game. If anything's going to happen, game 2 is going to be insane with that one. But we'll come back, as I need to take a quick break from that. I don't know how about you, Veggie. I need to break that one down. Okay, I need to give it 1 more minute. So...
Wait, listen, but this is exactly why both teams are in this lower bracket final, right? We've seen Scullies were unfortunate to come up in the upper bracket final against a Neon Blade team that look nigh unstoppable from yesterday, and they've continued that momentum on. They were able to take a map of it, but Wraith showed in the previous series that they were good. And in this map, just backed that up straight away. Scullies and Wraith going head to head, and we're going to have more of it right after this break.
When your heart is raised to race, and speed alive. When your heart is raised and speed alive. quite the marksman, ain't ya? I think my heart's in danger. Made me feel like I was safe and sound, then switched up and switched off the safety. How you plan? How you plan? Oh, yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew a block, caught it a bullseye. Repeat shots and then we fire line. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. You say that I'm mistaken, but all the shots you've taken, all the pain was in my somehow. They're blanks as you claim, getting desperate now, 'cause I found out. Oh, yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. You drew a block, caught it a bullseye. Repeat shots and then you fire line. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me. Using me. Using me. You said, I think I'll give you a shot. I should have taken it literally. You said, I think I'll give you a shot, but your pistol was concealed from me. I should have known that you'd be using me, using me. Now I see that you, baby, you've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, 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 no. I'm about to throw you do more damage. Oh, 'cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice. You've been using me for target practice.
Welcome back. We are getting late into the evening, but we have potentially one or two more games left to play in the lower bracket final for that final ticket for that VCT changes. The 4 days off work, as you called it earlier so long ago, Veggie. We've just had map one. The fracture game was insane. We had such a good game. It was 8-12 in the end in terms of Scullies. Scullies were really popping off nice and early now, but what map we got up next coming up, Veggie?
Well, we're going to Split, which is Scully's pick, and it's I don't know. I used to be a big fan of Split, and now there's so many different metas that have passed through it. You've had the double controllers. I mean, you say this with every map, but you've had the double controllers, double initiators, and most predominantly now double duelists. So it'll be interesting to see if Scullies continue that trend of the double duelist that they had on Fracture, taking it into here, and just going gung ho and trying to get that full pressure on attack, whether it's satcheling up through heaven on A site or taking mid control. And I mean, I had the displeasure of casting Split with Snow yesterday, and the amount of rage that got input at a Sage wall on mid was unbelievable. So I hope for both their sakes we don't have to worry about Sage being auto-locked on mid, but I believe it actually was Bobby that used it. So unfortunately, that's what's going to happen. And we have the Cypher, the Breach, the Sage, the Omen, and the Ray. So it's a fairly reasonable setup going for that double Sentinel, with the Sage definitely just going to be on mid. Cypher will be your site anchor to make sure no one's set up.
You can't see the cam right now. I was just laughing on the floor really bad, and now I'm just shaking. The Jet Lisu on that Cypher. We're going to have a duelist Cypher. It's going to happen, and I'm so excited to see the Cypher. This is probably how you feel when a Euro gets picked, right? Like, this is amazing.
I think mine's is a little bit more justified. I feel like if you get excited
Whoa.
when Cypher's picked, then, I mean, go back to sleep.
No. I think this is how Kai gets excited when Reyna gets picked, I think, in the end. And Snow likes a bit of Euro as well. But yeah, shout out to the other casters we've had this weekend. It's been a very, very big team effort. It's potentially could be the last game if Scully's gets away. They've locked in so fast. They know exactly what they were doing. Again, this is their map pick. They know what they're doing. Bins is now picked up on that Sage as well. We're going to see that Sage will come out left, right, and center. Raze has been the duelist of the day, really. Is there any other duelist that you've seen? Is this kind of the meta now you see? As Egg now brings out, we don't get one, we get two Cyphers in the game. Oh, this is amazing.
Happy Beanie is finally happy as we get to go into Spoil It, as it was called yesterday, and it's going to be interesting to see the lineup.
This is the old video, right? Because that's not the right setup on A. That's totally changed now. Yeah, sorry, Prod. Sorry, Prod.
Oh, they're under siege. It's what it is, isn't it? But I feel like this game is going to be a little bit tit for tat. It's kind of similar agent displays on hand, and when I say kind of, I mean it's the exact definition of each. Egg picking up that Cypher, splitting away from what has previously been a very Killjoy and Chamber sort of agent pick for Egg. I'm interested to see how she plays on this Cypher, whether she'll allow it for full site retake and play for info, or if we'll be challenging early with those traps, as that's one of the battles that you have with a Cypher. But notice straight off the bat, Wraith setting up for the mid push. 3 players mid. Scully's fully set up for an A hit.
Yeah, Omen Smoke coming out as well. The Cypher trip there, really nice on the A. I've got my notebook ready to learn from these teams as Martha is straight away in. The camera just going to get spotted out, but not going to now anything. Unfortunately, the Cypher's not going to get anything down as Martha does get the first shot there on Egg. Flash coming out. Wall now being used to block out the spawn as they're going to spot that on the breach, and the Omen coming round. And this is really hard to retake now as the blind not going to really hit them. And Amy won, and Dematia comes online. Martha's going to sit there from down on site, trying to clear that corner now on breach. Amy won, done so well in the game before, pretty much MVP'd it. Bobby as well on that Killjoy. As Toe does get the blind in. Right click doesn't land, but right click of Bobby does. We saw what happened in the first game. They pulled it off. Bobby! Lovely 3k there onto Bins as well. So the wall's being used in different angles on this one.
Yeah, I really like it. It's not committed into it early. And I feel like you've seen the 3 players from Wraith set up top mid. That means that you can take the pressure early. If someone was to push on it, I feel like you still get that wall early on. But not committing to that would make Snow so happy, because you get to use it in these different scenarios like you've seen there. Try to use it to block off the bomb site just to allow the defuse, but unfortunately just a gap was left in it, and Bobby's able to peek round for Scully's and pick up that first round, and once again another pistol round that goes in the way of Scully's and sets them off on a really good start.
Yeah, the chamber, the Cypher is here with the camera, going to potentially see everyone. Does get Rika and pins him down, having to get rid of that tracking device from them. So the wall's not been used mid here straight away. Is exactly what you said, okay? Don't commit it. They could easily get the garage here as Denazia gets down Martha. Raise to raise, right click, but Rika with that Spectre.
Spike down, B.
Carrier down, Lisu. Cypher sitting on Bins, and Amy there to back up their player, but Spicy. Some lovely shots there from back on the floor, up into heaven. Trying to pick up some guns now.
Take this gunfight, pick up the upgrades if you can, and you know, if anyone's left alive, you want it to be Amy 1, because this player is capable of amazing things. Unfortunately, she does fall, and it's all down to Toe. Can Toe take the fight to Spicy Muffin? Spicy Muffin wins it, and
Gun here.
Scully's get 2 on the board, but a lot of damage done to the corner. He manages to rescue the Bulldog.
Can you even punch a
Can they keep it going? Lissu investing in, and so is Bobby. They're not scared to take the fight. It seems as nope, they are though. They'll just invest and play this one smarter, maybe thinking of just let's just run it down, let's get this over with. It's been a long day. We just want to secure that spot, but instead playing it smart, taking control, saying, look, this could be the moment that sets it all off. Let's just do what we do best and hit this A site as fast as possible.
And we know they've got good accountants, right? Their thrifties from the last game were absolutely amazing. So they can back themselves up on this one as the Wraith bot does get slowed down there by the trip, and the Satchel is already in, taking a little bit of paint from themselves, shall we say? And they're already onto that site now. Oh, the Omen. Just the timing on that from Rico could have been a little bit better. And they're looking to push this. Denazio with this Vandal making some damage here. But the crossplay here from Skull may work well, but Denazio gets one.
Oh,
but Bobby's with the frenzy. The heal being used though, so now no more heal really for this round.
Yeah, Bobby's 2k really keeping Scully's in this one, but Toe's trying to answer back. Can Bobby push through the smoke and pick up another one? Eggs close by, but doesn't hear the steps. The diffuser's killed. Amy1 picks up the final kill, but is planted for Martha. She tries the CSGO flash with the sheriff, but doesn't connect, but picks it up at the end and gets the clutch in the last possible second. And Martha, oh my goodness. That was nasty.
They just lined up perfectly, same with Bobby's just then, and this is where Wraith start to throw it a little bit, and we've seen that. They just lined up absolutely perfect. If they didn't, they kind of needed to. I expect it. Okay, she was trying to body block the plant. It was the defuse. It was so close as well. I don't know how close in terms of timing. We'll catch that again later, but Scully's 3-0. Thrifty again, we said it. They win these.
They do, and they're going to need to win this one if they want to stop the game running away from them, because once you start getting into that 4-0 territory, especially on your defensive side, you want to be setting up for the best possible start going into attack and not letting this game run away from you. And it's been switched up a little bit from here from Scully's. They're deciding to go into B. They've conditioned Wraith into believing that A hits are prioritised, and Egg looking for a bit of pressure through mid as Owens push through, and Lissu finds that first kill, but there is still players positioned in mid if Scully's decide to go that way, but nobody wanting to make that first move.
Yeah, seeing a Cypher is not something that you would normally see, that you would say, okay, that's in the gun, you're going to see it. Yeah, at least he's going to see that one as well. Telling me to give me a corpse, trying to use that ult, but it's not going to work. And actually quite smart that they don't want to push up into it in case anyone's in heaven. Martha now takes down Toe. Bin's using the wall to try and create some better angles maybe, but no, one angle down. Martha takes a 3k. Bin's does get Bobby down though. And the Sheriff going to get picked up, and you said it's dangerous territory, 4-0. What I was going to say is when you see a Cypher somewhere, you don't expect the team to be around them either. Normally Cypher players are generally quite, not selfish, but we like to lurk, we like to be those annoying pesky people to come around the behind, and so to kind of still sit on B site was pretty good from Wraith, just unfortunately clinically couldn't get it down, but full buys out, only a half shield though on Bins.
Yeah, Wraith need to start finding answers. We highlighted before that it can take them a few rounds to get into it and to understand how the opposition play and what they need to do to adapt to it. So 4 rounds in, you're on to round 5. The answer needs to be found by this point before the defense gets away from you. And this is where we'll start to see if they have done that. The Scullies want to keep this pressure up now, pushing back onto A. Nobody's really controlling on the site here from Wraith either. Everyone playing up by Heaven and not much util used. The paranoia is nice to take away some space, but Denazia hid behind here can get one, looks for another, but gets traded out by Spicy Muffin, and Heaven is now there for free.
Yeah, Heaven's quite a hard one to take as well. Yeah, Bins is going to go down. The res now coming out for Lisa, so the Cypher is back online. Was literally about to say the Onward's probably going to come out and going to let everyone know exactly where they are. Now the double ping since the recent update. as Rika swings bang into the gun, and Toe swings right into the gun of Rika as Egg
30
trying
seconds
to
left.
shoot through their own smokes. But Spicy, with my favourite skin line on the Vandal, should we say, is
Last
just
player
trying to shoot up
standing.
potentially to find out if Egg had the camera in the
Spike
normal
planted.
position. It's just down to Amy, and we've seen them win these.
We have, listen, I've said it before. If it's anyone, you want it to be Amy 1, capable of absolutely anything, gets the first timing and takes down Rika, but has so much to do with so little. Has the stun, has the rolling thunder, should the position start to be taken, but you feel that the crossfires that are set up, especially for Martha, finds that one as Amy 1 has so much to look at that you can just peek from anywhere, and you do see that Martha picks round number 5 up for Scullies, and they're just really starting to run away with it.
I'd expect a timeout sometime soon. Ever since they've had timeouts, they seem to learn quite a lot. Obviously, their coach doing absolute work back in the side, and that's exactly what they mean to do, right? There we go. I expect it straight away from Echo. That timeout coming in. They're looking at each other, trying to figure out something. What can we do here? We're really in the depths of it. Guns coming out, but what can we do? And what can we do, Veggie? If we're Team Wraith, which you are, what is it you need to do? Because Scullies are winning the trades on where they need to be, and I feel like Wraith just aren't in their positions that they normally are.
Yeah, I think specifically looking at A site, there's no fight for A control. Yes, a lot of the fights are coming from Heaven, which is why Wraith are set up top to try and take those fights, but once that fight has been won from Scullies, the whole site of A is free. There's nobody to shoot down from below. There's no one really controlling screens, so they get a free cross across the orb. No one's watching from there, so it's very easy for Scullies to cross. And it's the same on B. Everyone's playing very central and less spread out, which is good when you want to play the numbers advantage. But when Scullies are just literally taking skulls off of Wraith, it's not working for them, and we are literally just going to see the exact mid push. But it's a Thrifty, so it's another throwaway round that Wraith are probably going to win.
Yeah, I was going to say it's probably a round that they are going to win as we go into round 6. Wraith are on that, and they've got so much space, but Rika just taking a few from there. Martha's going to try and maybe throw the grenade, but nearly at their own team. As they're having to run away from it, as they were blinded, Omen feared everything. And they literally threw... Martha doesn't know what's going on right now. I think a little bit scared after being flashed twice and Omen smoked. Cypher is still in his backside. Martha nearly getting the shooting down, but the Sage Wall going to go up and block that, and especially on a pistol round, it's so hard to break.
Yeah, it really is, and
Enemy
one
remaining.
finds one, but Martha's just going to clean that one up, and it's going to be all down to Egg, who's just stuck outside on CT elbow here. Not much room to do. Spicy has the position, but gets the head tapped. But the problem with the range with that Sheriff is 5 HP, is able to split ground and get the kill, and it is 6-0. So listen, we thought, well, I mean, we didn't fully think, we knew there was a chance that Wraith could certainly pick that one up, but in theory it should always be that round for Scullies. Gets them on to 6th. Now that the Vandals and Phantom is back online for Wraith, this is where the real adjustments from that timeout work, right? This is where you actually see what was said in that. And look, you have all 5 ultimates online. Please just start investing some of these to try and get some, even just space. Like, pop the showstopper early if you need to. Play a risky play. You've got the revive online. You could wall off if you push A with the showstopper, you miss, you die, wall it off and revive Denazdia. Just try something different. Your passive attitude here is not working. Try something different.
Yeah, and it's something we didn't see. Obviously, we haven't seen the Sage in the games prior. Wall didn't last long at all, Bins. The walls on mid are... I learned it. That's probably one of the first things I ever learned
on this game was all mid as Sage on split. Like it's just I think it's actually in the tutorial at this point. But you know, maybe keeping that wall, coming in, you know, walling it there, but the rolling thunder coming through from Garage, and it's going to be a bit of a two-pronged attack as Martha gets down the first two, going to pick up a new skin and a fully loaded weapon. I'm trying to create some space, but now they can only really go from one area, and it's this. Rolling thunder now coming out instead from Team Wraith. The Omen is going to go down. Ward Nadia is going to get 3k on Martha, but Martha does go down to the Wraith Raise. Gets one. It's a 3k. Toe maybe going to try and trade it out as well. Denazia does go down. No ace for them. And Bobby with the last one on Toe. Quite clean in that sense.
Yeah, it's an absolute, I was going to say lovely post plant. It really is. You've got two players playing down in main. You've got the aftershock just to make sure that when people are trying to push through onto spike, you can shut that down for a little bit and kill a little bit more time. And then the double swing and triple swings to make sure that, look, if you get one, we're going to trade it out, and that's exactly what you see at the end there. Then 2 versus 1, you're not given those 1 versus 1 scenarios that quite often happen. And if you give a 2 versus 1 scenario, unless you get like some spray control, you're going to win that gunfight every time. And it's exactly why Scullies are playing so well. But look at this attack, you know, coming in, and Scully's hearing it and just saying, "All right, let's run B."
Yeah, what I was going all out was the fact that the grenade stops the trip. So the trip then just was nullified and didn't slow anything down. So because the trip was destroyed, they could just run through it. And I think with the trip noise being destroyed as well from the grenade, they just decided to go straight onto B. Skull is Bobby's gonna pull that off. Martha just holding an angle. You shall not pass right now as Martha's raise is so clean. Doesn't matter about the flash. That's a 3k. Maybe once the aces, we have some some Sheriffs coming up. It's a double swing though. Oh, Martha's just having fun at this point, just right click. At least he does get the head of the Sheriff of the other side. Toe goes down as well, and now it's 8-0 to Scullies. It's looking kind of rough for Wraith, right?
Yeah, Martha is absolutely cooking up a storm right now. 16-4. And I mean, sometimes you see these agents right at the top of the leaderboard, and you say like, oh, it's a hard carry. That is not the case. Yes, Martha is getting a lot of kills, but she is your Julius, so you want her to be feeding those kills. But the rest of the team playing so well behind it as well. The space has been taken. The calls are precise and dynamic is the best way to call it. Like you've seen, they were thinking about an A push, but they heard all the steps and then immediately run over to B, and Martha's thinking they're going to be coming round, let me wait for the flank, let me not wait for them to give me the fight, I'll take it, pick up the 3k and then back off ever so slightly, and then they just run trying to get the ace. But once again, on site here, planted, and Wraith have to try and play into this retake.
Yep. Something that we know they've been very good at, just apparently on the split they can't get what they normally can. As 2 go down, Rika gets it straight away, Spicy gets another one as they're going to double swing here potentially on Egg. Egg gets 1, but Spicy and Amy gets the trade. 3 versus 1. Again, Amy 1 in this position. Gets a lovely knife kind of dash surfing round the back as Bobby is slowly going to take the name. And I feel like it's been these two that have been really critical in both teams. You know, Bobby has been sort of the anchor really nicely, and so has Amy 1. Just unfortunately, Amy's just not had anything to work with. The anchoring is good, but when there's still 4 players of Skull left, it's not an easy task.
Yeah, I think you're exactly spot on there. The previous success from Wraith is when they're retaking back site, they're pushing all 5 together with a whole util dump. Whereas this time it's not so much individual fights because there is at least 2 of them pushing them, but it doesn't seem as like a whole unit. They're waiting for 1 or 2 and then going rather than the whole 5. But I think you have to credit that to Scullies. The positions that they're taking up after the plant, they're not just waiting in those typical sit back site and allow the fights. They're very much taking space and making it difficult for Wraith to get into those positions.
Something we haven't seen is this A push from mid. just going to have to go through with that one, but no, going to run into Bins, and Bins is probably going to use a res if they've got it. They don't. Yep, there we go. Both reses being used. So pretty much down, and the Cypher ult now being used. Knowing that they're on this A site, Bobby's going to wall this off with perfect timing. Amy One's just going to rush through it, but Concussive Blow going to take that one, create a little bit of space. So now they need to regroup, they need to play slow. Exactly what they're doing well, but look where Skull are. They're pushed up. Heaven is such a heavily contested part of this map. And Toad does get one down. Rika, Toad gets a second one down with Spicy now, but Martha was hiding behind the wall the whole time. Gets two. Toad down to 3 kills. TP, gonna TP into the smoke. Does press for the defuse. Bobby's gonna have to come in here, and Bobby gets it. Bobby wins those every single time just because how they're playing right now, but Toad played that incredibly well as well. A glimmer of hope from Wraith.
Yeah, but you feel like it's a little too late. Baron, a miracle here. Wraith have to be counting themselves out, but if you're on those sides, you know, Egg on that IGL has to be finding out the mental situation of the players. It's been a really long day. You know they're going to be tired. But at the same time, this is why you're here. This is what you're fighting for. You wanted to be in this final. You wouldn't have entered if you didn't want to be in that position. And you need to be coming up with another play on how to come back into this. But I keep coming back to the point. You have to credit Scully's. The way the space they're taking afterwards and fighting different areas of the maps is shutting down every tactic that Wraith has right now.
And it proves why they were in the final yesterday at the upper bracket. Obviously, they're here because they lost in that final. But it is really proving the fact that they are a good team and they deserve to have this last spot. This ticket, should we say, as Martha takes down Egg. They're just so clean with it. Even Lisu, look, you know, playing on a duelist last time and now playing on something like Cypher, it's two totally different. So the variability of these players are amazing. Ult coming up. Rika going to use that down. Amy One is going to try and take some names before nearly takes that over. Spicy Muffin does get that one down. It's 11-0. I feel for Wraith right now. There isn't really much they can do. They are trying to do everything that they know. And I think Scully's have really now sussed out what Wraith can do very well and just trying not to give them any hope in getting this one in.
Yeah, you know, I think it's time for bed, Beanie. I think it's a momentous comeback for Wraith if they were to try and get back into this. They don't have money for this final round of the half, and you know, you go into a 12-0 on your preferred side of the game, you just can't really see it. And we want to, for the competitive edge of the tournament. We had such a great opening start on Fracture, but Scully's just seems so much more prepared coming into Split, and this is exactly why it's their map pick, right? This is what they wanted to play, and they're demonstrating exactly why.
Exactly that. You know, I said, you know, everyone plays every map anyway. It doesn't matter about it, it's your map pick, but Skull's heard that, and there's a judge waiting for it, sliding over. I like some of these raise plays, just sliding here, left, right, and center. As you're going to see Egg, don't look at your camera right at this point, because Spicy Muffin is going to take your head. And Cypher Hat is falling directly onto that floor. Lisu in such a good position. Does get that down as well. Scatter coming out from Scully's.
Spike planted.
Okay, managed to get the bomb, get the Roomba going, but going to take a lot of ammo here to get through that wall. As Rika, Bobbies, and Lisu are looking to try and take this one to a 12-0 half.
12-0 half, where you force Wraith on pistol that they've yet to win against this Scully's team, so the odds would really be stacked against them. And Bobby picks that final kill up against Amy One, like you said, takes it to that 12-0 half, and
switching sides.
You just have to feel bad for the players in this situation. It's never nice.
It isn't. I think in sport you love a stomp. Sometimes you do love seeing a stomp, but you know, at this point, we know what they've all gone through for today. Obviously, the controversy we had earlier as well, just delaying everything as well, making it later into the night than it really is. But it's tough to watch, and the fact that we know Wraith can really put it out the bag if they need to. You know, they went really low down in game one of the semi-final. I think it was sort of nearly 9-3, right? It was 8-4. They had the first sort of six sort of rounds going really badly, and then they managed to bring it back. But what's your mental right now? Is it cool? This is it. You know, how are we going to win 12 on the bounce plus overtime? So 14 pretty much on the bounce when the Spurs are just so strong. Straight over that Cypher trip, meaning that doesn't get in, and the Cypher does go down. Rika does take Nerdia down. Toe as well. It's not looking great as the flash is coming in, the wall going up, the plant going down for Wraith, but the grenade's going to start to do some damage. Spicy gets it with the clap as well. Amy, Rika gets it down. Last player standing, and that is GG for Scullies. Just an absolute incredible game. You see the GGs coming up in chat. It's a great community to be a part of, and they're saying they are, you know, Scullies played incredibly well, and I just don't think there's anything else you can say. Wraith tried so hard, and they just didn't have an answer for Split.
No, they really didn't. I mean, I was just looking at the score lines there together. Scully's proven why they were in that upper bracket final at the very start of the day. They've took it away from themselves, and I mean, we've got the scoreboard to look at here, and Martha 19 and 9, 3 first bloods. Denazia really tried her best, 12 and 13, picking up 5 first bloods, which is really good on that raise for Wraith. But ultimately, Scullies wanted revenge. They wanted to claim that spot. Just getting beat by Neon Blade earlier on, they were like, nah, this ain't right. We're coming back. We want that final ticket to join in at the later stage of contenders and avoid that slug at the start of the Swiss rounds. And congratulations to them. It's a well-deserved win, and especially that final map. They gave us a fantastic viewing on Fracture, and I think Wraith just need to go back to the drawing board and figure out exactly what went wrong on there, and I'll be interested to see how they bounce back.
Exactly that, and that's what we like to see from these teams. They'll stay together, they'll get moving on, and in this line of sport as well, especially within Valorant esports, there'll be another tournament in a week or 2 weeks' time that you'll be able to get back into, be able to get those games warming up, especially with your coach as well, and make sure you get back on site. But Fracture was an incredible game to watch. This game was a bit of a whitewash, but so clean. We hope you enjoyed your evening. I definitely enjoyed being with this guy, Veggie, as I always do. It's always a pleasure, my guy. Thank you so much to Prod. Thank you so much for TGH for the Birds of Prey. And thank you so much for spending the Sunday evening with us. I hope you enjoyed it. Have a good night.
but your heart's not with them. Tearing up the thought of all the pieces missing. And I try to know better, to know it's worse. I swear I'm cursed, cause I know you're bad for me, but it makes no difference. I can't stop it, it's ugly, but honest, got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time, but someday my prince will come. But if this ain't love, then I don't want it. 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 Someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love, then cover me in colors I can only see with you. Better with another, but I